Chapter 78. Backstage, at the corner of a corridor. Qin Bao Bao pulled her brother sneakily and looked around. She was so angry that she gave Qin Zi a punch. Then she smiled like a flower and kissed him on the cheek. She said with a smile, "Today's performance was good. I'll give you a kiss as a reward." "Are you surprised?" Qin Zi laughed. "Are you crazy? You pulled me here just to say this." Qin Bao Bao really wanted to kiss him. His sister's way of venting her happiness was to kiss Qin Zi. This was Qin Bao Bao's habit. But her habit couldn't be shown in public. Otherwise, tomorrow's news would be shocking. Qin Bao Bao kissed the male pianist in public. As the younger brother, Qin Zi didn't understand why his sister was so excited. Qin Bao Bao had suffered a lot during this period of time. She regarded Shu Lu as her number one enemy. Unfortunately, her PK target was really Shu Lu. Then, the piano player, that wretched boy, was coincidentally smashed into the hospital. Qin Bao Bao's worldview was about to collapse at that time. We ordinary people are so happy today. Ignoring her brother's helpless gaze, baby Qin was high on her own. She twisted her butt and danced a hot dance, her eyebrows flying. "Your brain is damaged." Qin Zi rolled his eyes and said, "I have to go first. There's a tutoring later." Qin Bao Bao waved her hand and said disdainfully, "Quit your crappy tutoring. Your sister is a big star. Can't I raise you? Damn, this woman opened a dye house just because you gave her some color. Why don't you go to heaven?" Qin Bao Bao had to stay until the end of the program, so she couldn't accompany Qin Zi back. Qin Zi looked at his sister's back. She was slender and graceful, pleasing to the eye. Qin Bao Bao suddenly turned her head and met Qin Zi's sneaky eyes. She charmingly rolled her eyes and asked, "The director seems to want to recruit you to the TV station. What do you think?" "I'm not interested." "Qin Bao Bao, let me tell you, the program team is making trouble for you during the drawing of lots. You should pay attention." Qin Zi warned. Qin Bao Bao put on a pitiful expression. "Emperor, there are always wicked people who want to harm Chunxia." Qin Zi mocked, "Beloved concubine, perhaps because you haven't served me in bed for many days. The heavens are angry and the people are punishing you." Qin Bao Bao curled her lips. "Then why don't you secretly provide for yourself? Do you still need big sister's help?" "Baby Qin, our friendship is over." For the first time, Qin Zi was defeated by his sister's words, and he ran away with his tail between his legs. Qin Bao Bao put her hands on her waist and laughed 3 times. After leaving the TV station, he took a taxi and went straight to the luxurious villa area. After hanging out with Li Donglai for a long time, he desperately found that this guy's aptitude was really ordinary. Qin Zi had to teach a math problem 3 times before he could understand it. He changed the mode and set traps in the question, which was the so-called blind spot question, so he was caught unprepared. On the other hand, Li Donglai's aptitude for physical training was excellent. After 100 push-ups, his face was not red and he was not out of breath. He also didn't meet the white-bearded grandpa or the old beggar who sold the Buddha's palm. Otherwise, he would be pulled by the sleeve and said, "Young man, your bones are amazing and your aptitude is excellent. Why don't you save the world with me?" He was a good seedling to be a hooligan. Qin Zi really wanted to run to the hall and suggest to Nan Man Pei, "Let your nephew practice martial arts. If not, he can be an athlete. Studying is really misleading." After thinking about it again and again, he didn't dare to act rashly because he couldn't figure out Nan Man Pei's methods for the time being. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the setting sun was magnificent and coquettish, just like the woman sitting on the sofa in front of him. She was wearing home clothes. After losing her fierce temperament, she was like an elegant and dignified jade guanine. She smiled at Qin Zi, who was coming downstairs, and said, "You're back?" "Yes." Qin Zi looked at the queen, whose temperament had changed greatly, and said tentatively, "Sister Pei, you're not driving me today?" Nan Man Pei looked at him with amusement and said, "Do you want me to arrange another driver for you?" Qin Zi was surprised and said, "That's good." Nan Man Pei said angrily, "Go away." The flirtatious expression that she unintentionally revealed was exceptionally alluring. After a few teasing words, Qin Ziyi was about to leave when he happened to see Pei Ziki coming home with a backpack. The short-haired and pretty student was slightly stunned and said, "Did you play the piano on the TV station's I Am a Singer this morning?" Qin Ziyi pretended not to understand and said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean." Pei Ziki curled her lips and was too lazy to argue with him. She turned to Nan Man Pei and asked, "Auntie, what's this guy's background?" Nan Man Pei smiled and said, "Little Qin is an ordinary person." Pei Ziki curled her lips again, carried her backpack, and went upstairs. "Aren't you in a hurry to go home? Let's chat with Sister Pei." "Okay." Qin Ziyi sat on the sofa. He also wanted to know more about this woman's background. Nan Man Pei looked at the TV. The content was news simulcast that most young people would not watch. There was a pot of Westlake Longjing tea on the coffee table. Nan Man Pei did not speak, so Qin Ziyi did not speak. He secretly felt that the Queen was deliberately leaving him out to attack his mind. "Do you watch news simulcast?" Nan Man Pei poured a cup of tea and handed it to Qin Ziyi. "Occasionally," Qin Ziyi answered honestly. News simulcast was a never-ending episode that could be followed for a lifetime. Moreover, news simulcast was called the Divine Dictionary of the Shareholders for a reason. 30 minutes of content was very informative. It depended on how much you could get. It's always good to watch news simulcast. It's meaningful. Nan Man Pei smiled. Qin Ziyi complained in his heart, "How can this be related to the spirit of revolution? Sister, you have no limits. You seem to be very dissatisfied with me." Nan Man Pei stared at him. "Absolutely not." Qin Ziyi denied. "Because I investigated you?" Qin Ziyi was silent. "I didn't experience the anti-Japanese war, the war of liberation, the long march where the entire army was almost wiped out. Of course, I didn't experience the Great Famine of 1942. Also, there was the counterattack against Vietnam, the war of resistance against America and aid Korea. When my grandfather was young, China was divided by warlords. The flames of war burned the plains and the people had no way to make a living. In order to fill his stomach, he joined the warlords. With his family's martial arts, he dared to fight and became a small leader in a few years. Later, the Northern Expedition wiped out the warlords and the National Party unified China in name. However, at that time, there were internal and external troubles, and the people's livelihood did not improve. In desperation, he gathered a group of defeated soldiers and took over a mountain, becoming a bandit leader. He killed and set fires, but he never ate the grass near his nest. Instead, he reported the safety of the area. "This is all from my sister. When my grandfather passed away, I wasn't even born yet. My grandfather had a brother with the surname Li. At that time, there was a Red Spear Society in SD, which was secretly the armed force of the Red Party. After the outbreak of the anti-Japanese war, the brother joined the Red Spear Society and traveled a long distance to join the main force. Later, the new China was established. Because of this relationship, my grandfather was not wiped out by the main force of the Red Army." Qin Ziyi was very untimely with his obsessive-compulsive disorder. He was thinking about how old Nan Man Pei's grandfather was at that time. The Qing dynasty was destroyed in 1912. The Mukden incident happened in 1931. If the old man was still alive, he would be 100 years old. Before Nan Man Pei was born, his grandfather had passed away. Her Majesty looked about 30 years old. Well, the age was indeed suitable. "Wait, Li." Li Donglai, Nan Man Pei seemed to have seen through his thoughts and said softly, "Yes, he was Li Donglai's father's grandfather. Because of this deep relationship, my father was a local tyrant in the north. No matter whether it was clean or not, as long as it was a profitable business, he would be involved in it. In 1994, he offended someone he couldn't afford to offend, so he was shot. He left me a family business that was not a blessing or a curse, but it was enough for an ordinary person to live on for 8 lifetimes. I also have an elder sister who married into the Li family, but she died many years ago. Donglai and Ziki didn't like their stepmother, so they moved to live with me." Qin Ziyi was stunned and didn't know what to do. "Didn't you say that you were just going to chat?" "Her Majesty, You're telling me the ins and outs of all 18 generations of ancestors. Damn it, what did I do to deserve this? Can you take back what you said just now? It was true that Qin Ziyi was very curious about the background of Pei Nanman and the siblings. He was prepared to have a big talk with the queen. However, when the queen spat out her family background like she was spitting out beans, he realized that he really didn't know much about women. In this society, 80% of the resources are given priority to all kinds of people with connections, and the remaining 20% are fought over by the poor. What do you think? There were too many opinions, and I didn't know if I should say MMP. He had a stomach full of angry words, but he didn't say it out loud. It was too childish, and he was afraid that Queen Bae, who had been in society for many years, would look down on him. That's human nature. Every rich generation works so hard just to make their son or grandson a rich second or third generation rich second or third generation rich third generation rich. People's great desires are irreproachable. Qin Ziyi changed to a more mature way of saying it. Nan Man Pei nodded and smiled. Truth? Actually, every time I see a certain second-generation rich kid driving a luxury car to show off his wealth on the internet, I'll curse his mother and say, if it weren't for this old man, who do you think you are? Qin Ziyi smiled. This is the so-called angry youth. Later, I realized that this was useless, and it still couldn't change your identity as a loser. Other than being a keyboard warrior, it was useless. Now, it's even more impossible. I think I have the ability to become a rich first generation. You also know that my sister is Qin Bao Bao. She is already a star, and in the future, she will make a lot of money. My children in the future will definitely be rich second generations. Nan Man Pei keenly caught the loophole in Qin Ziyi's words, and smiled faintly. You are you, and your sister is your sister. In the future, when you marry a wife and she marries, you will be two different families. Qin Ziyi was stunned and found himself speechless. He really didn't think about the future. Qin Bao Bao's marriage always felt like a fantasy. Sister Pei, why are you telling me this? This was obviously not on the same level as the world he was in contact with. Qin Ziyi had not been in contact with many worlds. The world of business tycoons, the world of political tycoons, the world of rich second-generation officials, and even the world of healthcare, he had not been in contact with it. We are even. Nan Man Pei said with a smile, I'm afraid that you have chauvinist cancer. The internet says that chauvinist cancers like you are very scary, similar to chinibia. If you want to find a girlfriend, it's best to listen to everything the man says. You can't be selfish and self-centered, or you will be hated. In terms of character, you must be a saint and wholeheartedly devoted to the man. Qin Ziyi was dumbfounded. His mind was full of curses, and he didn't know how to vent. You even know about chauvinist cancer? My queen is amazing. It's not like your character at all. Qin Ziyi pondered for a moment and thought about the wording. I am Qin Ziyi, male, and I like girls. My parents are still alive, and I have an older sister who is studying at Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. I have never had a girlfriend, and I am eager to leave singleness. 3 generations of my ancestors have been good people. I can't compare to you, who is loved by everyone. Bootlicker. Nan Man Pei laughed. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. After the founding of the country, you are not allowed to become a fairy. Nan Man Pei said helplessly, I will send you back. No need, no need. I can go back by myself. There's no need to trouble you. Qin Ziyi didn't dare to sit in her car. He would bring her back to the Huangpu River and put her in a sack to sink. A child who was still sifting through knowledge in school, a woman who was like a goddess and a queen, ended their short heart-to-heart. Chapter 79. The next day, I Am a Singer was broadcasted. Qin Bao Bao and Qin Ziyi watched it with Wang Zijin again. Compared to the show, Qin Ziyi enjoyed this moment more. Qin Bao Bao sat on his left and Wang Zijin on his right. 2 beauties with different styles, he felt a bit of joy. Wang Zijin clicked on the bullet screen. Because of Qin Ziyi, she also learned to read the bullet screen and found it quite interesting. Only Qin Bao Bao hated the bullet screen. Her brother and best friend had nothing to do with it and were just watching the show. She was the person involved. People on the internet dared to say anything. Every time she saw it, she felt uncomfortable. Correspondingly, her tolerance improved a lot, but she still had some grudges in her heart. The bullet screen was very lively. The show was first recorded live, then broadcast on TV, and then on the internet. But now, there were far more people watching TV than computer. I heard that Qin Bao Bao won again. Someone on the internet said so. **T. You believe in the internet? Front row. Qin Bao Bao is the best in the world, Fake Pig Trap is the second best in the world. Wang Zijin chuckled. Qin Ziyi turned his head and glanced at his sister's impressive size. Qin Bao Bao's face darkened. She chopped the back of Qin Ziyi's neck with her hand. The host, Yin Jiao, knocked on the door of the VIP room. Shu Lu opened the door with a gentle smile. Wow, Shu Lu, my goddess. I haven't heard Shu Lu sing in a long time. I didn't expect her to join a singer. I'm looking forward to it. Shu Lu is still so beautiful. I heard that Shu Lu came with an original song. I'm really looking forward to her and Qin Bao Bao's competition. It's 1 in 6 probability. How can it be so easy? Haha, a scheming person who lip syncs. She actually has the face to return to the music industry. How can she be so thick-skinned? Disgusting. Do you have any manners? What's wrong with lip syncing? Who hasn't lip synced before? That's right. You're a keyboard warrior who won't let go of the past. She was indeed a controversial female star. As soon as she appeared, the bullet screen was flooded with comments. The anti-fans and true fans couldn't wait to get into the screen and fight. Wang Zijin looked at the computer and asked curiously, Bao Bao, did you really pick Shu Lu? Qin Bao Bao said gloomily, that's true. The production team is stirring up trouble. They are operating in the dark. Did you win? Wang Zijin asked again. Of course. Don't you know who wrote the song? Qin Ziyi interrupted. It's obviously because I'm good at singing. Qin Bao Bao was not convinced. Say that again. Qin Ziyi narrowed his eyes. Aya, Your Majesty, Chen Qie was just bragging. Don't be angry, it's all thanks to you. Chen Qie is basking in your glory. Qin Bao Bao, who lacked the dignity of her older sister, immediately admitted defeat. Singing an ancient song? Qin Ziyi wrote it. Wang Zijin was stunned. She was quite surprised. How could Qin Ziyi know everything? He could write rock songs, love songs, and even ancient songs. Especially the latter. Without a certain literary foundation, it was impossible to write good lyrics. At this time, the contestants began to draw lots. Qin Bao Bao unfortunately picked Shu Lu. The bullet screen exploded. The audience was also speechless. What the hell, Qin Bao Bao is so lucky. In the first episode, she picked Huang Yuteng. In the second episode, she picked Xue Mai. In the third episode, she picked Liu Xuegang. In the fourth episode, she picked Shu Lu. I'm kneeling to Qin Bao Bao. At this moment, 666 is the only thing that can express my inner amazement. Qin Bao Bao's path to stardom is really uncertain. She's bound to lose. Yeah, Shu Lu came with an original song and is also an A-list celebrity. How can she compete with her? Qin Bao Bao is in danger. Unless she can come up with another amazing song like Farewell Song, but the possibility is not big. Good songs are hard to find. It's not easy to come by. It's okay, there's still the revival round. Qin Bao Bao's popularity is not what it used to be. If she doesn't make a mistake, she's not necessarily weaker than Chen Xiaotong. This round's elimination will be between her and Chen Xiaotong. Qin Ziyi suddenly remembered that he still didn't know who would be eliminated in this episode, so he asked his sister, who will be eliminated in this episode? Qin Bao Bao blinked and said proudly, guess. Being stared by Qin Ziyi, she became timid again. Chen Xiaotong. She's the least popular. Damn it, where's my sister's dignity? Sure enough, one's mouth is soft. Huang Yuteng strode onto the stage under the shining lights. My hometown is getting younger and younger. Only my father's face is old. I'm looking at this strange hometown seriously. It's not how I remember it. Everything has changed because of the passage of time. I'm like a guest from afar who passed by here. Bullet screen, it's so good. Why haven't I heard this song before? It's an old song from the 70s. I heard it when I was a child, but the original is not as good as cult leader Huang's cover. This song is going to be popular. When will the online resources be released? I'm Huang Yuteng's fan now. He's a great singer. On this stage, he and Liu Shuigang are the best singers. He's so talented. This cover is amazing. Haha, I want to see Li Rongxing's exaggerated expression. This guy is so funny. Li Rongxing can't afford to be hurt. It's okay. It's not shameful to lose to Huang Yuteng. He won't be eliminated anyway. This episode's eliminated should be Qin Bao Bao. Yeah, she's so unlucky to have picked Xu Lu. In terms of popularity, Huang Yuteng and Liu Shuigang are not as good as her. Then Li Rongxing went on stage to sing. His singing was good, but he was not as good as Huang Yuteng. Unsurprisingly, he lost. Then it was Liu Shuigang and Chen Xiaotong's PK. Liu Shuigang lost to Qin Bao Bao last time, so he didn't dare to be careless. He used his special ability to sing rock and roll and won easily. Finally, Xu Lu, who was wearing an ink-colored cheongsam, went on stage. This dress is beautiful. It's so beautiful, my goddess. I still like Xu Lu. Damn, does she have to be so seductive? This cheongsam stunned me. Honey, take the credit card. Xu Lu will buy 10 pieces of this dress. Xu Lu started to sing. Her voice was light and she was born with a good singing voice. She debuted as a singer. The first break in the rain. The ripples on the lake. Half a lifetime of tiredness in vain. An oil paper umbrella on the bluestone. Thin smoke on the painting screen. It's hard to paint your beautiful face. Ink painting, it's hard to hide your face. A few dancers break the snow in the bottle. After Xu Lu started to sing, the comments on the bullet screen rose like snowflakes. There were all kinds of exclamations and admiration. This song is good. It's so good. It's so good. This song is my best antique song this year. It's perfect with Xu Lu's cheongsam. It's really artistic. The song is even better. Xu Lu is going to rise in the music industry again. I want to buy her new album. Someone even wrote a long comment. There are many antique songs in China, but they are all sung by online singers. There are very few people in the music industry who sing antique songs. There are 2 reasons. First, the lyrics are difficult to write and the song is difficult to compose. To write an antique song with an artistic conception, the literary foundation is too high. Second, the song is difficult to compose and fit the lyrics. When online singers sing antique songs, the lyrics are up to standard, but the artistic conception of the song is far from perfect. Xu Lu's song is mellow and quiet. It's like crying, and it goes straight to the heart. The lyrics are a little lacking, but it's still an excellent song. Teacher Xu Gongming is a professional. Thumbs up. I'm inexplicably melancholic and depressed. I'm completely immersed in it. At this moment, someone jumped out. A bunch of idiots. You have the nerve to praise her with such standards. You haven't heard Qin Bao Bao's songs, right? The audience was stunned. They were either curious or angry. It caused a war of words. Looking at the computer screen, the audience was probably having a war of words with her. Qin Bao Bao smiled and bared her 2 small canine teeth. She was quite proud. A's. She stretched out her hand. Qin Ziyi cooperated and high-fived her. Wang Zijin looked at her and then at Qin Ziyi. She said, I feel like I'm being excluded by you too. Soon, Qin Bao Bao appeared. Her style was simple and plain as usual. White slim pants, black t-shirt, and light makeup. Women's clothes were particular about matching and styling because clothes made the person. If the clothes looked good, the person would also look good. The simpler the clothes, the more difficult it was to wear. Qin Bao Bao didn't have this problem at all. It was a simple outfit, but it brought out her hot and youthful side. Her outfit was the costume designer's suggestion. The middle-aged costume designer often looked at Qin Bao Bao and sighed. Back then, I was also a hot flower, but now I've fallen under the butcher's knife of time. The sound of drums, allegro, and zither played light, like the tinkling of flowing water. Hey, the accompaniment is good. Nice, it feels good. Light, melodious. What's the sound? It's not a piano, right? It's very classical. It should be a zither. Nice. When the accompaniment started, the audience commented on it. But soon, everyone stopped talking. The blue and white strokes outlined by the embryo turn heavy and light. The peony painted on the bottle is like your initial makeup. Through the window, I understand your thoughts. The blue sky waits for the misty rain, and I'm waiting for you. Smoke rises in spirals, thousands of miles across the river. At the bottom of the bottle, Han calligraphy imitates the elegance of the previous dynasty. Take it as a foreshadowing for me to meet you. The blue sky waits for the misty rain, and I'm waiting for you. The moonlight is fished out, and the ending is fainted. Like the blue and white porcelain handed down from generation to generation, it's beautiful. Your eyes are smiling. Chapter 80. White and blue koi fish jumping at the bottom of the bowl. While copying the song calligraphy, I thought of you. The secret you hid in the kill for 1,000 years. Extremely delicate, like an embroidery needle falling to the ground. Banana leaves outside the curtain provoke sudden rain, door rings provoke verdant. And when I passed by that Jiangnan town, I provoked you. In the splash ink landscape painting. You were hidden from the depths of ink. Weibo was silent without warning. Who would have thought that the fearless keyboard warriors would have moments of silence? Until the song ended. The silent bullet screen finally came back to its senses and then exploded. Qin Ziyi and his two sisters once again saw the phenomenon of being flooded with bullet screen comments. The white subtitles mixed with blue, red, purple, and other colors covered the program. Damn, a song almost made me orgasm. What the F***CK? Blue and white porcelain? Ancient style? Original? Original, original again. Your mother, you made me cry. I feel so bad. Damn, I hate this kind of song the most. It unreasonably pulls you into a sad and gloomy atmosphere. Stop talking. Let me savor it for 3 minutes. My Bao Bao is amazing. I won't hate it this time. This song is really amazing. Who said that Qin Bao Bao is going to be eliminated? I'm the first one to disagree. My face is swollen. It hurts. This song is so artistic. Jiangnan Water Town, drizzle, long bluestone road winding by the riverside town, blue and white porcelain depicting peonies, Jiangnan women wearing court ladies' clothes. I can't help but think of this picture. I love this woman. I want black fungus too. Qin Ziyi happened to see this and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Qin Bao was so angry that she pinched Qin Zi's arm mercilessly. Qin Ziyi dodged, but Qin Bao did not give up. Sister Ziwei, if it weren't for you, I would have taught Qin Bao Bao a lesson. Qin Ziyi didn't forget to drag Wang Zijin to play with him. While they were playing, he turned his head and was stunned. He saw Wang Zijin staring at the computer with tears all over her pale oval face. Sister Ziwei. Qin Ziyi looked at his sister and said softly. Wang Zijin hurriedly wiped away her tears and pretended to be relaxed. She smiled and said, "It's nothing. This song is too good. I feel a little emotional." Qin Ziyi saw his sister quietly mouthing to him, "Female hipster." Oh right, Wang Zijin was a female hipster from Peking University's Chinese department. Hipsters were a kind of disease, especially female hipsters who were terminally ill. They were sentimental and meticulous. They could easily be immersed in all kinds of sad plots and get into character in a second. If you found a girl crying for no reason on the road, either she had fallen out of love or her hipster disease was acting up. In order to alleviate Wang Zijin's hipster disease, Qin Ziyi cleverly changed the topic. Qin Bao Bao, your singing is still a little flawed. Qin Bao Bao tilted her head and had an expression that said, "Let's see how your mouth will bloom. First of all, your lung capacity is very good. This is the foundation of being an excellent singer. Secondly, your singing method, whether it's breathing or the rhythm of your breathing, is perfect. But I want to say that your songs lack emotion. Take this blue and white porcelain for example. There is emotion, but it's not strong enough. When you switch between high and low notes, You are really just switching between high and low notes. The change in emotion is not big. When you are in the low notes, you should have mixed in the sadness and sadness. When you are in the high notes, the emotion will not decrease but increase. But you did not do that at all. You are like a crow that fell from the sky. What do you mean? Qin Bao Bao blinked her beautiful eyes. A uniform straight line. Qin Ziyi lectured, a real soulful singer first moves himself, then moves the audience. You only move yourself, but it's not enough to move the audience. You should sing until everyone is sad and crying. Only then will your achievement be complete. His sister pursed her lips. I'm sorry I didn't sing until everyone was crying. Today was Friday. His sister, who had not played games with Qin Ziyi for a long time, suddenly found her conscience. She felt that she had neglected her single brother during this period of time, so she proposed to play a game with Qin Ziyi. But today's Qin Ziyi was no longer the loser who played games and played forums. During the day, he was tutoring, watching the games, and paying attention to his sister's popularity. He really did not have time to immerse himself in games. When he was free, he was more willing to curry favor with Wang Zijin and see if he could woo this sister. Because everyone lived together, Qin Ziyi was embarrassed to use sugar-coated bullets. Think about it, if he threw out those mushy words and did not get a response, then he would sit in the living room and stare at each other. Wouldn't he die of embarrassment? That was why it was said that distance makes the heart grow fonder. If he did not get a response after throwing out sugar-coated bullets, it was fine. He could just leave and hide his identity and reputation, and try again the next day. The way they got along with each other was different, so the way they pursued had to be changed accordingly. Qin Ziyi adopted the plan of love grows fonder with time. There was no other meaning behind it. Late at night, Wang Zijin took a shower. Qin Bao Bao was in the living room doing simple stretching exercises, bending over to touch the tips of her feet. Her butt wrapped in denim shorts became rounder, like a ripe peach. Qin Ziyi was lying on the sofa, admiring his sister's exquisite and curvaceous figure, and thinking about the future. Ding, the system issued a new mission, touch Qin Bao Bao's butt. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with 90 points. If you fail, you will be deducted the same amount. Long time no see, the Demon Beast mission. Moral integrity was something people did not have, and the system did not necessarily have either. If God gave me another chance, I would turn around and go back to sleep. I would never admire Qin Bao Bao's figure. Qin Ziyi's mind was full of shit. The last Demon Beast mission was to kiss Qin Bao Bao's lips while she was sleeping. Seeing Qin Bao Bao's cramp, Qin Ziyi pretended to look at the scenery as he approached his sister. Then, he quickly touched her butt. Before his sister could react, he muttered, "Go away, go away. Don't block the way." Humph. Qin Bao Bao was indeed attracted. She snorted at him and moved a few steps away. She continued stretching herself. Qin Ziyi turned back to the sofa, full of pride, and opened the system interface. The mission showed, incomplete. His smile suddenly stiffened. Can you still play happily? What do you want? Qin Ziyi wanted to open up his brain and beat the system, but considering that he was the one who was injured. Forget it. It was not difficult to touch his sister's butt. It was not that Qin Ziyi had not spanked her before. But the system obviously would not play word games with him. In summary, spanking was not touching. His sister could endure being spanked by him, but touching her butt was another meaning. Spanking could be understood as teaching his sister, but what was touching her butt? Was it obscene? Qin Bao Bao would probably fight him to the death. A simple touch did not count as touching her butt. Did he have to touch her butt like on TV, with a face full of "I'm teasing you"? Qin Ziyi had to admit the fact that he had desires in his heart. Just now, when he looked at his sister's perfect butt, he had a little more thoughts. Qin Ziyi insisted that it was just a simple flash of inspiration. Then the question was, should he touch her butt or not? Qin Ziyi opened the system interface and saw his remaining points at a glance, 205. This was including the 90 points he got the other day at Nan Man Pei's house when he pretended to be cool. It cost him 150 points to exchange for the advanced skill of the ancient zither. With his current points, He could only exchange for one more advanced skill at most, and then he would face financial exhaustion. And Singer was only the 4th episode. If there were a few more changes in the middle, he might not have enough points to deal with the situation. Therefore, this mission must not be given up. Then the question was, how could he touch his sisters but without anyone noticing? It would be a little difficult to do it without anyone noticing. Look at the grey plane, and then quickly touch it. No, unless his sister had no sense of touch. Otherwise, even if the alien UFO came, it would not be able to hide the fact that his brother touched her butt. And he had tried it just now. It did not work. Girl, I see that you are a natural beauty, especially your amazing butt bone. Can you let me touch your bone and weigh it? That would not work either. A slap would come. Suddenly, Chin Zi had an idea and remembered a joke on the internet. He suddenly had an idea. Sister, something has happened to my body recently. Chin Zi coughed to attract his sister's attention, and then pretended to speak in a heavy tone. Chin Bao Bao was still very concerned about her brother. Hearing this, she hurriedly said, "What's the situation? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Do you want your sister to send you to the hospital? It's a difficult disease." Chin Zi thought for a while and raised his right hand. "I don't know what's wrong with my hand. Sometimes, I can't control myself and do some strange things. It's not out of my heart at all." As he spoke, he slapped himself without warning, the kind that was crisp and loud. His sister was shocked. She hurried over and said in a panic, "Ah, it's true. Yes, it's completely out of my control." Slap. He slapped himself again. Is it ADHD? Obsessive-compulsive disorder? I'll check online. Chin Bao Bao took out her mobile phone. Chin Zi saw that he was almost done laying the groundwork. Without changing his expression, he reached for his sister's butt. He did not forget to repeat, "It should be OCD. Anyway, I can't control it either." Chin Bao Bao reacted very quickly. She blocked it with one hand and slapped her brother's face with the other. Of course, she cared for her brother and did not use too much strength. "What should I do? My hand is also out of control." Chin Bao Bao slapped himself, took a few steps back, and sneered. "I almost believed you. Damn pervert. Damn, why didn't you follow the script?" Chin Zi covered his face and wanted to cry. Fairy tales are all lies. Wang Zijin changed into her pajamas and came out of the shower. Her hair was wet and scattered. Under her nightgown, 2 white and tender calves were slender and smooth. She saw the siblings in the living room and was stunned. Then, she laughed and said, "What's wrong with you two again?" Chin Bao Bao lay on the sofa with her legs crossed and her arms crossed. Her little face was fierce, and she looked like she was still angry. Chin Zi sat a little further away from her dejectedly. He did not dare to approach her, and his face was full of frustration. After a month of living together, Wang Zijin could acutely sense the changes in the relationship between the siblings. She could tell when they were fooling around and when they were really fighting. Chin Bao Bao glanced at Chin Zi from the corner of her eyes. Then, she got up and pulled Wang Zijin back to the room. "Zijin, let's go. Don't bother with this pervert." Wang Zijin was led into the room by her. She did not forget to turn her head and cast a puzzled look at Chin Zi. Chin Zi opened his mouth. "What can I do? I'm also helpless." He had not completed his mission and suffered a double loss. Chapter 81. On Tuesday, Chin Zi accompanied Chin Bao Bao to the recording of the show. The recording of Singing Star was more interesting. The singers could choose their own time to rehearse between Monday and Thursday. The so-called rehearsal was for the singers and the band to work on the details and problems of the music. The show was recorded on Thursday and aired on Friday. Chin Bao Bao had an appointment with the program team on Tuesday. Her manager, Li Yanhong, had something to do at home and could not leave. Her sister took this opportunity to bring Chin Zi over to broaden his horizons. Chin Zi was not willing to go to the TV station, but Chin Bao Bao dragged him along. These few days, Chin Bao Bao and her brother had a cold war. She felt that her brother was desperate and thirsty. She had planned to ignore him for at least a week, but considering that she wanted to continue on the stage of I Am a Singer, she needed to rely on him. So Qin Bao Bao took advantage of the fact that Wang Zijin was not at home and held a family meeting behind closed doors. To be precise, it was a scolding meeting. She scolded Qin Ziyi for a full hour. In view of Qin Ziyi's good attitude in admitting his mistakes, Qin Bao Bao forgave him. Dragon Television. Rehearsal venue. Qin Ziyi followed the newcomer, Qin Bao Bao, into the TV station building as an intern at Xingyi Entertainment. The staff member who received Qin Bao Bao arranged for her to stay in a spacious and bright lounge. "Miss Qin, please wait a moment. Unfortunately, Teacher Li is rehearsing right now, so you might have to wait a little longer," the staff member said and left in a hurry. The singer who was eliminated in the previous episode was Hong Jingyao, who was once popular all over the country. As a senior, he was getting old. The other singers who were in the revival round with him were Li Rongxing and Liu Xuegang. Li Rongxing was a popular male singer. He was handsome and had good singing skills. Liu Xuegang was at his peak. If he were to compete with these two, he would definitely be eliminated. As the saying goes, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. A few minutes later, the staff member led another guest in, Xu Lu. The staff member smiled and said, "The wind blew today and brought all of you here." Xu Lu was wearing a light blue dress, and her makeup was exquisite. She was a woman in her 30s, and her charm and temperament were at the peak of her life. Qin Bao Bao sat upright on the sofa. Her eyes collided with Xu Lu's sharp ones, and sparks seemed to crackle in the air. Xu Lu hated Qin Bao to the core. For the time being, Qin Ziyi didn't feel any hatred towards Star Art's top actress. Instead, he sized her up with interest. His perception of the entertainment industry was average and he didn't chase after celebrities. When it came to celebrities in front of him, he would at most feel a sense of novelty. As for excitement, there wasn't the slightest bit. The staff member was a middle-aged uncle. After chatting with the two beauties for a while, Qin Ziyi found out that he was the assistant director of the program. After chatting for a while, the assistant director stood up and said, "Goodbye, you guys chat. You're all from Star Art, so you don't need me to warm up the atmosphere." He still had unfinished business at hand. At this moment, only Xu Lu and her manager, Qin Ziyi, and his sister, were left in the lounge. Xu Lu's gaze wandered between Qin Ziyi and Qin Bao Bao. She focused on Qin Ziyi. Last time, this kid shocked the world and revealed his identity. She was very curious. Qin Bao Bao sat upright with no expression on her face. She didn't have any interest in talking. She was still angry at Qin Ziyi. Qin Bao Bao didn't care about physical contact, but she had to have a proper attitude. Wretched behavior like last time couldn't be easily forgiven. As for Xu Lu, she couldn't be bothered. There was silence for a long time. Half an hour later, the assistant director came in and said that Teacher Li had finished rehearsing. Xu Lu stood up and said, "I have an announcement later. I'll rehearse first." The assistant director looked at Qin Bao Bao. Seeing that she didn't say anything, he nodded, "Okay, I'll get the band to prepare. Teacher Xu, please come along." Everyone left. Qin Ziyi poked his sister's waist and said, "You're not talking? That's not like you." Qin Bao Bao glared at her brother and said angrily, "Xu Lu is digging a hole for me to jump in. We're all from Star Art. She's a senior and I'm a newcomer. If I fight with her, I'll be disrespecting my seniors. I'll be arrogant. Believe it or not, as long as I object, she'll make a big deal out of it. She'll expose it online and ruin my reputation." Qin Ziyi suddenly realized, it's all a trick. He didn't understand the tricks of the workplace. Fortunately, although his sister had low social skills, she had a high IQ. She wouldn't be so stupid as to fall into a trap. "Exactly." Qin Bao Bao sneered, "You're too naive." Yes. "Sister, you're right. I still have a lot to learn from you." Qin Ziyi took the opportunity to flatter. He and Qin Bao Bao had a tacit understanding. When Qin Ziyi was angry, Qin Bao Bao would act cute and beg for forgiveness. When his sister was angry, Qin Ziyi would flatter her and beg for forgiveness. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. After an hour and a half, Xu Lu finally finished rehearsing. At this time, Qin Ziyi and Qin Bao Bao were waiting anxiously. At first, Qin Ziyi was still able to patiently watch the market. He looked at the stocks that hit their upper limit and immersed himself in the stock market. After the close at 3 o'clock, he waited for another half an hour and became anxious. With Xu Lu's narrow-mindedness and vengeance, it was obvious that she did it on purpose. Qin Bao Bao gritted her teeth. The assistant director sent a staff member to invite them in. Qin Bao Bao and Qin Ziyi walked through the corridor and arrived at the stage. Xu Lu sat on a chair with her legs crossed, leisurely. On the stage, the band's teachers were a little listless. After practicing for a few hours, they were exhausted. The assistant director gestured to them. "There's one more. OMG. I can't. I want to rest. Ask her to come another day." "Director, you can't order people around like this." The band members grumbled. Qin Bao Bao's beautiful face was a little resentful and embarrassed. The band members were obviously against her. They were full of resentment. They were like employees who stayed up late to work overtime and finally went home to sleep. In the end, the boss blocked the door and said, "Everyone, work harder and work the day shift." Xu Lu was gloating at the side. She did it on purpose. These band members didn't dare to be angry at her, but Qin Bao Bao was a newcomer. They didn't need to worry about her. Qin Bao Bao took out the score written by Qin Ziyi and handed it to the band members. "Sorry to trouble you." A delicate beauty spoke softly. Her seductive eyes were shining with hope and guilt. The band leader's heart softened. He took the score helplessly and glanced at it casually. He was surprised. This score was very complete. Not only did it have the overall score, but it also had the subscores. They just needed to play according to the subscores of different instruments. He began to read the score. As a senior musician, he didn't need to play. He could play the music in his heart just by looking at the score. He was immediately immersed in it and couldn't extricate himself. Leader, are you asleep? Don't be in a daze. Leader, let's start quickly. Finish early and rest early." The rest of the band members saw that he was silent for a long time and couldn't help but urge him. "Shut up." The leader turned his head and shouted angrily. He continued to bury his head in the score. The band members were stunned and looked at each other. After a while, the leader raised his head and looked at Qin Bao Bao excitedly. "Another original?" Qin Bao Bao thought to herself, "When have I not been an original? Why are you so excited?" The captain was in high spirits. He kept saying, "What a great song. Which great master composed this song? Genius, genius." The two assistant directors, Xu Lu and Qin Bao Bao, all turned to look at Qin Ziyi. The band members quickly passed it around. 10 minutes later, everyone was glowing and excited. Xu Lu's heart skipped a beat. The assistant director clapped his hands and urged, "Hurry up." He went over to take a look, but he wasn't a professional. In his eyes, the notes were just scribbles. At this time, he really wanted to hear the quality of Qin Bao Bao's new original. He wasn't the only one. The staff members present also couldn't help but be interested. Qin Bao Bao's work was definitely the best. Piano, guitar, flute. Several instruments sounded together. The accompaniment sounded. Everyone was stunned. Qin Bao Bao held the microphone tightly and sang with a soulful voice. This song, the assistant director's expression changed. The staff members present also changed their expressions. Xu Lu's expression changed greatly. The two assistant directors looked at Xu Lu at the same time. There was pity, playfulness, sighing, excitement. They knew that Xu Lu and Qin Bao Bao didn't get along. When Xu Lu walked out of the TV station, her face was still green. Her manager eagerly opened the door of the nanny van for her, but she didn't get in. She stood there and turned her head. "If I were to fight with Qin Bao Bao, what do you think my chances of winning are?" Xu Lu felt the pressure. Under the premise that she couldn't use the company's power, she couldn't suppress Qin Bao Bao at all. There was no chance of winning at all. Didn't she lose to her in the last episode? The manager didn't dare to speak her mind and said perfunctorily, "Sister Xu, you're an A-list big shot. Your popularity isn't comparable to Qin Bao Bao's. It'll be easy to beat her. Don't feel burdened." It'll affect your performance. Shulu said unhappily. Even you're playing dumb with me. The manager sighed inwardly. How could they compete? There was no way to compare at all. Once Qin Baobao's song was released, it would definitely be a hit. When the audience heard the song, unless they were Shulu's hardcore fans, no one would vote for her. The problem was that as an A-list celebrity, Shulu's fans and anti-fans were equally divided. Shulu gritted her teeth. Why don't I have such a musician by my side? The manager came up with a bad idea. Why don't we go back to the TV station and ask for the song score? We can say that the song belongs to the company and the company is going back now. Her intention was obvious. She wanted to take it by force. Shulu said fiercely, what about the copyright? How are you going to deal with the copyright of the song? This excuse can fool the TV station, but don't you know the truth? When we get a court summons, will you go or should I go? The manager looked resentful and said, Qin Baobao is a newcomer. Unless she doesn't want to stay in the industry anymore, she'll have to take this loss even if she doesn't want to. Shulu's eyes lit up. She shook her head and said disappointedly, CEO Huang appreciates her and will most likely support her. Once the public opinion gets out of hand, the company will be pressured by public opinion and may even ban me. As long as Qin Baobao showed the publishing rights certificate, the public opinion would definitely be one-sided. Then, the company's public relations would have to take measures. The best way to save their image was to deal with the culprit. If Qin Baobao didn't have any backing, she might really compromise. But the company's top management knew that CEO Huang valued Qin Baobao. At this moment, Qin Baobao and Qin Ziyi came out together. The song was rehearsed twice and the people at the TV station were full of praise. Qin Baobao was in a good mood and agreed to let her brother hug her waist. Shulu's heart skipped a beat and she took out her phone to capture the scene. In the photo, Qin Ziyi hugged his sister and walked away. Qin Baobao turned her head and said something with a smile. Her sweet smile was clear in the high-definition camera. Then, Shulu opened a recording. Qin Baobao's voice came out from the loudspeaker. She had secretly recorded it. Probably because the scene was a little noisy and she was a little far away, Qin Baobao's voice was slightly distorted. Big sister Shu? The assistant vaguely guessed her thoughts. Upload the photo and recording online. You don't need me to tell you how to do it, right? Shulu sent the recording and photo to her assistant through Bluetooth. She looked at Qin Baobao's little red horse driving out of the TV station and speeding away with a cold smile on her face. The best way to defeat an opponent is to pull them to the same level as you and then use your own advantages to win. There are a lot of negative news about me and I'm indeed controversial. I can't change that. But I have plenty of ways to defame you. Chapter 82. On Wednesday morning, Qin Ziyi and Wang Zijin finished their exercise. They took a shower and had breakfast. It was 7:30 in the morning. Qin Baobao was about to wake up. She didn't have the habit of exercising in the morning, but she had her own exercise program. She had 2 hours of dance practice every day. Now, the company had relaxed the requirements for her. She didn't have to practice singing and dancing like those backup female artists. Qin Baobao practiced dance every day, mainly to maintain her figure. In her own words, in order to prevent Qin Ziyi from turning me into a fat pig, I have to keep exercising. Wang Zijin talked and laughed with Qin Ziyi while eating breakfast. Under Qin Ziyi's intentional diet, her gastric problems had improved a lot. Qin Ziyi could clearly feel that Wang Zijin's feelings for him were no longer just love his dog. She really saw him as a friend. More than a friend, but not yet in love. Well, she might also see him as a younger brother. That would be a tragedy. He was trying to figure out Wang Zijin's thoughts. This sister was a bit hard to get. It was good to be dignified and generous, but she was destined to be stubborn in some aspects. Don't even think about playing the role of a domineering CEO. Maybe it would take time to develop feelings. No, it would take time. There were many kinds of love in the world, love at first sight, a blow to the heart. Wang Zijin was neither. She was a rational girl. If he wanted to capture her love, he probably had to gather bits and pieces bit by bit and open his heart naturally. A news app on his phone pushed the news at 8 o'clock sharp every day. Qin Ziyi looked at it and was stunned. Qin Bao Bao and a mysterious man show their affection in public. Since this news app was more reliable, it was impossible for there to be outrageous fake news. Qin Ziyi took it seriously and clicked to check it out. He skimmed through the article briefly. It said that Qin Bao Bao and a mysterious man were acting intimately and were photographed by someone at the TV station. There were pictures and the truth. As he continued reading, he saw a picture in the article. Qin Bao Bao was holding onto a mysterious man's arm, and the mysterious man was holding onto Qin Bao's waist. Qin Bao Bao tilted her head and smiled sweetly. That was not the point. The point was that the mysterious man was extremely familiar with it. F***CK, isn't this me? Qin Ziyi recalled the day he left with his sister. He was wearing a light blue t-shirt and black casual pants. That's right, it was him. When was it secretly taken? Qin Bao Bao could barely be considered a C-list celebrity. It was normal for paparazzi to have their eyes on her. What are you looking at? Wang Zijin put her leftover steamed buns on Qin Ziyi's plate. Seeing him frowning and pondering, she curiously moved her head closer. She and Qin Ziyi were like real brother and sister. They gradually got along and blended with each other in the details of their lives. Qin Ziyi picked up a bun, stuffed it into his mouth, and handed the phone to her. Wang Zijin looked at it and couldn't help but smile. You're in a scandal? Yeah. Qin Ziyi drank his soy milk and didn't pay much attention to it. Qin Ziyi and Wang Zijin didn't take it to heart. It was normal for celebrities to have scandals. Who didn't have a few scandals? Some female celebrities were even more ridiculous. They would change their boyfriend after filming a movie. However, at noon, Qin Ziyi found that he was wrong. The scandal between Qin Bao Bao and the mysterious man, Qin Ziyi, became more and more intense. All the major websites, all the consultation platforms. It was very popular. Immediately after, a long article was published on the internet. The title was, Qin Bao Bao's rumored boyfriend suspected to be a rich second generation. The full text was, yesterday, the popular female singer Qin Bao Bao was photographed at the entrance of the TV station showing off her affection with a mysterious man. The goddess is taken. Qin Bao Bao is an artist under Xingyi Entertainment. In just a month, she became famous with a few original songs, a hot body, and a beautiful face. After the news was exposed yesterday, many otaku's hearts were broken. Here, I would like to say that it's normal for someone so beautiful to have a boyfriend. However, I would like to say that someone on the internet exposed Qin Bao Bao's mysterious boyfriend, who is suspected to be a rich second generation. Look at her luxury car. TSK, a beautiful, rich, and handsome man. It's a match made in heaven. Why are all the beautiful women in the world matched with tall, rich, and handsome men? How can otaku endure this? The article didn't seem to have any excessive wording. It was just complaining that a beautiful woman matched with a tall, rich, and handsome man. However, Qin Ziyi felt a deep sense of malice. First of all, for celebrities who relied on their looks, whether male or female, once the existence of a lover was exposed, their popularity would be greatly affected. Fans couldn't accept their idols becoming someone else's thing. They felt that their idols were polluted and impure. Because of love, they hated and turned from fans to haters. Such examples could be found everywhere. Therefore, many celebrities chose to hide their marriages. Qin Bao Bao could become popular not only because of her original songs, but also because of her goddess-like looks and figure. It wasn't too much to say that she relied on her looks to make a living. In the article, in addition to the back view of Qin Ziyi hugging his sister, there was also a picture. In the picture, there was no sign of the siblings. There was only a bright black Lamborghini with a mosaic license plate number parked in front of the TV station. There was no direct evidence to prove that this Lamborghini was related to Qin Bao Bao and Qin Ziyi. However, there were too many keyboard warriors among the netizens. They were used to following the crowd. The evidence wasn't important at all. Life is already so difficult. Why do you still want to give me a blow? My goddess, you can't have a boyfriend. Qin Bao Bao is also a superficial woman. I suddenly don't like her anymore. When you're famous, you'll be with a rich man. This is a realistic society. I've always been a loyal fan of Qin Bao Bao. Because I think she has a very clean temperament and is beautiful. She's my dream lover. But why? Why does every woman want to marry a rich man and be with a rich man? Materialism makes me despair. I won't support her in the future. Not long after, a certain entertainment gossip Weibo posted a long Weibo post. Recently, there's a very popular variety show, I Am a Singer. Star Art Entertainment's newcomer, Qin Bao Bao, has also become popular with this show. In just a month, her popularity has reached the C-list. Recently, someone exposed Qin Bao Bao and a mysterious man entering and leaving the TV station. They acted intimately and drove $1 million luxury car. It turned out that there was someone behind the goddess. The reason why Qin Bao Bao could become popular so quickly was because of several original songs that shocked the audience. From Invisible Wings to Blue and White Porcelain, each one was more amazing than the last. The source of the songs had always been a hot topic among the netizens. There were also many speculations in the industry. According to Qin Bao Bao herself, the source of the songs was her brother. Today, the tip of the iceberg was finally revealed. First, let's analyze what Qin Bao Bao said. From the first to the fourth episode, among the 5 songs, 3 were excellent and 2 were gold hits. The quality was frighteningly high. Some senior composers said that a person's inspiration was limited. It was a common phenomenon in the entertainment industry that good songs were hard to find. Then, could a person write so many high-quality original songs? The answer is yes. Unless it was a senior composer who had been in the industry for decades, it was impossible to accumulate such a number of works. In other words, for a nobody to write 3 excellent songs and 2 gold hits in just a month, it was too ridiculous. Secondly, let's analyze Qin Bao Bao's identity. According to reliable sources, Qin Bao Bao graduated from Fudan University. Not only is she a goddess, but she's also a top student. But if she didn't graduate from a professional class, it would be harder than ascending to the sky if she wanted to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry. Unless she took a shortcut, you know what I mean. At this point, the plot was laid bare. It was very clear that Qin Bao Bao relied on her connections or her body to get to the top. There was a lot of scolding on Weibo. There were those who loved her deeply and those who just wanted to join in the fun. There were also those who were hired by unknown opponents. To be honest, Qin Bao Bao disappointed me, very disappointed. Why can't she escape the stereotype of a rich man? Society is too realistic. Actually, it makes sense when you think about it. How can a newcomer get on the stage of singer? Someone must be supporting her from behind. We thought too highly of her and the entertainment industry. Anyway, we're used to it. Beautiful female stars are always like this. Qin Bao Bao's Weibo was also flooded with countless scolding netizens. I like you so much. It turns out that you already have a rich man. But why did you lie? Upstairs, don't joke. What do you want people to say? I have a rich second-generation husband, so I have so many original songs. It doesn't matter if you have a rich man, but you keep saying that your brother wrote songs for you. That's shameless. I'm here to watch the fun. Qin Bao Bao, quickly express your thoughts. Watch. Excited onlookers. Soon, the flames of war spread to Qin Zeddy's Weibo. Haha, this is someone's alternate account. I envy people who have 2 Weibo accounts the most. It's so interesting to do a double act. When I think of the 2 Weibo interactions that were exposed, I feel embarrassed for Qin Bao Bao. This woman is too fake. She said that her brother wrote the songs. Where's your brother? You should find him. Nonsense. There's no brother. Even if there is a brother, he's a scapegoat. Get out of the entertainment industry. Chapter 83. Star Art Entertainment, High-Level Meeting Room. In the middle of the room, there was a long yellow wooden table. From the general manager to the various department managers and deputy managers, there were about 20 people present. The head of the meeting, Star Art Entertainment's general manager cum CEO Huang Yitsong, slammed a document on the table, spittle flying everywhere, Kang Xian, what the hell are you doing? Shouldn't you clarify this kind of groundless rumor? Huang Yizong was Star Art Entertainment's CEO. Calling him CEO wasn't quite accurate. He was the general manager cum CEO appointed by the board of directors, but the CEO position didn't exist in Star Art Entertainment. It was a misconception that the CEO, general manager, and president were lumped together. Huang Yizong was in his early 30s, younger than Kang Xian. Of course, he was handsome, but he wasn't too serious. He often had scandals with female celebrities, and his work was more offline. He was the playboy type. Fortunately, he was capable. Otherwise, even if he had a major shareholder as a father, he wouldn't be able to sit in this position. Kang Xian expressionlessly wiped the spittle off his face. He picked up the document and looked at it. It was a printed document about Qin Baobao's scandal online. CEO Huang, our PR team has already clarified it, but it's completely useless. You also know that netizens generally lack rationality. Moreover, the contract clearly states that she can't have a boyfriend. Speaking of which, Qin Baobao has breached the contract. I suggest we ban her. Ban your ass. Do you have evidence? You believe the rumors online? Huang Yizong's style of speaking was also unusually fierce and offline. Kang Xian, you're the company's deputy CEO. Can't you see this? A Lamborghini parked outside a TV station, and the person involved didn't even enter the country. You believe this kind of unreliable news? Kang Xian lightly said, I know CEO Huang appreciates Qin Baobao, but it's also true that she's in a PR crisis. We're having a meeting now to decide how to deal with her. I personally suggest we ban her. Huang Yizong unscrewed his thermos, took a sip of tea, and thought for a moment, okay, let's not talk about the scandal first. Let's talk about how to deal with Qin Baobao. Everyone has seen Qin Baobao before. She's not bad. She sings well too. She's a good seedling. I said that she has the most potential among all the artists we signed this year. Does anyone have any objections? Huang Yizong looked around at everyone. Seeing them nod, he said, business is business. Since we have confirmed that she is a high-quality product, let's talk about the investment and cost. You are all veterans in this industry. How much money does it take to package and promote a C-list celebrity? Take Xu Lu for example. Back then, how many resources did the company spend to promote her? On the other hand, Qin Baobao's investment was almost zero. All we did was provide her with the platform of pop star. In just a month, she was already considered a C-list celebrity. A small income for a huge profit. I don't think I need to tell you how this deal is. Every celebrity faced a public relations crisis. A few years ago, when Xu Lu lip-synced, how much resources did the company spend to settle it for her? Could it be that they were going to ban a potential stock just for this? I don't think that's how business works. He looked at Kang Xian, who was expressionless. The purpose of this meeting is to hear everyone's opinions. I know everyone is busy, so I won't spend too much time on this. Let's make a decision. Those who agree with banning Qin Bao, raise your hand. Those who disagree, don't raise your hand. Kang Xian and his confidants raised their hands. Those on Huang Yizong's side, as well as those on the neutral side, did not raise their hands. No one was a fool. They could see the situation clearly. Banning a potential newcomer for such a small matter was not worth it. The number of votes was less than half. The ban proposal was rejected. Huang Yizong slammed the table and shouted, "Get the hell out of here and contact the media." At 2 p.m, Xingyi Entertainment's public relations released a statement condemning the rumors online and calling on netizens not to believe them. They also reserved the right to pursue legal responsibility. In short, it was a very formulaic statement with no sincerity. Under the influence of people with ulterior motives, not only did it not clear the matter, but it also made it worse. It's starting to wash the floor. Haha, it can't be washed clean. There are pictures and the truth. How do you expect us to believe your words? The Lamborghini is fake. Okay, I'll believe it for now. But who is that man? The fungus is already black. How can it be washed clean? Qin Baobao, get out of the entertainment industry. Get out of I am a singer. Chin Zeddy's phone kept ringing. It was a message from the Dorm 303 group. Zhao Baliang, did you see the news today? I didn't expect Qin Bao Bao to be such a person. Liu Ziqiang, get out. My goddess is not that kind of person. Zhao Baliang, yo, you've become Qin Bao Bao's brainless fan. Liu Ziqiang sent a funny emoji, love at first sight. Li Liang, booty legs and a seductive face. Anyone who sees her will fall in love at first sight. I'm not rich, otherwise I would also want to go undercover. Get out of here. Liu Ziqiang sent a furious emoji. Zhao Baliang, hurry up and apologize. Say you're wrong. Otherwise, we can't be brothers. Li Liang, it's normal. Which female star doesn't have a rich man? Did she find a poor loser and marry him? Don't make a fuss. Zhao Baliang, but why did she deceive the audience's feelings? She could have just said that the company gave her the resources. She obviously has a guilty conscience. What a bad character. Li Liang, that's true. It's a pity that her brother is the scapegoat. If she really has a brother. Liu Ziqiang sent a series of bashing emojis. Li Liang and Zhao Baliang ignored this brainless fan and continued chatting. Li Liang even sent a picture of Qin Bao Bao and Qin Ziyi side by side with a silly smile emoji. Did you notice that this man looks a bit like Qin Ziyi? Qin Ziyi. Zhao Baliang ridiculed mercilessly. He's a bit taller than Qin Ziyi. His hairstyle is a bit shorter and his posture is a bit straighter. Other than that, he's a bit similar. After more than 2 months of training and qi cultivation, Qin Zeddy's height had increased by a few centimeters. His physique was strong. At first glance, his back looked quite straight and handsome. Qin Zeddy's lips curled into a smile as he typed, "Stop fooling around, isn't this me?" Li Liang sent a laughing emoji, "I give you full marks for this." Zhao Baliang, 666. Liu Ziqiang, Qin Ziyi, get out of here. Li Liang joked, "You don't say. Doesn't Qin Ziyi have an older sister? Qin Bao Bao has a younger brother. In fact, the two of them are biological siblings." Haha, I can't make it up anymore. Liu Ziqiang, there are at least 800 people with the surname Qin in Shanghai. My goddess said that her songs were all written by her younger brother. Look, this is someone else's younger brother. Our Qin Ziyi, I just want to laugh. Looking at his roommates ridiculing him, Qin Ziyi was angry and amused. He finally remembered that they weren't his friends on Weibo. The 3 roommates didn't use Weibo. If it weren't for Qin Bao Bao, he almost didn't use Weibo himself. Therefore, they didn't know the ID hash standing afar watching childhood hash. Qin Zeddy's heart skipped a beat and he typed, "Do you also think it's normal for her to be with a rich man?" Li Liang, of course. Like I said, if she doesn't have a rich man, should she marry a poor loser like you? How many female stars in the entertainment industry marry into rich families? How many female stars dream of marrying into rich families? Qin Bao Bao is not one of them. Locking the phone screen, Qin Ziyi came to a realization. Since Qin Bao Bao was with a rich man, and a rich second generation at that, and not a rich uncle in the traditional sense, it was a common thing in the entertainment industry. Why was the response on the internet so intense? It was as if an A-list star had an affair. This didn't make sense. The answer was obvious. Someone was hiring the internet water army to buy news and smear Qin Bao Bao. Popularity was the life of a star. If her reputation was damaged, her popularity would change. A newcomer who debuted not long ago, even if she quickly became popular, her foundation was still shallow. In layman's terms, although Qin Bao Bao gained a large number of fans, their loyalty wasn't high. It was easy for them to be affected by negative news and betray her. So who wanted to smear Qin Bao Bao's reputation? Qin Ziyi had some guesses in his heart. There were only 2 possibilities. 1, Xingyi Entertainment's competitor. 2, Qin Bao Bao's competitor. In the room, Qin Bao Bao was also on the phone with her manager. Her sister's tone was very harsh. What's going on? Is the company's PR a freeloader? What's the use of a few words? My Weibo is exploding. I don't know when I became so popular. If it was anyone else, They wouldn't be in a good mood. Li Yanhong, Bao Bao, you don't really have a boyfriend, do you? F*ck off my boyfriend, Qin Bao Bao said angrily. He's my brother. I'm urging the company for you. I'm keeping an eye on the PR team to buy news and hire internet water army for you. Please, Sister Li. I'll be recording the show in a few days. The public opinion online has a big impact on me. Bao Bao, I've heard the song you rehearsed. Good, it'll definitely be popular. Public opinion will have an impact, but it won't affect it too much. Qin Bao Bao hung up the phone. She was so angry that her heart hurt. She angrily threw her phone on the bed. The door opened. Qin Ziyi came in with mung bean soup and comforted her. Drink a bowl of mung bean soup. It'll cool down. He cooked different kinds of nourishing soups every day. Sometimes it was rose sago, sometimes it was snowy coconut milk soup, and sometimes it was barley mung bean soup. After it cooled down, he put it in the freezer. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin both loved it. Qin Bao Bao took the bowl and drank a few mouthfuls. She glared at her brother and pursed her lips. At least you have a conscience. I know about what happened online, Qin Ziyi said. It's all your fault. You always want to take advantage of me. Now it's all over. Qin Bao Bao felt wronged. Don't always push the blame to me. You agreed to let me hug your waist at that time. Qin Ziyi didn't argue. He sat by the bed and massaged his sister's shoulders. You have to have confidence in your song. Speaking of the new song, Qin Bao Bao smiled. She was very confident. She didn't panic because of the new song. And the new song as her spiritual support was dedicated by her brother, who was diligently massaging her. Without her brother, Qin Bao Bao wouldn't be where she was today. Thinking of this, his sister suddenly changed her attitude and said softly, "Aze, I'm not blaming you. I like you the most." Qin Ziyi looked at her strangely. Based on the deep foundation of knowing each other since they were in diapers, his judgment was, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Qin Bao Bao was neither evil nor evil. She was purely trying to impress her brother. She sighed and said, "You're 23. At this age, you should find a girlfriend. But you're the only male in the family. You can't go with the flow and indulge in women at such a young age. Most of the time, dating in college doesn't end well. Dating in society also doesn't end well because you don't have the capital. If you have a girlfriend and she asks you for a house and a car, what will you do?" She meant that he should continue to be a single dog. That's what she meant. Our family doesn't lack houses. Qin Ziyi said. Although the rich and powerful were all foreigners, the locals also had the advantage of being a local. They didn't lack houses. How do you not lack houses? Qin Bao Bao glared at him. Girls nowadays are so precious. They don't want to live with their in-laws. If you get married, will you let your parents move out? Qin Ziyi found himself speechless. Hey, aren't you a single dog yourself? What's with this experienced tone? Speaking of which, why did you suddenly change the topic to my relationship? What are you trying to do? You're going off topic too far. Even if you want to find a girlfriend, you can't touch your sister's butt. Qin Bao Bao puffed up her cheeks. Her angry look was cute and charming. Qin Ziyi laughed dryly. He really didn't know how to respond. Sister, please don't say any more. I'm embarrassed. Qin Bao Bao wanted to continue talking to her brother. At this time, her phone rang. It was her manager, Li Yanhong. Qin Bao Bao picked up the phone. Sister Li Yanhong's voice was urgent. Bao Bao, something happened. What happened now? Qin Bao Bao raised her eyebrows. Chapter 84. Qin Bao and Qin Ziyi looked at each other and frowned. What happened? Did I hook up with some rich guy again? Qin Ziyi took out his phone, unlocked the screen, and went online to check. Li Yanhong shouted anxiously, "No, it's not that. Your new song. What's wrong with my new song?" Qin Bao Bao was stunned. You were rehearsing your new song at the TV station and someone recorded it and posted it online. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. It was as if thunder had struck her head. Qin Ziyi's finger paused and his face changed. Ask her what's going on. Qin Bao Bao came back to her senses. Her face was slightly pale. She forced herself not to panic. How did you know? Which network? Weibo. A video posted by a Smurf account. I'll send the link to your phone. Li Yanhong hung up. Li Yanhong shared a link to Qin Bao Bao's Weibo. An unknown Smurf account posted a Weibo with a video. Title: Qin Bao Bao's new song is released. Don't ask me who I am, my name is Lei Feng. This Weibo post was posted 2 hours ago and the number of followers was increasing. There were already 100,000 views and more than 2,000 comments. Qin Bao Bao took a deep breath and clicked on the video. There was only a phone in the video. The phone played the recording. Although the voice was slightly distorted and there was a lot of noise, Qin Bao Bao immediately recognized her voice. The song and melody could not be wrong. No one could sing the song that Qin Zi wrote for her. This song is not bad. It's very emotional. The voice is a little strange. Qin Bao Bao's voice? Did she lip-sync in the past? It's a live recording. There's a lot of noise. The melody of this song is not bad. But it doesn't sound as good as before. It's really not as good as before. I can't tell how good this song is. Does this mean that Qin Bao is starting to go downhill? It's inevitable. Who can continue to rely on original masterpieces? Oh, masterpieces are so easy to compose. This means that Qin Bao Bao's glory days are coming to an end. Believe it or not, she'll have to sing someone else's song in the next episode. You've just had a reputation crisis, and now you're blowing up rehearsals? Haha, who did Qin Bao Bao offend? If it's a song like this, then the next contestant will definitely be Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao was completely flustered. She subconsciously grabbed Qin Zi's arm and sobbed, what should we do? In her most helpless and panicked moments, the person she thought of and relied on was her younger brother. The recording of the rehearsal song was exposed on the internet, which was undoubtedly a huge blow to Qin Bao Bao. What was important about an original song? A sense of mystery. It could also be said that it was a gimmick, one of the weapons that Qin Bao Bao relied on. Now that this song was exposed, it meant that the audience would lose its novelty. Everyone had heard this song before, but the key was that the demo was terrible. The sound was distorted, there was a lot of noise, and it wasn't clear enough. The netizens' experience was very poor. In the future, even if Qin Bao Bao sang this song well, the audience would think that it was just SOSO. Qin Zi and Qin Bao Bao were both newcomers in the entertainment industry. They didn't have enough experience in dealing with such problems, so they couldn't think of a solution in such a short time. Not long after, Xu Lu posted a video on Weibo. In the video, Xu Lu was dressed casually, but because she wanted to appear on camera, she had put on makeup. Today, I saw that our company's newcomer, Qin Bao Bao's rehearsals were exposed online. First of all, I want to denounce such behavior. I have a good relationship with Qin Bao Bao in private. She sings very well, and she's really hardworking. Those online who say that her singing is average and not good, your comments are too subjective. Take this song as an example. It's a rare masterpiece. I think we need to help Qin Bao Bao clear her name. The video switched to a well-equipped and softly lit recording studio. Xu Lu was wearing a monitoring headset. She sang, "Write me a letter and tell me what color the sea is today. Accompanying your sea every night, how do you feel? Gray is not wanting to say, blue is melancholy. And you, the drifting one, the wild waves of your heart, where does it stop? Write me a letter and tell me what you want to dream tonight. Whether I'm in the dream or not, you don't have a choice. My heart is in my throat, I can't close my eyes all night. Why don't you get close when you're clearly in love? Listen to the sound of the sea crying, lamenting whose heart has been hurt again." But still not awake, the video went viral. It quickly became a hit. The views were off the charts. The netizens were amazed. Wow, this song is so good. It's so good. I've listened to it again and again. Give Xu Lu a like. She's so loyal. She takes care of the newcomer. My Xu Lu is amazing. The goddess sings so well. If you sing this song on Singer, you'll be invincible. Don't joke. This song is Qin Bao Bao's. Shu Lu doesn't own the copyright. After all, she debuted as a singer. There's nothing to say about her singing. In contrast, Qin Bao Bao's recording, what was she singing? It's completely incomparable. I understand now. Qin Bao Bao relies on original songs. Her singing is actually not good. Listen to my Shu Lu's song. There's no harm without comparison. Haha, with Shu Lu's singing, Qin Bao Bao still has the face to sing this song on the show? It had to be said that Shu Lu's voice was deeper. She was indeed more suitable to sing this song than Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zi cursed. F***K clear Qin Bao Bao's name? Clear the name of this song? If I believe you, I won't believe you. If he wasn't sure who was slandering Qin Bao Bao behind her back before, now he could completely deduce that it was Shu Lu. Shu Lu had always wanted to take back the guest spot on Singer from Qin Bao Bao. During the competition segment of the show, Qin Bao Bao had slapped her in the face with an ancient-style song. The hatred of being slapped in the face was irreconcilable. In professional terms, she had a motive. Buying news to slander Qin Bao Bao was only the first step. Exposing the recording of the show was the second step. Finally, filming this video in the name of clearing the name was the final killer move. Moreover, she only sang on her own Weibo and did not use it to make a profit. From a legal point of view, Shu Lu did not infringe. Looking at the comments online, it was clear that there was no harm without comparison. When this video was released, the audience clearly felt the difference between Shu Lu and Qin Bao Bao. Nonsense. One was a recording that was mixed with noise, while the other was a professional recording. Even the heavenly kings and queens couldn't handle it. As a result, the netizens supported her one-sidedly. Not only did she suppress Qin Bao Bao, but she also earned her reputation and affected her show. It was like killing several birds with one stone. What Qin Zi could think of, Qin Bao Bao, who had been praised for her intelligence since she was young, naturally understood as well. Her sister was so angry that her whole body trembled. She wished she could kill Shu Lu. Fortunately, her IQ was still online. She forced herself to calm down and said through gritted teeth, "It's Shu Lu." She was also singing when we were rehearsing that day. She had the opportunity and reason to record it. She must have taken the photos too. Also, the water army that slandered me online was all her doing. No, she had infringed. Qin Zi raised his eyebrows. I remember that in the copyright of music, there is a broadcasting right. She posted it online without my permission. That's an infringement of copyright. He had paid special attention to relevant legal knowledge. Qin Bao Bao's eyes lit up and then dimmed. Even so, it could not restore her reputation. At least we can't let her have it easy, Qin Zi said hatefully. Shu Lu had been in the entertainment industry for so many years and knew the ropes well. She would not let others use her against her so easily. Soon, she deleted the video. She had achieved her goal. Qin Zi sighed. Qin Bao Bao grabbed her phone and called her manager to discuss countermeasures. Qin Zi went back to the living room and took an ashtray. He sat down at the desk and lit a cigarette with a pop sound. Then, he started smoking. Her sister sat on the bed and was talking on the phone. Her tone was quite agitated. Qin Zi held the cigarette between his fingers and turned to look at her. Then, he looked at the ceiling and his brain worked quickly. The situation was very bad. Her sister's reputation was in danger and the song that she had carefully prepared for the competition was exposed. If this continued, she would be eliminated in the next episode. The biggest consequence was not that Qin Bao Bao's career as an artist would be at a low point, but that Qin Zi's points would be reset to 0 and he would be in a vegetative state for the rest of his life. He had to think of a way to get out of this situation. F***CK, what happened to the relaxing life in the city? Speaking of which, the system's missions were really ridiculous. The Demon Beast mission was worth 100 points, but the mission to help Qin Bao Bao become the Grand Champion only rewarded 500 points. I might as well touch my sisters but a few more times. It's safe and enjoyable there. How do I get out of this situation? Post a statement to clarify that he was the one who hugged Qin Bao Bao's shoulder that day, not the rich kid. No, This would only make things worse. Qin Zedi's face was not shown in the photo that day. It was hard to say. The rational netizens would realize this. However, if Xu Lu bought the news and said that Qin Baobao was lying and pushed her brother out to take the blame, most of the netizens would ignore this and make the situation worse. After all, public opinion was in the other party's hands. He had no money to buy the news and Star Art Entertainment was unreliable. Change the song. This was not a problem. He had a huge library of songs. However, the root of the problem was not that he did not have a song, but that Qin Baobao's reputation had been damaged and the audience might not buy it. Who knew how many fans had turned against her online? Qin Zi smoked as his brain worked quickly. First, he had to solve the problem of reputation. He definitely had to change the song. What song would be more suitable? Suddenly, a soft cry interrupted his train of thought. Qin Baobao had hung up the phone. She sat in a duck position, holding the phone with her left hand and wiping her tears with her right. She was sad and helpless like a little girl. Obviously, her manager, Li Yanhong, could not do anything about it. The room was filled with smoke. Qin Zi got up and opened the window to disperse the smoke. Looking at his sister with red eyes, he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. "Don't cry. I'll think of something." Qin Zi comforted his sister. Qin Baobao suddenly burst into tears. "What can you do? You don't know how the entertainment industry works. You only know how to write songs." But Sister Li said that even if I change the song, the audience won't buy it. "They hate me." Boo-hoo. His sister's glass heart was broken again. She sobbed, snot and tears flowing down her face. "She told me to be mentally prepared. I will definitely be eliminated in the next episode." Eliminated? 0 points. Qin Zi shivered, a strong sense of fear welling up in his heart. Under the huge pressure, lightning flashed across his mind and he had a flash of inspiration. Chapter 85. "Sister, I have an idea," Qin Zi suddenly shouted. Qin Baobao was so scared that her body trembled. Her eyes were red and tear-stained as she looked up at him timidly. "I've thought of a way," Qin Zi repeated. "What idea?" "You scared me." Qin Baobao pursed her lips and didn't look very happy. It was obvious that she lacked confidence in her brother. Qin Zi had a plan. As the saying goes, whoever started the trouble should end it. The cause of the incident was that Qin Baobao's intimate actions with him were secretly photographed and posted online. After a series of fermentation, the netizens created a narrative that Qin Baobao relied on a rich man to get her resources and that her original songs were not written by her brother at all. Then, the internet water army fanned the flames and maliciously led to the destruction of Qin Baobao's reputation. Now, when people talked about Qin Baobao online, their first reaction was definitely, "She's just a woman who relied on her body to get to where she is." How to break the situation? He had to clarify the matter. But the netizens might not believe him, and the internet water army would definitely cause trouble. Because of this misunderstanding, Qin Zi denied the idea of himself coming forward. But, what if it was a video? What if there was evidence? In the living room, Qin Baobao held the camera and aimed the lens at Qin Zi in front of the glass coffee table. She asked suspiciously, "Will this work?" "It's better than doing nothing." Qin Zi had 2 mobile phones in front of him, one black and one pink, which were his and his sister's couple model. "Can we start?" Qin Baobao asked. "Let's start." Qin Zi nodded. "I'm Qin Baobao's younger brother. Well, I'm the author of all her original songs. In view of the recent incident on the internet, I'm here to make an explanation. That day, I was the one who accompanied Qin Baobao to rehearse the show, The Man in the Photo. Some malicious people secretly took photos and created rumors and hired Internet Water Army. I know who that person is, but there's no evidence, so I won't name him. I also know that I have no proof and that no one will believe me. Alright, let's speak with facts." As he spoke, Qin Zi unlocked his 2 phones and opened the piano app that he had downloaded earlier. Qin Baobao blinked her sparkling eyes. She was both expectant and curious, wondering what her younger brother was going to do. Qin Zi only asked her to help him record the video. At this moment, a note sounded. After a slight pause, the following notes flowed out like flowing water. Qin Bao Bao suddenly widened her eyes. This is a piano piece. Qin Bao Bao had heard this piano piece before. Because it was too famous, it was one of the top 10 piano pieces in the world. It was composed in France in 1946. The author was a French romantic poet and musician. At that time, World War II had just ended. In France, all sorts of things were being done, and the people's lives were in dire straits. Although the war had ended, life was still so difficult that it made people despair. This song was born under such a background. The first half of the piano piece was melancholic and sorrowful, as if weeping and complaining. Every note made people feel depressed, as if life was hopeless. Just like French society at that time. But in the second half, the song suddenly changed, from melancholic to high-pitched, from sorrowful to excited. The syllables rose steadily, filled with the passion of struggle and the anticipation of the future. The piano piece Goddess of Light represented the composer's yearning for the future life, for the country, to rebuild their home in the ruins, and to find the truth in the suffering. He firmly believed that the darkness was short-lived, and that the French people would eventually usher in the light. Qin Bao Bao stared blankly, listening, her heart surging, as if she was getting to know Qin Ziyi again. She never thought that her brother had such a godly skill of showing off. On the sofa, the man in front of her straightened his back, his fingers dancing like a butterfly. The side of his face was handsome, and his eyes were focused. Such a younger brother was really charming. Any woman who saw him would feel a rush of excitement. The last note slowly dissipated, and the piano piece ended. Qin Bao Bao subconsciously said, "Is it done?" Qin Ziyi made a hushed gesture and lightly said, "I don't want to play a song, that's all. I believe that there are many people who can play Goddess of Light, but there aren't many people who can write 6 excellent songs. After listening to the song I am going to play, everyone will believe me. I am indeed the composer of the song, and Qin Bao Bao does not have the possibility of having a sugar daddy, because all the songs were written by me." Qin Bao Bao was stunned. If there was a mirror at this moment, she thought that her expression would definitely not be able to hold it. "My brother is amazing, why don't you go to heaven? Invisible pretentiousness is the most fatal." Qin Bao Bao gave Qin Ziyi a look, telling him not to just focus on showing off. If he boasted, it would be easy to be slapped in the face. But Qin Ziyi ignored her, his eyes were focused, and his expression was meaningful, as if he was really a grand pianist. After a while, his fingers once again danced on the virtual piano keys. A piano piece that Qin Bao Bao had never heard before was born. This was a very gentle piano piece, without the sadness of being lost, without the excitement of being jealous of the world, and without the advancement of yearning for the light. It was gentle and melodious, with a beautiful rhythm, affectionate, beautiful, happy, and comfortable. Qin Bao Bao could not help but close her eyes and listen to the song, outlining the image of a gentle and beautiful woman in her mind. She was talking with her lover, letting out a silvery bell-like laughter. The lively melody was like the bright and cheerful tone of a young girl. The song moved forward layer by layer, and the uncontrollable passion burned like a flame. When the music gradually became gentle, it was like a pair of lovers looking at each other holding hands, frozen in the gradually diffusing music. She was intoxicated by it, and did not even know when the song ended. "This song was composed by me at the beginning of the year. It's called To Qin Bao Bao." Qin Ziyi's voice pulled her back to reality. To Alice was a piano piece that he had exchanged from the music library. Unlike other popular songs that were priced at 30 points, it required 60 points to exchange, which was double the price. There were also 10 great piano pieces in Parallel World. Qin Ziyi liked the name of this one, so he exchanged it, and also exchanged for Intermediate Piano Mastery. Together with Goddess of Light, he spent a total of 160 points. Goddess of Light was a free gift from Piano Mastery. It was easy to spend money, but difficult to earn money. Qin Bao Bao saved the video, and gently placed the video recorder on the sofa. "Aze wrote this for me." Qin Bao Bao's phoenix eyes shone brightly. Qin Ziyi nodded. With that, he was forcefully pressed onto the sofa by his sister, and then his face was covered in saliva. Qin Bao Bao straightened up and said happily, "Sister's kiss reward, are you surprised?" Are you surprised? Qin Ziyi nodded. Surprise, surprise. He thought to himself, what an old trick. Qin Bao Bao leaned on him, happily scrolling through Weibo that was constantly increasing in comments. This way, sister will be cleared. No, I don't need to be cleared. I've always been innocent. There are many similar smears in the entertainment industry. Look at the rumors on the internet. Qin Ziyi sighed. When people become popular, there are many people who are jealous of your achievements. You also have to be careful of paparazzi. Don't go in and out of hotels with men. Even if there's nothing, it's still yellow mud falling on your crotch, and it's hard to explain. Bah, you're the yellow mud falling on your crotch. Qin Bao Bao said angrily. When did you learn how to play the piano? Qin Bao Bao asked. I learned it in the school club. Qin Ziyi casually found an excuse. Qin Bao Bao kissed him again, and said admiringly, Ace is so amazing. Chapter 86. On the internet, the scolding was still going on. The water army was incessantly stirring up trouble. The netizens were happy to watch the show and occasionally joined in the scolding. Qin Bao Bao, get out of the entertainment industry. So lame, lying to us that her brother wrote the song. Liar. Her singing is just SOSO. Look at her leaked recording. F***ck, what the hell was she singing? None of the singers in the show can beat you. If it wasn't for someone supporting you, you're nothing. I must be blind to like you so much. You have no self-respect. I've liked you for so long. Qin Ziyi's Weibo was implicated. It's obviously a Smurf account. She didn't even post more than 10 posts. I must be blind to believe Qin Bao Bao. Get out of the entertainment industry. Liar. Disgusting. Soon, someone noticed that Qin Ziyi had updated his Weibo. A Smurf account posted. TSK, she still has the guts to post. We won't believe anything she says. Hihi, she wants to clear her name. F***ck. This, oh my god, silence. Qin Ziyi's Weibo was silent. A few minutes later, Qin Bao Bao reposted this Weibo. Xingyi Entertainment, Gym. Xu Lu was sweating profusely in her sportswear. She sat in the lounge area drinking energy drinks with a towel around her neck. She was a young woman in her 30s, beautiful and charming. Although women at this age were at their most charming, she was still skateboarding after her 30s and couldn't stop. Her skin would gradually become rough, wrinkles would appear at the corners of her eyes, and her figure would become out of shape. These were the natural enemies of women after 30. In order to preserve a young girl's skin and figure, she needed to take good care of herself and eat a good diet. She also needed to exercise regularly. Of course, her mentality was also important. Xu Lu felt that her mentality had been good for the past few days. She felt refreshed. Qin Bao Bao was finished. Her reputation was completely ruined. At this moment, she was probably fuming at home or crying. Xu Lu had tasted it before. It was too bitter. She was very jealous. Qin Bao Bao not only stole her spot, but she was younger, prettier, and had more potential than her. Moreover, they were all singers. Everything was controlled by her and Kang Xian behind the scenes. As a price, she had almost been played to death these few days. Xu Lu shuddered as she recalled the various things she had experienced last night. She touched her butt and cursed under her breath, damn pervert. She took out her phone and looked at the time. She planned to take a shower and end today's exercise. Ding. Kang Xian replied, come to my office. Remember to take a shower. Xu Lu shuddered as she recalled the various things she had experienced last night. She touched her butt and cursed under her breath, damn pervert. Kang Xian had recently taken a liking to her. Outside the gym, Xu Lu's assistant jogged in. Looking around, she immediately spotted Xu Lu and rushed over. Big sister Xu, bad news, bad news. Xu Lu was unperturbed. She raised her head to look at her and frowned. Why are you so flustered? What's the matter? Qin Bao Bao posted something on Weibo. The assistant panted slightly. Xu Lu sneered, let her be. She won't be able to cause any trouble. The assistant waved her hands. It's different this time, it's different. Shulu's expression turned serious. She opened Weibo on her phone and searched for Qin Bao Bao. She was not a fan of that little wench. Qin Bao Bao had posted something 2 hours ago. To be exact, she had reposted it. It was concise and comprehensive. My brother. Watching childhood from afar, I saw the news online and was dumbfounded. I was the one who accompanied Qin Bao Bao to the TV station to rehearse that day. There was no such thing as a rich second-generation heir or a Lamborghini. Please, you posted a picture of a Lamborghini and I became a rich second-generation heir? Thank you, unscrupulous media. If you posted a picture of the Shanghai Central Building, I would become the richest person in the country in minutes. I know you guys are also doing things for money. Although I'm not from the entertainment industry, I've seen too many similar methods. Buying news, hiring internet water army, these are the only methods. Let's not waste any more time. Everyone, please take a look. There were 5 electronic pictures of the copyright of the song. Qin Ziyi had registered the copyright certificate online. He had blurred out the Ziyi word. Shulu clicked on the picture and her eyebrows twitched. She sneered. Go and contact the media. Say that Qin Bao Bao photoshopped the picture. Trying to cover it up only makes it more conspicuous. The netizens would not talk about evidence with you. This was not a court. 3 people could make a tiger. 10 people could turn a rumor into a definite fact. The picture was too vague. The assistant's expression did not look too good. She stammered, Sister Shu, look at the next post. Shulu swiped the screen and saw Qin Bao Bao's last Weibo post. She was shocked. Comments, 26588. Likes, 12209. This data was a little scary. Qin Bao Bao's fame was not even a C-list celebrity. But after posting on Weibo for 2 hours, there were actually so many followers. It was still, my brother. There was a video attached. She clicked on the video. The background was an ordinary living room. The furnishings were simple and neat. A man was sitting on the sofa. His face was mosaic. The man in the video said, I'm Qin Bao Bao's brother. Yes, I'm also the author of all her original songs. In view of the recent storm on the internet, I'm here to explain. The person who accompanied Qin Bao Bao to rehearse the program that day was me. I'm the man in the picture. Some people with evil intentions secretly took pictures and created rumors. They even hired ghostwriters. I know who that person is. Without evidence, I won't name him. I also know that there's no evidence. No one will believe me. All right, we'll speak with facts. Shulu sneered. Posting pictures was not safe. What about a video? So what if it was a video? You said you were Qin Bao Bao's brother, so you are? Even if you are, I can still defame you. Public opinion didn't need evidence or authenticity. Whoever had the right to speak would be the winner. But at this moment, the camera zoomed in. The man in the video tapped on 2 phones. A virtual piano appeared on the screen. What was he trying to do? Play the piano? Rely on this to play the piano? As if to verify Shulu's guess, the man in the video muttered to himself. He gently placed his hands on the virtual piano keys of the 2 phones. In the next moment, flowing notes sounded. Goddess of Light. Shulu was stunned. Of course, she had heard this song before. In her era, the school's loudspeaker would play this piano every lunchtime. The game was quite good. The 2 phones could actually display the original flavor of the game. Shulu suddenly missed her high school days. She had seen Qin Bao Bao's brother before. She heard that he was the author of those original songs. Shulu did not believe it at first. He was young, handsome, and looked like he had not graduated from university. How could he have such high musical attainments? Now she believed it. Based on this piano piece, his standard was at the top. Go and contact the media and internet ghostwriters. Ask them to increase their efforts. I don't believe Qin Bao Bao can make a comeback. It's just a piano piece. It's nothing. Shulu was very calm. She quickly thought of a countermeasure. The assistant hesitated and whispered, watch the video first. Then you can consider whether hiring ghostwriters is still useful. Shulu looked at her strangely. She did not speak and continued to watch. The piano piece ended. She thought the video was over, but when she looked at the progress bar, it was still a long way from death. I'm not just going to play a song. I believe that there are many people who can play Goddess of Light. But there are not many people who can write 6 excellent songs. After listening to the song I'm going to play, everyone will believe me. I am indeed the original writer of the song. Qin Bao Bao does not have the possibility of a sugar daddy, because all the songs were written by me. Seeing this, Shu Lu finally had an ominous premonition. She felt that something was going to happen. Just as this thought came to her mind, a light note sounded. In the video, a pair of slender fingers moved, kind and pleasing to the eye. It was a piano piece that had never been heard before. The piano sound floated in the gym. The rhythm was bright and beautiful. It had an intoxicating charm. Someone turned off the treadmill and turned to look. Someone put down the dumbbell and couldn't help but come over, wanting to listen carefully to the piano piece. 1, 2, not long after, more than a dozen people gathered around Shu Lu. They were Star Art Entertainment's employees, small celebrities who did not take any jobs, fitness trainers, etc. This piece is really nice. Yeah, I've never heard of it. Which foreign master's work is it? It should be a new work. I've studied piano for a few years, but I've never seen it. From the style, it seems to be hers. This young man is not bad. He can play such a beautiful piano piece using a mobile phone app. Big Sister Shu, where did you find this video? I want to listen too. Big Sister Shu, what's the name of this piece? The people around her whispered to each other. Shu Lu suddenly realized that her mind was in a mess. She wanted to continue to smear Qin Bao Bao, but it seemed to be a bit difficult. How to smear? It was fine if there were pictures and the truth, but this video was too unbelievable. A self-composed piano piece, and it was so good. She did not doubt the authenticity of the piano piece. There were too many amazing people online. If you stole a piano piece from a master, you would be exposed in minutes. How could it be? How could it be? How old was he? How could he have such achievements? Even if Qin Ziyi wrote another 10 golden songs, Shu Lu would not be surprised. Self-composed piano pieces were amazing. There were too many people in the world who could play the piano, but how many could compose piano pieces? It was on a completely different level from pop songs. Chapter 87. There was a lot of discussion on the internet. Look, copyright photo. Is it really Qin Bao Bao's brother? Look at the signature, it's indeed surnamed Qin. Could it be that Qin Bao Bao's song was really written by her brother? Didn't those composers on the internet say that it's impossible? But his name is indeed Qin. There's no such coincidence in the world. I seem to have wronged my goddess. Bullshit, what can a few photos prove? Maybe it's photoshopped. Oh, right. Professionally identify the photos and see if they're photoshopped. It's definitely photoshopped. Qin Bao Bao is cleaning up the floor. Then, Qin Bao Bao updated her Weibo again and posted a video. Damn, amazing. The phone software can play such a nice piano song. It's very amazing. Goddess of Light. When I was in school, the school's loudspeaker played this song every day. I've been brainwashed. It's too awesome. It's not that there aren't people who use phones to play the piano on the internet, but it's really rare to see someone play like this. Professional level. It seems that someone is really slandering Qin Bao Bao. Why is there a mosaic? We want to see the real person. Little brother's fingers are so slender. Little brother, let me see what you look like. This brother is awesome. I want one too. Hey, what's wrong with playing the piano? It doesn't mean that the song is his original work. My cousin is in her 2nd year of high school. Piano level 8. Are you an idiot? Your sister is an amateur level 8. This is at least a professional level 8. There's no comparison. Because I've also learned the piano. So what? It only means that he plays the piano well. Don't be misled. Those professional singers have professional piano skills, but even they don't have the ability to continuously compose so many high-quality songs in more than a month. Qin Bao Bao is misleading you. At this time, the second piano song sounded, and Qin Z's self-narration. Original work. Is it true? Are you kidding? Composing a piano song? Are you joking? T. This is not the same thing as writing pop songs. At first, there were still people who expressed their doubts. But soon, no one spoke. Everyone who heard this piano piece, regardless of whether they knew the piano or not, regardless of whether they liked the piano or not, were all dumbfounded. In front of their computers and phones, their mouths were wide open in shock. Even if he didn't know how to play the piano, he still had a basic level of appreciation. Moreover, there was the previous song Goddess of Light as a comparison. Whether it was good or bad, it was clear at a glance. The result of the comparison was extremely shocking. This piano piece, which Qin Baobao's little brother claimed to be an original piano piece, actually, compared to the world's top 10 famous pieces, Goddess of Light, there was a faint tendency to be superior. That was terrifying. That was one of the top 10 songs in the world. It was a famous piano piece that had been tested and recognized by the world. Maybe we don't have the ability to appreciate music, just like how we like pop music and don't like piano music, but this doesn't mean that pop music is superior to piano music. So someone reposted this Weibo, China Musicians Association professionals, come and listen. What do you think of this piano piece? Oh my God, it feels heaven-defying. China Musicians Association 666, it's time to show your true skills. China Musicians Association, why do I feel that it's of a higher quality than Goddess of Light? It must be my imagination. China Musicians Association, I'll dig out a talent for you. By the way, I'll ask weekly, how is it compared to the top 10 piano pieces? China Musicians Association. This Weibo post became the trending topic on Weibo with an unstoppable momentum. The keywords, Qin Baobao's little brother, the world's top 10 piano pieces. It was like a meteorite smashing into the big lake of the internet, causing countless waves. Many people who didn't pay attention to Qin Baobao clicked on the topic and watched the video. Then, they were all shocked. But no one expected that at 7 o'clock in the evening, the official Weibo of the China Musicians Association would speak. In response to the call of the netizens, we watched the video and listened to the piano piece. The association immediately held a 2-hour-long meeting. Announcing the results of the meeting, the piano masters all said that they were scared out of their wits. By the way, the association would like to invite you to play a piano piece live. We need clearer works. Because the international piano competition will be held in October. That's right, it's decided on you. Looking at childhood from afar, the Music Association's Weibo was written very humorously, fully adapted to the internet soil. It was unknown whether the piano masters were scared out of their wits or not, but the netizens were scared out of their wits. *CK, I haven't seen it before, right? International piano competition? Does that mean you're going to represent your country? Representing your country is bullshit. Do you think it's the Olympics? I thought you just had a good piano piece, but you told me you're going to participate in the international piano competition. Ayo, damn, international piano competition? 6 to no friends. I'm kneeling. Qin Baobao's little brother is going to be popular. The International Musicians Association's Weibo was like a shit stirrer, stirring up the internet. This matter quickly became the talk of the town. The International Musicians Association, the International Piano Competition, Qin Baobao's little brother. The matter started because Qin Baobao was with a rich man, but it was quickly covered up. No one cared about the authenticity of Qin Baobao's relationship with a rich man. Or rather, it was impossible. With such a cool and arrogant little brother, why would she need to accompany a rich man? Qin Z's Weibo instantly became a hot topic. Some people jeered, some people watched, and some people heard the news and came to join in the fun. This really isn't Qin Baobao's side account. Nonsense, the International Musicians Association has already sent an invitation to participate in the International Piano Competition in October. Fight for the country? Suddenly it's so high and mighty. Fight for the country? You're exaggerating. Do you think it's the Olympics? What happened? I came here from the trending searches. Qin Baobao really has a little brother? What the hell is the International Musicians Association? What the hell is the top 10 piano pieces? Upstairs, you can slowly look for it online. Little brother, reply. The International Musicians Association invited you to participate in the International Piano Competition. Little brother, show your sister a photo. Ayo, I really want to see his face. Qin Bao Bao is so beautiful, her little brother must be not bad. It just so happens that I'm heartbroken. I like men who can play the piano the most. Handsome. What do you think of the International Musicians Association's invitation? Looking at childhood from afar. If you're a man, be straightforward. Participate or not. Looking at childhood from afar. It's time to win glory for the country. Looking at childhood from afar. Almighty, please accept my kneeling. Little brother, brother-in-law pats your head and looking at childhood from afar. Do you want to participate in the piano competition? There was a lot of jeering in the comments, and Qin Zedi's phone kept ringing. He had to close the Weibo notification and respond to the netizens. International Musicians Association. Recently, I've been helping Qin Bao Bao write songs. About the International Piano Competition, let's talk about it after I am a singer. Just casually asking, do you get money for winning the competition? If you don't have money, I won't go. If you have money, I'll consider it. The netizens burst out laughing. Didn't he say that he was just asking casually? F***ck, if you don't have money, you won't go. So you've fallen into the trap of money? Phut, this isn't a loss. So the International Piano Competition isn't as important as your sister's show? This little brother is true love. Qin Bao Bao. Please give me a dozen of such little brothers. He's talented and dotes on his sister. Oh my god, if he's a handsome guy, that would be perfect. Not long after, the International Musicians Association replied on Weibo, we'll wait for you. Contact us when you've decided. Qin Zi couldn't help but laugh. This official Weibo was quite cute. With the development of the internet, many relevant departments had registered official Weibo accounts on Weibo. Because it was an online platform, the comments couldn't be too formal and old-fashioned, and it was well received by the netizens. The so-called contrast cuteness. In the room, Qin Bao Bao lay on the bed, upset. She tossed and turned, and the bed was like a pig's nest. From time to time, she would look at her phone and follow the latest news. From time to time, she would stare at the ceiling in a daze. Today, she and Qin Zi had crossed the line and touched the bottom line that should not be touched. It made her very frightened, uneasy, and embarrassed. How were they going to get along in the future? How were they going to live if word got out? If her father found out, both of them would be beaten to death. So annoying, so annoying. At this moment, her phone rang a few times. Weibo indicated that there was a new message. Qin Bao Bao unlocked the screen and opened Weibo. It was a group of netizens who had tagged her, this little brother is true love. Qin Bao Bao. Damn, with a little brother like this, I'll give myself to him. Qin Bao Bao. Your little brother is really good to you. He wrote songs for you and painstakingly helped you clear your name. Qin Bao Bao. Something's not right. Your little brother is openly hugging your waist and showing affection on Weibo. Could it be that he's from the German orthopedics department? Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao felt like her unspeakable secret had been exposed. She subconsciously felt guilty and looked nervous. She quickly deleted the message. What was the German orthopedics department? Qin Bao Bao scrolled through the comments. She was proud and happy, and she happily rolled around on the bed. Ace was so awesome. Chapter 88. That night, at the dinner table, Wang Zijin found that Qin Bao kept putting food in Qin Zedi's bowl. The siblings were chatting and laughing, completely ignoring her. She felt that this pair of siblings were too childish. Sometimes they were good, sometimes they were cold. Shouldn't this be the behavior of children? They were already so old. Wang Zijin forced a topic. What's with the piano piece? When did Ace know how to play the piano? I didn't hear Bao Bao mention it. It's too amazing. The International Musicians Association invited you to participate in the International Piano Competition. What does she know? She's so heartless all day. She didn't even know that I learned Russian. Qin Ziyi curled his lips. Hey, here we go again. You have to learn to respect your sister. Wang Zijin said angrily. Okay, let's not talk about this. Sister Ziwei, let's go to the movies this weekend. No, I have to write a manuscript. There's always time to watch a movie. Also, I saw a good barbecue restaurant online. Let's go eat. Is it as good as your cooking? I'm not sure. Wang Zijin said with a smile that was not a smile. Are you trying to woo me? God, don't talk about it. Although I'm a man, I'll be embarrassed too. Life is so difficult. Why expose everything? Looking at his dumbfounded expression, Wang Zijin burst into laughter, her body trembling. She had seen all kinds of people. Those who wanted to woo her could form a strong company. There was nothing that couldn't be said. But such a big boy was much cuter than those men. Qin Ziyi was trying to figure out how to answer Wang Zijin's fatal blow. She sighed. Actually, I'm very envious of you and Bao Bao. Fighting is what siblings are like. I'm an only child, but I have a few cousins. When I was young, we often quarreled, fought, and were at odds, but our relationship was very good. As we grew up, we were influenced by our parents, distance, and interests. We became more and more distant. You are a very outstanding boy. Bao Bao often makes fun of you for not being able to find a girlfriend. What you've done for her, writing songs and playing the piano, if it were any other girl, they would have won her heart long ago. Qin Ziyi let out a long sigh. You scared me to death. Wang Zijin tilted her head, her eyes blank. Qin Ziyi smiled and said, I thought Sister Ziwei was going to say, you're an excellent boy, but I've always treated you as my younger brother. Wang Zijin chuckled. While Wang Zijin was taking a bath, Qin Ziyi decided to have a heart-to-heart talk with his sister. It was like this in the movies. The stepfather, the stepmother, the teacher, and the naughty child had a heart-to-heart talk, and finally the child accepted them. There was also a loser who cried and confessed his feelings, successfully changing his impression in the heart of the goddess. Qin Ziyi decided to use a heart-to-heart talk to resolve the awkwardness of the day. He knocked on the door and pushed it in. Qin Bao Bao was lying on the bed, covered with a blanket, and the air conditioner was blowing cold air. A pair of delicate white feet were exposed outside the blanket, and her toes were moving restlessly. Sister was looking down at her phone. When she saw her brother come in, her white face suddenly put on a cold expression, and she turned her head away, not looking at him. Sister, what happened during the day? Qin Bao Bao's face changed, and she said lightly, Don't call me sister, I'm not your sister. Qin Bao Bao also came back to her senses. She was in a daze when her brother coaxed her into a wet kiss. Qin Ziyi wanted to say, what happened during the day was a spur of the moment, and I want to apologize. He laughed dryly and said, If you're not my sister, then who is? Qin Bao Bao said loudly, I don't care who you are. Don't call me big sis. Move back home tomorrow. How can I apologize with your uncooperative attitude? I think we need to talk. There's no need to talk, I don't have a brother like you. There's no such thing in the movie. What should I do when I meet someone who doesn't want to talk? Fuck her until she cries. Okay, I'll leave tomorrow. I came in to talk about your new song. Qin Ziyi said helplessly. Sister had never been so angry. With his experience, he couldn't continue the topic at this time. He had to change the topic and change the topic. Qin Bao Bao thought for a while, and her face was still gloomy, but her tone was slightly better. You have another song? Yes, I've been preparing it for you. Then write down the lyrics and music score tomorrow, then pack your luggage and move back to live with mom and dad. Why didn't you follow the script? Shouldn't you tacitly not mention this at this time? Qin Ziyi had no choice but to leave. Was he really going to move back home to live with his parents? Of course not. Qin Ziyi could still distinguish between his sister's angry words and her true words. If Qin Bao Bao was really angry, she wouldn't have waited until now to say it. She would have asked Qin Ziyi to pack up and leave in the afternoon. Although his parents' names were on the property certificate, the house was their dowry for their daughter, so in name, This house was Qin Bao Bao's. Her elder sister had the right to tell him to scram, but her elder sister didn't really want him to scram. It was just her anger that hadn't dissipated yet. She also wanted to make sure that Qin Ziyi was fully responsible for what happened during the day and cover up the fact that she had taken the initiative to kiss him. Qin Bao Bao had always been a scheming girl. In the blink of an eye, it was Thursday, the day of the show's recording. For the first time, Wang Zijin asked for leave to accompany Qin Bao Bao and Qin Ziyi to the recording site. Although each guest only had one ticket, when Qin Bao Bao asked the production team for a ticket, the production team readily agreed. The reasons were as follows. After all, Qin Bao Bao was a C-list star. She wasn't a newcomer with no foundation. Qin Bao Bao had an amazing younger brother who might participate in an international piano competition. The production team couldn't wait to rope him in. Qin Bao Bao drove her best friend and brother into the TV station. After entering the building, they separated. Qin Ziyi and Wang Zijin obediently went through the security check, and Qin Bao Bao went straight to the staff passage. Before leaving, Qin Ziyi reminded his sister again, "You must pay attention to the high notes. I'm not asking you to pay attention to the smoothness of your voice, but to try your best to sing until you're hoarse. The stage costume also has to be according to what I said." Sister's attitude was very cold and indifferent. Okay. Although she acquiesced to Qin Ziyi's shamelessness, it didn't mean that she forgave him. Qin Bao Bao began to fight a cold war with her brother again. Wang Zijin sighed helplessly in the face of the brother and sister's silent war. When Qin Ziyi and Wang Zijin entered the recording site, there were only 10 minutes left before the show began. The lights were dim, and there were so many people that they couldn't see the stairs clearly. Qin Ziyi summoned his courage and pretended to be relaxed. "It's too dark. Sister Ziwei, let me hold your hand and walk. Be careful not to fall." Wang Zijin looked at him with anger and amusement. She knew what he was thinking. After pondering for a while, she reached out her small hand for Qin Ziyi to hold. Qin Ziyi held Wang Zijin's soft hand, and his heart beat faster. There was a saying, holding hands is the beginning of love. It was nothing for him to hold Qin Bao Bao's hand. After all, they were brother and sister. It was normal for them to hold hands and hug waists. But Wang Zijin was not his biological sister. Would an ordinary girl let a man hold her hand? The saying that love grows with time was true. Chapter 89. After taking his seat, Qin Ziyi sat upright and looked at the stage seriously, even if there was nothing on it. Wang Zijin curled her lips and said angrily, "Why don't you let go? I won't fall down in my seat, will I?" Qin Ziyi grinned. "I can't rule out this possibility." Wang Zijin laughed angrily and rolled her eyes at him charmingly. Unexpectedly, she compromised and let him hold her little hand. Qin Ziyi was overjoyed. He really liked Wang Zijin. His aesthetic standards had been destroyed and abused by Qin Bao Bao. It was difficult for him to be interested in ordinary women. Unfortunately, he was ordinary, so he had never found a girlfriend. He didn't like ordinary women, but beautiful women didn't like him. It was probably such an awkward situation. Wang Zijin was a rare beauty comparable to Qin Bao Bao. She had an oval face and peach-blossoming eyes, which were not worse than her sister's foxy face and red phoenix eyes. Her figure was not as hot as her sister's, but she was well-proportioned and graceful. She was gentle and generous, and she was very reserved and dignified at the same time. In this aspect, she was undoubtedly better than Qin Bao Bao. In Qin Ziyi's eyes, his sister's good appearance was lawless, but her character was terrible. His sister was heartless, his sister was lazy when it came to eating, his sister was shameless and unreasonable. He could list all of her shortcomings. The show began. Yin Jio's figure appeared on the big screen behind the stage, facing the camera. "Welcome to I Am a Singer," sponsored by Bright Skin Cosmetics. "I am your host, Yin Jio. Dear guest teachers, how do you do?" The camera was turned to the singers in the hall. Everyone said, "Hello, Yin Jio." After Yin Jio chatted with several singers, it was finally Qin Bao Bao's turn. "Miss Qin, there have been rumors about you on the internet these days. What do you think about it?" Today, Qin Bao Bao could no longer be regarded as a newcomer, so she changed her name to Miss Qin. Qin Bao Bao smiled. The innocent knows that they are innocent, and the muddy knows that they are muddy. Shulu pursed her lips. If it weren't for your arrogant younger brother, we wouldn't be so relaxed today. Yin Jiao couldn't hide her curiosity. I've seen the video on your Weibo. It's so shocking. Can you reveal your brother's identity? All the singers looked over. They couldn't help but be curious. Qin Bao Bao's younger brother was too stunning. On the internet, Qin Bao Bao's little brother was said to be godly. In addition to the few original songs, the most important one was the piano piece. In the past few days, there were constantly big shots in the music industry evaluating this piano piece, called China's most outstanding piano piece in modern times. There were also some amazing people who filmed videos of them playing to Qin Bao Bao and then uploaded them to the internet. For a time, To Qin Bao Bao became popular. In the audience, many people were suddenly interested. In the era of information explosion, there was no possibility of their news lagging behind. Most of them knew about Qin Bao Bao's public opinion storm. Even if they didn't know, after the piano piece To Qin Bao Bao was released, they all knew about it. It was called the most outstanding piano piece in modern times in China and was praised by the country's music masters. The original composer was Qin Bao Bao's younger brother. Qin Bao Bao blinked and asked, "My younger brother's identity is my younger brother." Yin Jiao opened her mouth. Damn, she was speechless. Several people shook their heads in disappointment. Qin Bao Bao's answer was impeccable. "My younger brother's identity is my younger brother." There was nothing wrong with it. Qin Bao Bao thought for a moment and added, "He's an otaku. He doesn't like to be exposed to the public." At the front desk, Qin Zed's face darkened. "Who's an otaku?" "Please, an otaku is not a good word. Don't take the opportunity to discredit me." Yin Jiao smiled and said, "I can understand." Who knew that Qin Bao Bao would change the topic, however, he's also here today. He's at the scene. Yin Jiao was shocked and immediately became spirited. "Really? Really? I'm looking forward to going to the front desk. I really want to see my younger brother." All right, younger brother was about to become Qin Zed's official title. In the audience, there was an uproar. Everyone looked left and right, looking for Qin Bao Bao's younger brother. Some people even stood up to search. They were suspicious when they saw that he was handsome. Because this was the only clue. After all, Qin Bao Bao was too beautiful. Her younger brother must be a handsome guy too. Qin Zi instinctively shrank his head, just like the teacher in school who said, "I'll pick a classmate to answer a question." The students all shrank their heads in unison. They tried their best not to attract attention. Seeing him like this, Wang Zijin laughed and said, "You're not handsome. You won't be exposed." Seeing Qin Zed's hurt face, she was overjoyed and changed her words, "You're still very good looking." The next segment was to invite the replacement singer. The one who was eliminated in the last episode was Chen Xiaotong, a former popular singer, Hong Jingyaro, Chen Xiaotong. Now, they had bid farewell to the stage. The moment Yin Jiao knocked on the door of the replacement singer, there was an uproar in the audience. "So handsome. Is he mixed blood? Ah, his eyes are so charming. Who is he? There's no one like him in the music industry, but he's so handsome. Is he Qin Bao Bao's younger brother? Fart. Don't joke. Qin Bao Bao is not mixed blood." The one who opened the door was a handsome mixed blood guy. He had a high nose bridge, deep eyes, and a chiseled face, which mixed the gentleness of the East with the masculinity of the West. He was extremely handsome. Even with Qin Zed's beautified appearance by the system, he had to admit that he was inferior to him. However, this handsome mixed blood guy was very unfamiliar. He was definitely not from the music industry, at least not from the Chinese music industry. "Hello, Wales." Yin Jiao reached out her hand. The handsome mixed blood guy shook hands with her and smiled charmingly. He said in broken Chinese, "Hello. So handsome. I'm shocked." Yin Jiao was like a starry-eyed girl. She didn't forget to say to the camera, "I believe the audience is unfamiliar with Wales. Let me introduce him to you. He is a male singer from the United Kingdom. He is the youngest singer on the stage of Singer. He just graduated from university. But his resume is absolutely rich. He has participated in many music competitions in the United Kingdom and has been to the United States. He has won more awards than our 3 Best Student Awards. He is known as the youngest soul singer in the United Kingdom. It's really an honor for the program to invite him. In the audience, the girls who were captured by his appearance at first sight exclaimed, "Wow, he's so good. A famous foreign singer? The program team is awesome. I really want to hear him sing. He's so handsome. He's also a big shot in the music industry. He's so young. In our country, there aren't many who can compete with him. Haha, have you forgotten about little brother Qin Bao Bao? Hey, that's a composer, not a singer. This handsome mixed-blood guy is a capable singer." In the hall, Yin Jiao led Wales to meet the other singers and greeted each other. Wales suddenly walked in front of Qin Bao Bao. His eyes were stunned. He said in English, "Beautiful lady, can I kiss your hand?" Of course. Qin Bao Bao agreed. In foreign countries, it was polite for a man to kiss the back of a woman's hand. In the audience, Qin Ziyi scolded, "Damn it." Wang Zijin looked at him and didn't say a word. It was time to draw lots. The results were as follows: Huang Yuting vs Wales. Shu Lu vs Qin Bao Bao. Liu Shuigang vs Li Rongxing. Yin Jiao asked Wales, "Wales, you're the second contestant to go on stage. Your opponent is one of our most popular singers. Are you confident?" Wales's smile did not fade. He faced the camera and said in Chinese with poor pronunciation, "I've never lost before." How arrogant. Huang Yuting raised his eyebrows. In the audience. Haha, Qin Bao Bao and Shu Lu are going to PK again. Are they love-hate each other? Shu Lu lost to Qin Bao Bao last time. I don't think she'll win this time. That might not be the case. Qin Bao Bao's original songs have been exposed on the internet. Everyone knows about it. There's nothing new about it. I don't think they'll buy it. Supporting Shu Lu. Let's win this round. Huang Yuting and Wales are going to PK. Boo-hoo, my handsome mixed-blood guy, why is he so unlucky? If he gets Qin Bao Bao, he'll definitely win. The show officially began. The first singer to perform was Huang Yuting. He was in pretty good shape today. As usual, he sang covers of old songs with a different flavor. The student surpasses the master. He received unanimous praise from the audience. Next, Wales went on stage. When this guy opened his mouth, he stunned countless audience members. It was just an English song, but he sang a high note throughout the entire venue. High notes had always been the core problem in singing. To a certain extent, it represented the singer's ability. As long as one practiced their vocal skills scientifically, anyone could have the ability to sing a high note. However, there were only a handful of singers in the country who could sing a high note from start to finish like Wales. Although the audience could not understand the English song, they were all stunned when they heard the deep, shocking, and impeccable high notes. Not to mention the audience, even the professional singers backstage were dumbfounded. Damn, his lung capacity was too terrifying. With such a high note, why didn't he go and sing in an opera instead of participating in a variety show? Huang Yuting smiled bitterly and shook his head. For the first time, he felt a little uncertain. The song ended. The audience was like boiling water. Applause. Screams. Cool. How can he sing so high? Unbelievable. He's really a soul singer. His singing gave me goosebumps. Oh my god, he's so cool. Foreign singers are indeed different. Once he performs, it's shocking. Wang Zijin nodded. His singing is not bad. Qin Ziyi smiled mysteriously. Just you wait. When your sister sings, that's what you call shocking. Huh. Wang Zijin was confused. Qin Ziyi did not explain. He looked at the stage. The voting session had begun. Huang Yuting lost. It was unexpected, but reasonable. He was the most popular singer. That was true. But there was another saying, when you have a new love, you forget the old. The audience was the most fickle. After 4 episodes of the show, the audience was more or less tired of the aesthetic. They were not as excited and expectant as they were in the first episode. Moreover, Huang Yuting's singing style was steady and steady. He did not make any mistakes and rarely could he break through. In terms of freshness and shock, he was not as good as Wales's. He was not as handsome as this foreign mixed blood. In the second group, Shu Lu went on stage. Shu Lu sang a folk song. Her voice was deep and profound. It was very penetrating. Of course, she could not sing an original song. Not everyone was like Qin Bao. She did not have such an awesome brother. But Shu Lu was not afraid of Qin Bao Bao at all today. The song Listen to the Sea had been circulating on the internet for many days. It was good, but the single had been on repeat for several days. The audience was tired of it. Under such circumstances, Qin Bao Bao could sing beautifully. And she was an A-list celebrity. She definitely had more supporters than Qin Bao Bao. Soon, Qin Bao Bao went on stage. Although they were not looking forward to her song, the audience, especially the male audience, were still looking forward to Qin Bao Bao's hot figure with big breasts and long legs. However, when Qin Bao Bao walked slowly on stage under the gorgeous stage lights, countless audience members were stunned. Qin Bao Bao was dressed like this. Chapter 90. Fut. What's Qin Bao Bao up to today? She must have offended the stylist. This outfit. I can't find a word to describe it. Big cloak. Smoky makeup. What's that on her head? A pearl phoenix crown? Is she filming a movie? Can you take off the cloak? I want to see those long legs. Is it because she doesn't have a good song, so she's using this outfit to attract attention? Is she trying to save the country in a roundabout way? This style doesn't seem right. Hey, Qin Bao Bao, you've come to the wrong set. As soon as Qin Bao Bao appeared, the audience began to complain. Her style was too strange, completely different from her usual plain outfit that showed off her figure. Wearing a dark red cloak, smoky makeup, and a pearl crown, she looked like a clown trying to please the crowd. Wang Zijin was stunned. She recalled what Qin Ziyi had told her before entering the venue and asked in surprise, "You designed this?" Qin Ziyi felt a little ashamed and shook his head. "You can say that. I told her to dress up a little weirdly, in a way that would attract attention." "Why?" Wang Zijin was puzzled. "To create the atmosphere." "Atmosphere?" Qin Ziyi kept her in suspense. "You'll find out later." Wang Zijin pinched him lightly and said, "Tell me now." She was acting like a spoiled girlfriend. Qin Ziyi was delighted. Wang Zijin's attitude indicated that he was not just an ordinary friend in her eyes. Above friendship, but not yet love. "I hope you don't treat me like a younger brother." Qin Ziyi was about to answer when the music started. He pointed at the rolling subtitles. "Take a look for yourself." Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes. She was slightly nearsighted. Exaggerated? Exaggerated? Isn't it Listen to the Sea? The outfit and lyrics are very appropriate. She changed to a new song? That's quite good. What a joke. She doesn't know who her younger brother is. The audience also saw it. Qin Bao Bao looked at the audience below the stage expressionlessly. Among these people, had anyone attacked her on the internet before? They scolded her for using underhanded means to get to the top. She was clearly a newcomer, but she could stand on this stage. Yes, the speed of her rise was too fast, which made others jealous. Keyboard warriors always didn't care about the feelings of others and followed the trend indiscriminately. They only cared about the pleasure of cursing from the bottom of their hearts, but they didn't care about the feelings of the people involved. In the past few days, Qin Bao Bao had experienced the power of cyberbullying. The sound of the piano flowed like water. Heavy and impassioned. Qin Bao Bao held the microphone tightly. "If anyone asks me, I'll tell them." But no one came. The audience was stunned. The singer backstage was stunned. Wang Zijin was stunned. Cantonese. Qin Bao Bao sang a Cantonese song? She knows Cantonese. Of course, Qin Bao Bao could not speak Cantonese, but it was not difficult to sing Cantonese songs. He listened to it over and over again and practiced it over and over again. He practiced from day to night. He didn't know how many times his voice was hoarse. 3 days. She had spent 3 days on it. Qin Bao Bao closed her eyes and clutched her chest, as if she really felt anger. I'm looking forward to it until I'm helpless. I have something to say, but I can't get it. My mood is like the lid of a bottle waiting to be opened. But the cheeks are growing moss. The audience was silent. They looked at the lines, looked at Qin Bao Bao, and listened to her singing. A strange feeling arose spontaneously, the helplessness of a small figure. The quieter in the crowd, the quieter. You've become even more indifferent. I want to stir up an accident. Like suddenly singing loudly. Everywhere is like opening a four-sided stage. Wearing the shiniest dress, very emotional. If someone comes to take a picture, remember to put in the pocket. Indifferent. I want to stir up an accident. Like suddenly singing loudly. Hearing these lyrics, many people fell silent and felt a sense of bitterness for no reason. Everyone had times like this. Who didn't want to suddenly sing loudly? In the workplace, in the field of love, not being noticed, not being liked, physically and mentally exhausted. I just want to suddenly sing loudly, let more people see me, let people pay attention to me. To be a pathetic, ridiculous, claptrap clown. Huang Yuting opened his mouth and couldn't speak for a long time. He thought of all the setbacks he had suffered along the way. The songs he worked hard to write were ignored, and the agency almost gave up on him. Li Rongxing sighed. This song is amazing. Liu Shuigang was silent. He didn't have a good relationship with Qin Bao Bao, so he didn't want to praise her. Whales couldn't understand Chinese. He smiled and said to the singer next to him, "It's not bad." No one responded to him. It was more than not bad. After this song was broadcast, it would go against the natural order. It would definitely be popular all over the country. Qin Bao Bao suddenly opened her eyes and sang loudly. You think I'm exaggerating? Exaggerating because I'm afraid. Words like wood and stone. To get attention. In fact, I'm afraid of being forgotten. Let's play it big. I don't know how to be elegant. Is silence still praised in the world? Not explosive enough. How come there's a topic for me to praise? To be a great entertainer. Qin Bao Bao sang loudly alone, but the audience was surprisingly quiet, forming a sharp contrast. It was as if this was baby Qin's stage alone. She was entertaining herself, singing at the top of her lungs, singing at the top of her lungs. Can't you see my efforts? Can you be more polite? I practiced this song for 3 days. I even sang it in my dreams at night. Because I had no choice, I had no way out. My song was exposed on the internet. Some people slandered me, but I didn't get comfort or encouragement. They attacked me and scolded me. That's not what I want. I want to be valued and liked. There are too many ordinary and ordinary paths in the world. Which village do you live in? In love, in work. I've been neglected too much. My self-esteem has been damaged. Being valued can cure hunger. If you haven't, you know why. A lot of people make these mistakes. Is it sick to make people look at me? At this point of the song, many people cried. They covered their mouths with tears falling down. Only a few people were extraordinary. Most of them were part of the crowd. Everyone had experienced the pain of being ordinary. The helplessness of a nobody. Qin Bao Bao was excited. She kept bending and singing at the top of her lungs. You think I'm exaggerating? Exaggerating because I'm afraid. Words like wood and stone. To get attention. Actually, I'm afraid of being forgotten. Let's play it big. I don't know how to be elegant. Is silence still praised in the world? Not explosive enough. How come there's a topic for me to praise? To be a great entertainer. Huang Yuting couldn't help but stand up and say excitedly, "That's great." Li Rongxing's heart was in turmoil. My hair is standing on end. My emotions are completely stirred up. Liu Shuigang sighed and said, "The person who wrote this song is a musical genius." No, a genius. Huang Yuting laughed and said, "Of course. Her brother can even write piano songs. If this guy is in the entertainment industry, he'll definitely dominate the music industry." Shu Lu's face darkened. To paraphrase Xianglin's wife, "I'm so stupid, really, why did she have an original song? It's only been 2 or 3 days. How could she have time to write an original song?" She had been in the entertainment industry for so many years and had never seen such a person. I'm so stupid, really. Suddenly, the song reached a climax. Qin Bao Bao's voice was hoarse. She was going crazy. Those who slandered me, those who scolded me, those who attacked me, come on, I'm the clown, Are you happy? She suddenly grabbed the pearl crown and pulled hard. The crown fell apart and countless pearls flew. Qin Bao Bao's hair was disheveled. She looked like a lunatic. She shouted in a hoarse voice. Is it hysterical enough? Shower the flowers with tears. I only want to surprise you. I don't seem to exist in the past. Even the blue veins appear when you add more words. Do these words exist now? It was shocking. Qin Bao Bao clutched her chest again. Her expression changed. There was confusion, anger, sadness. She had practiced this at home a long time ago. At first, her acting was too fake. Qin Zi laughed at her. Later, she gradually got better and could control her emotions. She shouted at the top of her voice. Look at me, don't just look at the sky. Drink as much as you want even if I have to give you a cup of tea. Don't forget that someone is hoarse for you. At this moment, the whole audience was boiling. Hundreds of audience members stood up at the same time and shouted with all their might. It seemed that they wouldn't stop until their voices were hoarse. This was the music that hit the soul. This was the song that hit the soul. Exaggerated. It was the voice of countless people. Chapter 91. The venue blew up. This song was not a rock song, but it was more emotional than a rock song. Everyone felt that the song was singing about them and that they were the main characters in the song. They were fully immersed in the song, so they all wanted to be like that small character and shout loudly to attract attention with exaggeration and claptrap. Only for the attention of that desolate person. A lot of the audience felt the same way. They remembered what they had experienced or were experiencing. Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao. 100. 500. The more they shouted, the louder they got. Backstage, Li Rongxing said playfully, Wales, you said that you've never lost before. If, and I'm saying if, you were to PK her, do you think you have a chance of winning? Wales was silent. Through the TV screen at the front desk, he saw the crazy audience. It was several times hotter than when he sang. If he were to PK her, he wouldn't have the confidence. The highlight of today's stage wasn't him. After Qin Bao Bao shouted exaggerated, the show reached its climax and then fell. Wales, this handsome mixed-blood guy from a foreign country, did not become an instant hit as expected. At most, he became familiar with the audience. It was worth mentioning that Qin Bao Bao and Shu Lu's voting results were miserable. Qin Bao Bao led by nearly 200 votes and mercilessly crushed an A-list celebrity once again. On the way home, Wang Zijin and Qin Ziyi sat in the backseat. Qin Bao Bao was the one driving. Wang Zijin nudged her with her mouth and threw a look at Qin Ziyi that basically said, You guys haven't reconciled yet? Qin Ziyi pursed his lips and replied with his eyes, Ignore her. It'll be fine in a few days. It was rare for Qin Bao Bao to be so angry. Last time, she forgave Qin Ziyi for touching her but in less than 3 days. Now, his sister had been in a cold war with him for a few days. Fortunately, the two of them had been together for more than 20 years and had rich experience. Similar situations were not unheard of. When she was in high school, her sister was almost hung up and beaten by her parents because she wanted to be a celebrity. Out of novelty, Qin Ziyi happily watched the whole process of his parents with a feather duster in each of their hands. He didn't shout, Don't hit my sister. If you want to hit me. Instead, he actively pounced forward to block the bullet for his sister. Qin Bao Bao was heartbroken. She felt that she had been abandoned by her family, but she didn't dare to argue with her parents. Therefore, she had a cold war with Qin Ziyi for half a month. She had already survived the crisis of almost severing their relationship as siblings. This matter was nothing at all. Old strategy, love grows with time. No, let time heal the wounds. Friday. At night. The 5th episode of I Am a Singer was broadcast. The popularity of this episode of the show was relatively low, unlike the 3rd episode, when Qin Baobao angrily attacked Liu Shuigang on Weibo. In the fourth episode, the A-list celebrity, Xu Lu, joined the cast of I Am a Singer. If one had to point to popularity, it would probably be the storm of public opinion caused by Qin Baobao. Although the plot had reversed, there were still many people who scolded Qin Baobao. Did keyboard warriors need a reason to scold others? Other celebrities would be scolded for being hypocritical when doing charity. I wonder who the replacement singer for this episode will be. There was a hint in the Easter egg of the last episode. It only said that the guest was a mystery and didn't reveal his identity. It whetted our appetite. Xu Lu's episode is also a highlight. I'm looking forward to what song she will sing. Qin Baobao's Listen to the Sea is also quite good. I like it. Sigh, I'm sick of it. I've been playing the single on loop these days. But I'm listening to Xu Lu's version. Her singing is better. What the hell is Qin Baobao singing? Qin Baobao relies on her brother. Speaking of which, what does her brother look like? I really want to see. He's definitely a handsome guy. Not necessarily. There are also biological siblings who are worlds apart. Stop talking. The guest is out. Wow, he's so handsome. He's so handsome that I'm blinded. Oppa. Pure breeds are more handsome than mixed breeds. Who is this? There's no such person in the domestic music industry. A foreigner. Yin Jiao briefly introduced Wales's resume and background. The audience gathered in front of the computer was in an uproar again. Are you serious? He's that good. It's fine if he's handsome, but does he have to be so talented? Look at me, I'm 26 years old. I have a beer belly, no house, no car, and no girls. It's infuriating to compare. The production team is amazing. They even invited a foreign genius singer. They spent a lot of money. There's no justice in this world. He's so outstanding at such a young age. Is there such a singer in our country? He's not like those little fresh meats who only rely on their looks. He's not only good-looking, but also talented. Isn't Qin Baobao's brother the same? He's a real musical genius. Compared to him, Wales is not qualified to be mentioned in the same breath. That's not true. He hasn't even shown his face. He's just a legend. Besides, I'm talking about singing, not creating. At an advertising company. This Wales has a good image. I heard that he's preparing to develop his career in China for a while. Is the news reliable? We've communicated with his team. It's true. Try to sign a contract with him before he becomes popular. The advertising fees aren't high. You're so sure that he'll become popular? Yeah. What about Qin Baobao? Put her aside for now. We'll consider her after Star Singer ends. Her foundation is too shallow and there's still a lot of uncertainty. Wales is different. He's already very popular overseas and has his own team. We can work together smoothly. As for Qin Baobao, let's wait until she's established in star art first. The first group of singers began their competition. F***CK, he's singing high notes the entire time? What kind of singing voice is that? That's too scary. I'm shocked. It's simply a pleasure to listen to. He can sing in an opera. Although I don't understand English songs, just based on his high notes, he won't have any friends. No wonder he's called a soul singer. At his age, his singing skills are enough to dominate the country. What a pleasant surprise. I'm definitely a fan of this handsome foreign guy. Huang Yuteng's loss wasn't unjust. But he'll be able to return in the revival round. It's okay. Imports are better than domestic ones. Then, the second group of singers began their competition. Xu Lu sang first. It was an unrestrained ballad with pop music elements. The original singer was an unknown female ballad singer. Music variety shows liked to cover unknown songs. First, it was easy to surpass them. If they became popular, they'd make a lot of money. Classic songs were too difficult to surpass, so no one was willing to sing them. Goddess singing skills are online. Not bad. It's pretty good. It's better than the original. I've heard the original before. It's on a completely different level. Xu Lu is a professional singer. She lost to Qin Baobao by accident. Makes sense. Blue and White Porcelain is too amazing. It's been dominating the music charts for several days. Shulu's loss was justified. Originally, Qin Bao Bao's Listen to the Sea had a chance to shine again. But the netizens have all heard it. Some of them even repeated it once or twice. They feel that there's nothing to look forward to. Qin Bao Bao is in danger this time. As for Qin Bao Bao, I just want to say, let's leave it to fate. Haha, so funny. A few minutes later, those who didn't think highly of Qin Bao Bao were slapped in the face. Phut, Qin Bao Bao's outfit is interesting. It's so ugly. Although the goddess' smoky makeup is coquettish and indecent, why is she wearing such an ugly pearl crown? And what's with the skirt-like cloak? What happened to her big breasts and long legs? Exaggerated? The title of the song is interesting. A Cantonese song? She can sing Cantonese songs? The lyrics are good. Calm down. Comments. Listen to this song. The comments stopped for 2 or 3 minutes until Qin Bao Bao pulled off the pearl crown. The pearls flew all over the sky and scattered like flying flowers and broken jade. Countless people were shocked. The high energy has passed. Quickly return to your position. F***ck, this song made me cry. It's not the sadness of Blue and White Porcelain, but the helplessness and desolation of my own situation. Exaggerated? She's singing my heart out. F***ck, the tissue is wet. Mom, I didn't do anything strange with the tissue. These are really tears. Mom asked me why I was kneeling on the computer. An exaggerated song, the cry of a nobody. This is a real singer of the soul. Qin Bao Bao gave me another song that shook my soul. I love her so much. If anyone dares to slander her, I'll kill them. I fell in love with this song. My blood is boiling. I have goosebumps all over my body. This song is too awesome. Brother Qin Bao Bao is too awesome. What kind of person is he? How can he write such a song that hits the soul? This is not Qin Bao Bao's cry. It's the cry of countless people. The next day, I Am a Singer's ratings hit a new high. Whales became popular, but the most popular was Qin Bao Bao and her song, Exaggerated. Online media articles, a song that hits the soul. Qin Bao Bao makes another divine song. Exaggerated replaces Blue and White Porcelain as the daily #1. Exaggerated search rate is off the charts. A certain heavenly king predicts that Exaggerated will win an award. Qin Bao Bao's mysterious brother exposed. The man behind Qin Bao Bao. After the piano song to Qin Bao Bao, Qin Zi became popular again. The resourceful netizens even dug out Qin Zi's identity. It was even Qin Zi's junior high school graduation photo. At first, Qin Zi was shocked. But then, another young man with the surname Qin was dug out, followed by the second and third. A bunch of fake brothers of Qin Bao Bao appeared on the internet. One fake younger brother after another spread on the internet, while the real younger brother was forgotten. This was because Qin Zi's appearance in junior high was so ordinary that he looked like a passerby. The next day, Qin Bao Bao talked about the copyright of the song during breakfast. Did you sell the copyright of Exaggerated? Yes. So you invested in the stock market again? Yes. Qin Bao Bao glared at her brother and gritted her teeth. If you lose everything in the stock market, I'll fight it out with you. I won't tell you that I made tens of thousands. Qin Zi lowered his head and ate his bun. His sister didn't have the ability to manage money, but she liked to manage money, especially her brother's money. When Qin Zi first went to university, Qin Bao Bao pestered the old man every 2 to 3 days, asking him to transfer her brother's pocket money to her card and let her use it reasonably. The reason was that she was afraid that Qin Zi would fool around in school. The old man was worthy of being called a pickled radish. He took the opportunity to cut off Qin Zi's living expenses. He said, "Since you like to manage your brother's money so much, why don't you pay for his living expenses?" His sister tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it, so she raised Qin Zi for 2 years. Qin Bao Bao always said, "Sister raised you up with a handful of shit and piss for this reason." Star Art's marketing manager talked to me again. He wants to buy the copyright of those songs. Qin Bao Bao kicked her brother under the table. If it's the internet copyright, then there's no more. Qin Zi returned her kick. Early this morning, the official platform of the music chart called. The two parties had worked together before and it was quite pleasant. Qin Zi sold the exaggeration. The money he earned was invested in the stock market again. Qin Bao didn't change her expression and said lightly, other copyrights, such as KTV, CD, etc. Star Art's price is also very reasonable. There's a buyout and a share. Sister is an artist of star art after all. Ah! Qin Bao cried out in pain and her eyes were wet. She was kicked by Qin Zi on the ankle. Wang Zijin looked down at the bottom of the table and pouted. Her words were all in vain. At this time, the sister who suffered a big loss pounced on Qin Zi angrily, vowing to take back her dignity. Qin Zi was in the wrong a few days ago, so he only blocked and didn't fight back. Both sides attacked and blocked. Qin Bao saw the opportunity and sat on Qin Zi's thighs. Her sharp fingers poked at Qin Zi's nostrils. Qin Zi turned his head to avoid. He felt that he couldn't give in to his sister anymore. This woman opened a dye house just because he gave her some face. He used his big move and used his fingers like a sword to attack his sister's waist. Qin Bao's vital point was attacked. Her delicate body trembled and her aura dissipated. She panicked and got up from her brother's thighs, wanting to escape. Qin Zi pressed his sister back and poked left and right. After poking left and right, he poked right. Qin Bao screamed and pushed her brother, but she was not as strong as him. Her whole body was weak. When Qin Zi poked her, she screamed, Zizi, Zijin, save me. Qin Zi knew that his sister's weak point was her waist. Once he poked her, she would lose her ability to fight. I'm full. Out of sight, out of mind. Wang Zijin carried her bag and went to work. Qin Zi was having a lot of fun. His sister twisted and turned on his thighs, but she couldn't escape. Qin Bao cried and laughed. Her face was flushed. She collapsed in her brother's arms and sobbed. Sister. Qin Zi immediately stopped and pushed her. Qin Bao slapped his hand away and cried, You only know how to bully me. Go back, I don't want to live with you. You started it, Qin Zi said in a low voice. Your kick hurt me. You kicked me first. Qin Bao was at a loss for words. She said hatefully, Believe it or not, I'll report this to Dad. Qin Zi curled his lips. Qin Bao wiped her tears. Say you're wrong. I'm wrong. Qin Bao sniffled and left her brother's thighs. She thought to herself, this is karma. When they were young, she was used to bullying her brother and didn't manage her dignified image as an elder sister. Now, the tables had turned. It was her turn to be bullied and occasionally taken advantage of by him. Chapter 92. In the backyard of the villa. Raise your arms higher, and the way you exert force is wrong. When you attack, you have to tighten your wrists, or your joints will be injured. Qin Zi wore boxing gloves on both hands. While resisting Li Donglai's fierce attacks, he also pointed out his moves and mistakes. In the past half a month, Li Donglai's performance had improved significantly, but compared to his progress in fighting, it was insignificant. When Qin Zi first saw this kid, apart from his fierce and brute strength, he had no pattern in his moves. He was a typical hooligan. After a period of hard work, Li Donglai became a hooligan who knew a few moves. In the words of Shenxia, he was a servant disciple. Fighting is also an art. You can look at it from a scientific point of view. We usually say that in the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible and one person can defeat 10 people can be analyzed and explained in terms of mechanics. The so-called secret martial arts manual is even simpler. I divide it into 3 steps: body refining, moves training, and returning to nature. Qin Zi sincerely taught his nominal disciple. Why don't you say Jindan, Yuanying, divinity, and ascension? On the stairs a few meters away, Pei Ziki was crunching her cucumber. She rolled her eyes fiercely. Her delicate white face was full of disdain and disdain. Without needing Qin Zi to speak, Li Donglai reprimanded, when practicing martial arts, the most taboo is for outsiders to watch. Don't you know the rules? Get out of here. Pei Ziqi rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, "You're crazy. You've gone mad." She turned around and walked back to the living room. As soon as the girl left, Li Donglai immediately smiled flatteringly. "Master, please continue." Qin Ziyi nodded with satisfaction and continued to tease. Simply put, body refining is to strengthen the body. Without a strong body to support it, no matter how many moves you practice, they are all fake. Our great leader said that the body is the capital of revolution. Li Donglai nodded repeatedly. That makes sense, that makes sense. I feel that my body's condition has improved over the past few days. There's a primordial force in my dantian. Luckily it's not the silent burning baleful qi, otherwise I'd have to waste my power to help you dredge your meridians. Qin Ziyi continued to talk nonsense. Training moves, as the name implies, is to practice routines. Take your math class for example. The teacher will give you the formula first. The formula is a routine. As long as you master the routine and practice diligently, you will become an expert. Li Donglai said, "Master is indeed a master. You can easily combine martial arts and mathematics. Your disciple is far inferior to you. But even if the students have mastered the mathematical formula, their results are still uneven. The top students get full marks, and the bottom students fail." Why? Why? Li Donglai followed his master's train of thought. Stupid. That's because the top student is immersed in the massive exercise bank. In other words, Brainiac is fighting with all kinds of enemies, accumulating experience, and finally reaching the realm of winning with no moves. I understand. That's why real skills come from practice. We heroes should travel the world and fight with all kinds of people. Your master is deeply gratified that you can understand this. Li Donglai opened his mouth and said hesitantly, "Qin Ji, can we change the way we talk? It feels so shameful." Qin Zi felt satisfied with being called master. He kicked Li Donglai's butt. "Get lost and do your exercises. I've taught you for so long and you've only raised your score from 30 to 50. What I want is a pass, a pass." Pei Ziqi sat on the leather sofa, holding a cucumber in one hand and a remote control in the other. She glanced at the backyard, the corners of her mouth raised. Two lunatics. At 11 in the morning, Qin Zi looked at his phone and stood up. "It's about time. That's all for today. I'll leave first." Before his stunned disciple Li Donglai could ask him to stay, he picked up the bag beside the bed and rushed out of the door. In the living room, Nan Man Pei happened to come back with 2 bags of fresh fruits and vegetables. "Have lunch before you leave." When she was at home, she was still very ladylike and gentle. Qin Zi's expression changed slightly, and he put on a warm smile. "Sorry to disturb you. I'll go out and eat by myself." Nan Man Pei smiled faintly. "It's not a bother. I'll cook your portion too. By the way, little Qin, are you used to spicy food? You locals tend to have a sweet taste." Completely ignoring my words, Qin Zi forced a smile. "Most of the people who like sweet food are the older generation, and not all Shanghai people like sweet food. I don't like it." Nan Man Pei nodded seriously and handed the fruits to Pei Ziqi. "Go wash the fruits." He carried the vegetables into the kitchen. Pei Ziqi looked disdainfully at this guy who didn't know what was good for him and snorted, "You don't know how many people want to eat at my family's table, but they can't." Qin Zi sighed. "Every time I eat Sister Pei's dishes, I always feel that something is wrong. It wasn't that it tasted bad, but it definitely didn't taste good." The most important thing was that Nan Man Pei could make a dish with perfect ingredients that tasted just barely. That was amazing. For example, if you put fresh seafood in her pot, you could taste the freshwater fish. The silver codfish, which was known for its tender meat, tasted like dried tofu. He really wondered how she did all this. Pei Ziqi's face turned bitter. "It's not good. She also enjoys going home to feed the children. No matter how busy she is, she will take time out of her work to cook for us. When she's in a good mood, she will ask with a smile, 'What do you think of my dishes today? If you want to eat, I'll cook for you tonight.'" Qin Zi recalled that the first time he stayed at the villa for dinner, he went against his conscience and gave her 108 likes. No wonder she was always so enthusiastic about asking me to stay for dinner. She's just obsessed with herself. She doesn't know herself. Chin Zi concluded. Pei Ziqi's mouth twitched. If you have the ability, say it in front of Auntie. Haha, let me go and save your auntie's fragile worldview. Facing reality is an urgent matter. Chin Zi was slightly excited. Nan Man Pei's little quirks not only didn't damage her image, but also made her more lively. Chin Zi always felt that too perfect a woman was too illusory. He forgot that there was a sentence in a fantasy novel: the sun moves in the middle of the day, the moon waxes and wanes. An imperfect woman was more reassuring. For example, the vixen sister at home. Whether it was her figure or her face, she could be said to be perfect. But her personality was too bad, so she lived until now without a care in the world. If his sister's personality was gentle, generous, educated, and reasonable, the heavens would be jealous of her beauty. Li Donglai happened to come down from the second floor and was shocked when he heard the conversation between the sister and the chef. He glanced at the kitchen and lowered his voice. Chin Ji, don't be impulsive. If you say that Auntie's cooking is bad to her face, she will get angry. Pei Ziqi nodded in agreement, then shook her head again and again, egging him on. No, my auntie is very generous. Go ahead. Li Donglai glared fiercely at the sister with sinister intentions. Chin Zi said in his heart, you guys haven't seen my heaven-defying cooking skills when I easily caught 2 women's stomachs. But Li Donglai's careful words broke Chin Zi's confidence. Li Donglai said, Auntie is very confident in her cooking skills. The head chef of a 5-star hotel personally cooked, and Auntie's evaluation is not bad. But her evaluation of her cooking skills can only be described with one word: perfect. When Chin Zi heard this, he was immediately terrified. Damn, this family in front of him was not Qin Bao, that country bumpkin who had never eaten in a 5-star hotel. They had seen the cooking skills of a 5-star head chef. No matter how good Chin Zi's cooking skills were, he would not dare to say that he could beat a 5-star head chef, right? Pei Ziqi rolled her eyes. Stop bragging. I hate men like you who talk big. Just treat it as a joke and wash the fruits. Pei Ziqi was a 17-year-old lowly in her first year of high school. She had a small waist, slim legs, and a perky butt. She looked a bit like Nan Man Pei. She should be the campus belle of the school, but her temper was too bad. Just like Nan Man Pei said, the siblings were too vicious. They turned hostile just like that, making Chin Zi a bit embarrassed. Li Donglai advised, Chin Ji, forget it. Auntie is very fierce when she gets angry. Chin Zi laughed. Come, scold me a few more times. Pei Ziqi was stunned and said subconsciously, crazy. Continue. I think your brain is really sick. Is your vocabulary so poor? You idiot, brainless trash, very good. Chin Zi pressed his hand, indicating that it was okay. The system's mission notification echoed in his mind. Ding, please make a meal that will shock everyone. 120 points will be rewarded if successful, and the corresponding points will be deducted if failed. Sure enough, the more he suppressed it, the fiercer the rebound. The desires in the heart could be manipulated to a certain extent. Li Donglai looked at him, dumbfounded. I didn't expect you to be this kind of master. The way Pei Ziqi looked at him was as if he was looking at a lunatic. There was a hint of perversion in his eyes. Chapter 93. Sister Pei, are you cooking? Chin Zi stood at the entrance of the kitchen with a sincere smile on his face. This kitchen could be said to be luxurious, with high-end custom-made cabinets and a full set of stainless steel kitchen utensils. There were 6 knives placed neatly on the knife rack. There was a built-in oven, a commercial coffee machine, and hardware that ordinary families would not see. Even the floor was bright and shiny. What a rich man. How much money did he spend? Nan Man Pei turned her head. Perhaps because Chin Zi did not rashly invade her territory, she squeezed out a gentle smile and said, you can go outside and wait. It will be ready soon. She lowered her head and continued to cut the vegetables. Chin Zi hesitated and chose to break into the queen's forbidden area. Before coming to the kitchen, he had measured the difficulty of the mission. The mission requirement was to shock 4 people. Considering the number of people, he only needed to deal with 3 people. The difficult part was how to shock 4 people. The queen's status was not low, and even a 5-star chef was not worthy of her attention. Either there was a problem with her taste, or her requirements were too high. Considering her self-confidence, the former was more likely. The queen was cutting the meat. Qin Ziyi quietly approached and looked at her. Her knife skills were average. The meat was not evenly cut and was not completely cut. On average, 2 pieces of meat would be a lotus root. She had a heart that loved cooking, but it lost to talent. God is indeed fair. I won't blame God or anyone else in the future. When Pei Nanman heard the footsteps behind her, she turned her head to look. From the slight frown on her face, Qin Ziyi sensed that this queen, who usually did not show her emotions, was dissatisfied. What does Sister Pei like to eat? Qin Ziyi asked again. Nanman Pei pondered for a moment and said indifferently, Hun cuisine. I'm really curious why a northeasterner likes Hun cuisine. While Qin Ziyi was complaining in his heart, he contacted the system and exchanged for Hun cuisine. After hearing that Nanman Pei was even a 5-star chef, Qin Ziyi and the system had a deep discussion. Advanced cooking proficiency was indeed not enough to look down on 5-star chefs. However, there was something fishy about it. The advanced cooking proficiency was a broad concept. Above the advanced cooking proficiency, there was something called the 8 major cuisines. If he had to give an example, it would probably be the difference between an unspecialized character and a class change. Therefore, Nanman Pei finished cooking a plate of stir-fried pork under Qin Ziyi's covetous gaze. During this process, Qin Ziyi continued to blabber on and on, saying offensive words. The oil isn't fully heated. Cooking is too fast. Slow down. The timing of the soy sauce cooking wine is a bit off. Obviously, there's too much MSG. It will take over the taste. I didn't cut enough chili. I put it in too early. Look, it's all fried. The queen's 30 years of experience and self-control were almost not enough, and she went berserk on the spot. After cooking a dish with great difficulty, this guy actually dared to use his hand to pick up a piece of meat and throw it into his mouth. After chewing, his face still had a sad and angry expression. He said, "The meat is too overcooked. There's a mouthful of MSG. I told you that there's too much MSG." Nanman Pei's delicate eyebrows twitched. Her fair and round face was dyed with a layer of anger. She said angrily, "Qin Ziyi, if you don't smooth things over today, I'll find someone to throw you into the Huangpu River. Do you still have meat?" Qin Ziyi didn't answer her and said, "Go away, go away. I'll cook a plate for you." If it was someone else, especially a man, who dared to behave atrociously in her kitchen, Nanman Pei would have already stuffed them with a pot lid. However, after being angered by Qin Ziyi just now, she was calm. If this guy couldn't cook a dish to her satisfaction, he would be thrown into the Huangpu River. Fighting and killing were not popular these days. She would let this guy who touched her bottom line walk in, but it wouldn't be a problem for him to walk out of here lying down. Nanman Pei had always prided herself as a little divine chef. Don't just stand there. Give me a hand and wash the chili. Qin Ziyi pulled out a kitchen knife with a perfect curve and didn't forget to instruct Nanman Pei to do something. Nanman Pei almost thought that there was something wrong with her ears. She couldn't believe it. You want me to help you wash the vegetables? Wash the pot while you're at it. I'll cut the meat. Nanman Pei was speechless. It was better to throw it into the Huangpu River. Duh, duh, duh. The kitchen knife in Qin Ziyi's hand was like a sword in the hands of an ancient warrior. In the continuous flashes of the knife, the pork was quickly dissected and turned into slices of meat that were almost the same width and thickness. Nanman Pei thought to herself, this guy's knife skills are good, slightly better than mine. However, good knife skills did not mean good cooking skills. It was just like how her knife skills were mediocre, but her cooking skills were excellent. With the thought of let's see what kind of tricks this guy can cook up, Nanman Pei helped someone for the first time in her life. She washed the pot and the chili. She placed them neatly on the dustpan for him. In the living room, the siblings who quarreled every 2 days and quarreled every 3 days pricked up their ears and paid close attention to the movements in the kitchen. Li Donglai heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that his master didn't chase after their aunt with a kitchen knife. Pei Ziki, who had the same expectations and different thoughts, expressed her disappointment. The siblings' attention was not on a certain anti-Japanese drama. Li Donglai curiously said, "Aunt didn't get angry. My master has some tricks up his sleeve." Pei Ziqi replied in disdain, "Of course he's trying to curry favor with little aunt. The dishes she cooks are delicious." His impeccable aunt's only weakness was her culinary skills. Pei Ziqi had seen many elites from all walks of life. She had the ambition to trick them into investing. She walked into her aunt's study with a proposal and market report and then left with a gloomy face. In fact, all she had to do was to praise her. "Your cooking skills are really unparalleled." She could easily pull in hundreds of millions of investments. Li Donglai proudly said, "Qin Ji said that we have to use our brains when doing things. We can't just rely on brute force. He must be aunt's assistant. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kept him in the kitchen." Pei Ziqi also said in a sad and angry tone, "Qin Ji is always Qin Ji. You, Li Donglai, are almost becoming his henchman." Li Donglai sneered. "I like it. What's wrong with that? Qin Ji is so awesome. He has good grades and is good at fighting. It's better to follow him than to follow a group of second generations." Pei Ziqi rolled her eyes. "You say it as if he is omnipotent. If he has the ability, he can conquer aunt with his cooking skills. Damn, why do men need cooking skills? Aren't you making things difficult for him?" As he spoke, Li Donglai suddenly sniffed. "What's that smell?" The tempting smell of food faintly spread to the living room. This was the effect of the powerful range hood. Otherwise, the entire living room would be filled with the smell of food. Pei Ziqi felt the crazy secretion of gastric juice and secretly swallowed. "It smells so good. Aunt's cooking skills have improved." The brother and sister rushed to the kitchen side by side. Li Donglai shouted, "Aunt, I'm so hungry." Pei Ziqi flattered her, "Little aunt, I've already said that you're very talented in cooking." Then, they saw the scene. The dignified and elegant aunt sat by the coffee table with a plate of fried meat in front of her. She took a bite, then another. And the guy who shamelessly said that he would save aunt's worldview was standing in front of the pot and skillfully stir-frying. Occasionally, he would throw the food into the air and show off his skills. What's going on? Pei Ziqi's mouth was slightly open. The scene in front of her was beyond her scope of understanding. Aunt, who had always regarded the kitchen as her own private property, actually allowed a man to do whatever he wanted in the forbidden area. Looking at her, not only was she not angry, but she was also eating happily. Damn, who is this Qin Ziyi? He is too resourceful. Li Donglai was first surprised, then happy, and then worshipped. Master is indeed master. He hid his secrets well. In the heart of the 8th grader, Qin Ziyi became more and more mysterious. Nan Man Pei chewed slowly and did not even raise his head. Go out and wait. There is still a while. Nan Man Pei was a man of his word in the family. He was very dignified, and the brother and sister did not dare to have any objections. Pei Ziqi turned around and muttered, only the magistrate is allowed to set fire, but not the common people. Qin Ziyi teased, too loud. Pei Ziqi abruptly turned around and glared fiercely at this fellow. She turned around and went back to the living room, her little but swaying flirtatiously. Qin Ziyi cooked 4 dishes, fish head with double hot peppers, fried meat, crab tofu, and eggplant with garlic. He washed and cut the vegetables by himself, so busy that he was sweating profusely. After the last and most troublesome dish, fish head with double hot peppers, came out of the pot, he glanced at a certain woman who was eating quickly with her chopsticks and snorted. If you continue eating, it will all be gone. There are still 2 children outside waiting to be fed. Nan Man Pei said softly, you talk too much. Her style was straightforward and domineering. If it was Qin Bao Bao, he would act coquettishly and say, if you want to eat, then eat. Wang Zijin praised, it is all because of Az's great cooking. This was very good. Every woman should have her own aura. Why would the face of an internet celebrity be criticized? 9 out of 10 internet celebrities had sharp chins and big eyes. They were all the same. This kind of woman was actually the most flashy and had lost her spirituality. It was easy to get aesthetic fatigue. Chapter 94. After the dishes were served, Qin Ziyi went to the bathroom. When he came back, he saw that Li Donglai and Pei Ziki were wolfing down the food. His aunt gently and majestically warned, "Pay attention to your table manners." Li Donglai gave Qin Zi a thumbs up and swallowed the food in his mouth with difficulty. "Qin Ji, I really admire you. How can you know everything?" Pei Ziki didn't say anything, but her action of burying her head in the food gave a silent affirmation. This little girl was a little proud. She couldn't say things like "your food is delicious." Li Donglai said, "Qin Ji, why don't you be our family's chef? I'll ask my aunt to give you the salary of a 5-star chef." Pei Ziki puffed up her cheeks and said in a vague voice, "I won't treat you badly." Nan Man Pei put down his chopsticks and said softly, "Is your aunt's food not delicious?" The brother and sister's faces changed greatly. "No, no, no, our aunt's food is delicious, but we can't bear to let you work for us. I like eating aunt's food the most. Qin Zedi's cooking skills can't compare with aunt's at all. We're just afraid that aunt will be too tired." Nan Man Pei smiled with satisfaction and said, "Little Qin is a busy man. He has no time." Qin Zi asked, "Sister Pei, is the food delicious?" Nan Man Pei nodded. "It's okay. It's okay, ding. Mission failed. 120 points have been deducted. The host only has 60 points left. Please work hard to complete the mission." Qin Zedi's heart collapsed at this time. Why was it like this? Why was it like this? Qin Zi almost couldn't control the primitive force in his body. Didn't Nan Man Pei love Hun cuisine? Didn't she like spicy food? Are you kidding me? I exchanged for advanced proficiency in Hun cuisine. If you don't give me a full score, don't you feel ashamed? Since he got the system, he finally failed the mission for the first time, and it was at a critical moment when he was short of points. Nan Man Pei suddenly noticed Qin Zedi's deep hatred and was stunned. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Qin Zi gritted his teeth. This woman had rich social experience and was calm. It was difficult to shock her. Most importantly, she was confident in her cooking skills. Qin Zi felt that he made a flour, and she might also think that her cooking skills were number one. She chewed the fish, chewed meat, and returned to origin. She smiled. "Qin, I heard Ziki said that you divided practicing martial arts into 3 steps: physical training, and returning to the origin. It's indeed nonsense." Nan Man Pei looked serious. "It's actually not that complicated. There are only 2 steps: transform essence into qi, and transform qi into spirit." Qin Zi suddenly felt that he didn't know how to respond. Was the queen a Xianxia fan? Should he add, after that, there's still refined spirit to void, and refined void to Tao? The system told him that there was no such thing as cultivating to become an immortal. Energy cultivation was only to strengthen everyone's qi and extend one's lifespan, but telekinesis was nonsense. He guessed that Nan Man Pei's refined qi into spirit was to strengthen the body and nourish the spirit. For example, people often said that their faces were rosy and their spirits were hale and hearty. Nan Man Pei said again, "Qin Zi, are you free this afternoon?" She changed the topic too quickly. Qin Zi was stunned. "I'm free. I'm idle at home, so I have a lot of time." Probably because she felt that it was too awkward to be alone with Qin Zi, his sister finally stopped lazing around at home this week and went to work on time every day. Qin Zedi's daily work was to look at the market and study the trend of the stock market. These tasks could also be done on his phone. Therefore, his time was very free. Ziki's piano teacher resigned because he had to prepare for the wedding. "I plan to hire a better piano teacher. Come with us this afternoon," Nan Man Pei said. "I can't help much," Qin Zi said. "You're an expert," Nan Man Pei said. Since he had nothing to do, Qin Zi said, "Okay. How is he an expert?" Pei Ziki was speechless. "Aunt, what does this guy know about the piano? It's true that he can play the guqin. Don't think that he knows how to play the guqin just because I said that he played it well last time. The guqin and the piano are not the same thing. Do you know what the piano is? Do you know how many high notes there are and how many low notes there are? Do you know how many notes there are in C? Do you know what 1 finger and 2 fingers are?" Along the way, Pei Ziki was full of disdain and suspicion. In the face of the big loli's disdain, Qin Ziyi did not respond. He looked out of the window and was indifferent. Pei Ziki was usually not a talkative person. She did not know why, but when she saw him like this, she was inexplicably angry. Perhaps she was used to being sought after by others. She suddenly met someone who ignored her and felt unbalanced. Therefore, she kept looking for trouble. In the end, Nan Man Pei reprimanded, "Ziki, don't be rude." Pei Ziki and Li Donglai were the same. They respected and feared this aunt. She immediately curled her lips and finally stopped. Nan Man Pei apologized, "Qin Ziyi, don't mind it." Qin Ziyi smiled and nodded. He was also a Tsunda. The older sister's Tsunda leaned towards acting spoiled, making people feel that she was cute and playful. Pei Ziki was limited by her age and experience. She was a Tsunda. "Sister Pei, you also pay attention to the entertainment industry," Qin Ziyi said without rhyme or reason. Pei Ziki was puzzled when she heard this. However, he was not worried that Nan Man Pei would not understand. With the Queen's IQ, EQ, and experience in society, she should understand immediately. "I'm old. If I pay attention to the entertainment industry, it makes me look younger." Nan Man Pei sighed. "Are women these days so self-pitying?" Qin Ziyi teased naturally. A woman in her 30s had charm in her eyes and eyebrows. She was like a ripe peach that could be squeezed out of water. Was this considered old? Nan Man Pei did not care about Qin Ziyi's teasing and said, "Actually, I have a management company. Its business ability is average. It's the kind of company that has been struggling at death's door." Pei Ziqi felt a sense of helplessness and frustration from being excluded from the conversation. She couldn't understand the hidden meaning behind their words. Nan Man Pei said that Qin Ziyi was an expert. This proved that she had paid attention to the Qin Bao Bao piano piece that was trending on the internet. That was why Qin Ziyi asked this question. Queen Bae must have watched the video and recognized Qin Ziyi. She knew that Qin Ziyi did not want to expose his identity, so she did not say anything. This was a tacit understanding between the two. The destination was a high-end commercial building in Shuhui, located in the CBD area. The Maserati parked in the parking lot. There's a piano club on the 3rd floor. It's one of the strongholds of the Shanghai Music Association. It's a club for members of the association to exchange music. At the same time, it's open to people outside the association. It's not expensive, but it's enough for ordinary people to save up for a year or two. Their side business is selling pianos. I've been to a few piano recitals. It's not bad. The members of the piano association occasionally work part-time as tutors, only for the members of the club. Nan Man Pei led the two into the elevator, pressed the button for the 3rd floor, and said, "The standards of the people in the International Musicians Association are uneven. They are naturally speaking up for their own people. It's not to be trusted. Help Sister Pei take a look. Don't invite back a dabbler." Qin Ziyi pondered for a moment. "Sister Pei, it doesn't matter what the teacher's standard is. The key is the student's standard. A university professor teaching primary school students will go crazy. It's not worth it in terms of salary." Pei Ziki frowned. "Qin Ziyi, what do you mean?" Nan Man Pei nodded. "That's true. But as a parent, I always want to give my child the best educational resources. It's okay, Sister Pei can afford it." Chapter 95. The piano club occupied the entire 3rd floor. It had a wooden floor, soft crystal chandelier, and European decor. Although it was called a piano club, there was more than one type of musical instrument. Almost all the musical instruments on the market could be found here, but the piano was the most common. Next was the guitar. The piano and the guitar were known as the two big brothers in the musical instrument industry. One went the high-end route and was loved by the aristocrats and the petty bourgeoisie. The other went the civilian route and was a must-have for a wandering singer. There were quite a lot of people in the hall. There were about 10 of them, not including those in the soundproof room. Nan Man Pei took out her membership card and asked the receptionist to swipe it. "Are there any free pianists in the club? I would like to hire a tutor." The receptionist was beautiful and fashionably dressed. Years of experience in society had trained her sharp eyes. She quickly glanced at Pei Nanman and paused slightly on her wrist. This young woman was so beautiful that it was shocking. Even though her clothes were ordinary, one could never judge a person's inner self by their appearance. The real nouveau riche was hidden in the inconspicuous details, such as the watch on her right wrist. It was a Cartier rose gold lady's watch. This watch was so famous that almost all the girls who loved luxury goods had seen it in magazines. Because it was a limited edition, its current price was about $600,000, which was more than 4 million yuan. This was a super nouveau riche. Please wait a moment. I will inform the manager. Under the charm of money, the receptionist's smile was sincere and sweet. Taking advantage of the free time, Qin Ziyi took out his phone to read a novel. Pei Ziki came over to take a look and said disdainfully, "I've read this book. The logic is fine, but the plot is too old. The author has no brains. She urges you to update every day and ignores you." Qin Ziyi glanced at her. Come. Here is the pen." Pei Ziki stopped talking. A moment later, the receptionist came out with a middle-aged man in a suit. He had a round face and a big belly. He looked like a typical middle-aged man. The professional smile on his face became warmer when he caught a glimpse of Nanman Pei's watch. "Miss Pei, this is Manager Zhong of our club." The receptionist introduced them. "Manager Zhong, this is Miss Pei, a member of our club." Although Nanman Pei was a member here, Manager Zhong obviously had no impression of her. It was obvious that Nanman Pei did not come to the piano club often. "Miss Pei wants to hire a music teacher." Manager Zhong led Nanman Pei and the other two to a leather sofa in the hall and asked, "May I know what instrument it is?" Some music teachers taught guitar, piano, cello, violin, and so on. Of course, their club couldn't be so careless. They had to ensure that their teachers were excellent and that their reputation was good for business. "Piano." Nanman Pei smiled and took the hot tea from the receptionist. When he heard about the piano, Manager Zhong frowned slightly, as if he had something to hide. Nanman Pei said with a smile, "There's no rush. Manager Zhong, you can put up our request. When any piano teacher is interested, you can contact me. Salary is not a problem either. To be honest, there's an international piano competition in October. The International Musicians Association is focusing on talent. There's a piano competition in the circle at the end of August. The top teachers don't have much time." He didn't say anything definite. He changed the topic and said with a smile, "But there are a few excellent pianists practicing in the practice room today. I'll help you ask. Thank you for your trouble." Nanman Pei said with a smile. After Manager Zhong left, Nanman Pei turned to Qin Ziyi and said, "I said that their words are not trustworthy." Qin Ziyi pondered for a moment and understood. Who doesn't want to take a bite of Sister Pei's fat meat? Nanman Pei glared at him, which was particularly charming. Manager Zhong's performance was impeccable. When he heard about hiring a piano teacher, he showed a difficult expression. It was not obvious, but it was enough for Qin Ziyi and the others to see. He then mentioned the international piano competition in October and the domestic piano competition in August to send a signal. There was a shortage of piano teachers. Why did he do this? Of course, it was to pave the way for the price later. Piano teachers were not cabbages with a clear price tag. The price of teaching was naturally different with different fame and level. Therefore, this negotiation was very important. If the negotiation was good, he would make a lot of money. Qin Ziyi guessed that Manager Zhong said the same thing to every member who hired a piano tutor. The only flaw was that he was too straightforward. When Nanman Pei put forward the nominal request, Manager Zhong changed the topic and immediately expressed that although there are few people, the club happens to have an excellent pianist today. He didn't realize that the Queen's words were probing. As expected of the Queen, her skills were superior. Pei Ziki was confused and puffed up her cheeks angrily. Not long after, Manager Zhong came out with a man in a casual suit behind him. He was very young, less than 30 years old. Manager Zhong showed great enthusiasm. "Allow me to introduce you. This is the top pianist in the country." He then said to the young pianist, "Teacher Li, This Miss Pei wants to hire a tutor. Li Guowei was stunned by Nan Man Pei at first sight. There were many women with exquisite facial features, but her skin was white with a healthy flush. There were no black hair or acne marks. This was a real woman with ice and jade skin. However, Nan Man Pei's faintly discernible dignified temperament made Li Guowei not dare to show too much desire. The second person he saw was Pei Ziki, a delicate and beautiful high school student. She had the unique pink face of a young girl and a figure like a willow branch sprouting out of a bud. She could definitely make some uncles who liked to eat young grass a little hard. The third person he saw was Qin Ziyi, but he didn't care and just glanced at him. As the middleman, Manager Zhong was very active in promoting the product. He said, "Miss Pei, Teacher Li is very famous in the domestic piano circle. He has been practicing piano since he was young. At this age, the awards he has won can fill a room. These are not just for show. If you need, we can show you proof." Nan Man Pei smiled and nodded. Manager Zhong continued, "In addition, you know about the international piano competition in October. He is one of the candidates." Li Guowei slightly nodded, his eyebrows full of pride. "Pretty good." Nan Man Pei also expressed her satisfaction. Manager Zhong saw her like this and his face was slightly happy. "However, you get what you pay for. The price is relatively high because recently, good pianists have no time." Pei Ziki interrupted, "Everyone has no time. How can he have time? Isn't he a candidate?" Li Guowei said, "First, the piano is my life. I am familiar with every key, just like I am familiar with my own hands and feet. I am familiar with hundreds of piano pieces, just like I am familiar with my own handwriting. Second, I do need time to prepare, so I only have 3 lessons a week. Each lesson is at most an hour. Third, I set the teaching time. If there is a piano activity, I can cancel the lesson." Nan Man Pei slightly frowned. Manager Zhong reminded her, "It is really hard to find a good pianist now. Unless it is after October." After talking for a long time and all kinds of flattery, Nan Man Pei smiled and nodded. Manager Zhong finally revealed his true intentions. "Miss Pei, if you think it is good, we can talk about the price." Nan Man Pei still smiled gently. "Please speak." Manager Zhong and Li Guowei looked at each other and smiled. The former said, "Teacher Li's price is usually 1,500 yuan per lesson. Recently, it has increased because of the international piano competition. 2,000 yuan per lesson." Qin Ziyi was secretly speechless. Damn, 3 lessons a week, that was 6,000 yuan. 24,000 yuan a month. Oh my god. The piano was really the king of musical instruments. But Qin Ziyi remembered that when he was young, Qin Baobao only paid 40 yuan per lesson. Damn, this inflation is really high. When his sister was young, she was also multi-talented. She could dance ballet and play the cello. But now, she was thrown away to Java. Nan Man Pei had her "I am a nouveau riche, I don't care about money" attitude. She smiled and said, "The price is not a problem." Manager Zhong and Li Guowei's smiles were just blooming when they heard her say, "But I want to hear Teacher Li play live. The young man beside me is also a piano master." Chapter 96. Li Guowei looked at Qin Ziyi in surprise. Not everyone could be called a piano master. There were only a handful of pianists in the country who could be called a master. Even he was still a long way from the title of piano master. To give a simpler example, it was like the difference between a luxurious platinum and the greatest king. "Are you from the International Musicians Association?" Li Guowei looked at him seriously. Qin Ziyi shook his head. "How should I address you?" Li Guowei asked again. Qin Ziyi said. Li Guowei pondered for a moment and his tone became strange. "You're not from the circle, right? I've never heard of you." Qin Ziyi was speechless. "I've only studied piano for a few years." At this point, Li Guowei was no longer interested in continuing the conversation with Qin Ziyi. He looked at Pei Ziki. "What song do you want to listen to?" Pei Ziki didn't hesitate. "Blue and White Porcelain." Li Guowei was stunned. He didn't know how to play Blue and White Porcelain. Pianists disdained pop music, And it was a new song. It's a very famous pop song on I Am a Singer, Manager Jong explained. Lee Guowei said unhappily, "Pop music is not within the scope of my practice. Of course, if you have a score, I can play it too." Pei Ziki didn't have a score, of course. She curled her lips. Manager Jong said at the right time, "Just play a piano song, Teacher Lee. I remember that the piano song you played a few days ago was very nice. It's the one you posted on Weibo. Many people liked it." "You mean to Qin Bao Bao?" Manager Jong high-fived. "That's right. You recorded a video. Don't we follow each other on Weibo? Sigh, I've listened to it many times. It's really nice. It's definitely at the master level. I've heard of this song before. It's said that the International Musicians Association plans to let the original composer participate in the international piano competition." As Nan Man Pei spoke, he glanced at Qin Ziyi with a faint smile. "That's something that hasn't been settled yet. Let's not talk about this. Listen to Teacher Lee first." Manager Jong purposely suppressed the mysterious author in order to elevate Lee Guowei. In the southwest corner of the hall, there was a piano. The staff was playing soothing and melodious music to adjust the atmosphere of the club. It was indeed high class, unlike ordinary private clubs where the music was played from the speakers. This was a live performance by a real person. Lee Guowei asked the staff to get up and sat down. After pondering for a moment, he opened his eyes, exhaled, and placed his hands on the piano keys. In the next moment, notes drifted out like flowing water. A beautiful melody sounded. The rhythm was bright and comfortable, like a clear spring flowing in summer. In an instant, it attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Some people looked over in shock, while others couldn't help but approach. Some people were listening attentively. Lee Guowei's posture was straight. His shoulders did not move, but his wrists were nimble. His 10 fingers danced on the piano keys, playing a heavenly music. It had to be said that he had gone through a lot of hard work. He was so skilled that it was as if he was the composer of the song. Listening to this song, everyone felt relaxed and carefree. At the same time, they were attracted by the faint sadness in the piano. As expected of the king of musical instruments, it hit the soul directly. Pei Ziki was surprised. She had heard this song before. At that time, she just felt that it was not bad. After all, her level of appreciation was limited. Moreover, the piano in the video was electronically simulated. How could it be comparable to a real piano? It wasn't until today when she heard To Qin Bao Bao again that she clearly understood the charm of this piano song. After Lee Guowei finished playing this song, the hall was filled with warm applause. Manager Jong even cheered loudly and clapped desperately. It was as if this guy was attending a piano concert. He stood up and bowed in all directions. "Miss Pei, not bad, right?" Manager Jong was all smiles. Teacher Lee's standard is top-notch in the International Musicians Association. At his age, there aren't many people who are better than him. Nan Man Pei smiled calmly. Hearing this, she blinked. "I think the original work is better." Lee Guowei raised his eyebrows. "Sister Pei, the composer is talented. There's nothing to criticize him about that. However, when it comes to playing the piano, I'm confident that I'm better than him. From my professional point of view, there are many places in that video that he didn't handle carefully enough, and the conversion between high and low notes wasn't perfect. The reason why he's so popular is entirely because of the shock of his new work. During this period of time, his popularity has dropped. There are also many professionals playing his songs online. There are all kinds of videos, and some are even better than his original work. The International Musicians Association decided to invite him to meet and test his skills on the spot. It's not a done deal that he'll participate in the international piano competition. As far as I know, this composer has never contacted the International Musicians Association. Hee hee. The last chuckle was filled with disdain. When the onlookers heard this, they immediately started to discuss. So the original composer of To Qin Bao Bao is just average. That's impossible. Why not? Being able to write songs doesn't necessarily mean that you can sing. Creative talent and singing talent are not the same thing. It's the same on the piano. You don't say, that's true. This young man plays so well. I've heard the original video, but it's not as good as his. It feels like his a level better. A father and daughter were not far away. The daughter shook her father's arm. Dad, I want him to be my piano teacher. The father smiled dotingly. Okay. I'll ask later. Li Guowei became more and more smug. He glanced at Nan Man Pei as if to say that there would never be a shortage of good things. However, psychologically, he was more willing to be Pei Ziqi's piano teacher. Beauties, big and small, were so pleasing to the eye. Any man would know how to choose. In the piano circle, there was no lack of handsome and talented piano teachers who were admired and liked by rich young ladies. Then, there were stories of lovers who eventually got married. Nan Man Pei didn't make a statement. Instead, he turned to ask Qin Ziyi, what do you think? Qin Ziyi's evaluation was unusually valiant. He said, the form is similar, but the spirit isn't. It's really comfortable for laymen to listen to. Li Guowei looked at him as if he was an idiot. Manager Zhong frowned. He thought to himself, what's wrong with this kid? Does he know how to play the piano? After listening to the song, Pei Ziqi became a loyal fan. She retorted, what do you mean the form is similar, but the spirit isn't? I think it's very nice. Auntie, I'll invite him. Manager Zhong smiled and automatically ignored Qin Ziyi. Okay, let's just sign a contract. Let's get it ready. Li Guowei also smiled. Just as he was about to speak, Nan Man Pei waved his hand and said, Qin Ziyi, you say it. Qin Ziyi opened his mouth and said, the music is a rondo of ABACA. The rhythm is 38 beats. The basic theme of the A section is a fresh and simple melody built on the A minor. The first section is relatively simple. There are no problems with the playing. The problem lies in the second section. The B section is a very colorful first section. It is built on a new key, F major. The mood is cheerful and the color is bright. It makes the music jump from the soft and warm mood of a minor to the bright and cheerful atmosphere of F major. The singing in F major is very strong. You said that the original author didn't handle a few high notes well. It should be that after F major, he didn't continue to raise the high notes. Instead, he made a sharp turn and returned to the A section's low notes. This doesn't exist in common piano music. So, you made a slight improvement and added a few high notes after F major. Li Guowei said, what's the problem? Qin Ziyi shook his head. There's a big problem. I said before that the music is a rondo of ABACA. Listening to the two sections alone, it does feel a bit out of place. But from the overall situation, it's perfect. But I can't blame you. Those piano enthusiasts on the internet who play to Qin Bao Bao all have this problem. After all, you don't have the complete score. The onlookers were stunned by Qin Ziyi's words. They didn't understand but felt that it was awesome. Li Guowei was not convinced and said disdainfully, what you said is all empty words. I don't have the score, but do you? In order to learn this song, he repeatedly watched the video and practiced for more than a week. Qin Ziyi pointed to his head. The score is with me. Li Guowei almost laughed out loud. Ayo, are you addicted to showing off? The score is in your head. Who do you think you are? Why are you acting all high and mighty? Manager Zhong's face darkened and he said unhappily, young man, Teacher Li is a professional. The song to Qin Bao Bao he played was praised by many seniors in the circle. They said that his playing is better than the original. I'm not flattering him, but those seniors said so. Li Guowei looked at Nan Man Pei and then stared at Qin Ziyi. How about this, you play this song to Qin Bao Bao. Whether my playing is good or not, there will be a comparison. In internet terms, you can yoop no kanobibibi. The onlookers were excited. Play it. I didn't get enough of it just now. Young man, after talking for so long, play a song. Don't be so sure. Let's see who's better. I think this Teacher Li's playing is already very good. He's definitely the best on the internet. Even if the original author came, he wouldn't dare to say that he played better than him. Qin Ziyi turned his head to look at Nan Man Pei. The latter had a playful look on his face. He then looked at Peiziki. The little girl rolled her eyes again. At this moment, there was a ding in his mind. The system's mission notification came. Chapter 97. Show of Divinity, 7/15. Please play the song to Alice. Task requirement: achieve the effect of shocking everyone. Success will reward 120 points. Failure will deduct the corresponding points. Although Qin Ziyi claimed that to Qin Bao Bao was a song he gave to his sister, the system knew what was going on, so the song was called to Alice, not to Qin Bao Bao. Qin Ziyi's first reaction was to look at Nan Man Pei in horror. With this woman here, it seemed a little difficult to shock everyone. Is this the end of my life? I was defeated by this woman. Now the knife was on his neck. If he retracted his head, he would also be stabbed. Li Guowei saw that he did not respond for a long time and sneered. Not playing? Well, this song is not something that can be played well by ordinary people. The audience was disappointed. Qin Ziyi sat in front of the piano without a word and communicated with the system in his mind. Exchange for advanced mastery of To Alice. Exchange successful. Remaining points, 10. This time, he really had to put all his eggs in one basket. Otherwise, there might be a news report tomorrow. 2 pianists were found in a piano club in Shanghai. One of the pianists could not bear the shock and went into a coma on the spot. After the exchange was successful, his brain was in a trance for a few seconds. Qin Ziyi closed his eyes and eliminated the many distracting thoughts in his heart. In the hall, more than 10 people focused their eyes on the young man. The sound of the piano floated out like flowing water. Peiziki was stunned. It felt completely different from Li Guowei's. The same feeling rose in everyone's heart, but soon, they were immersed in the gentle and melodious music. A real piano was not comparable to an electronic onomatopoeia. The sound quality was not on the same level. The hall was silent. Only the sound of the piano floated in the air. It was neither too fast nor too slow. It was gentle and pleasant. It cleansed the soul and calmed the mood. Some people closed their eyes and immersed themselves in the world woven by the piano. There seemed to be the sound of the sea rising and falling in their ears. On a sunny afternoon, the waves rose and fell. A girl stood on the beach. A girl as gentle as water, with an ethereal and tranquil temperament. Qin Ziyi gradually entered the best state. His back was as straight as a pencil, the side of his face was as sharp as a knife, and his slender fingers were dancing in the air. The moment he touched the piano, his entire temperament changed. He had the nobility of an aristocrat and the elegance of an artistic youth. If there was an artistic young woman at the scene, she might fall in love at first sight and marry no one else. Peiziki's astonishment and surprise dissipated. Her face was soft as she stared at him in a daze, leaving only infatuation and admiration. Unlike everyone else's intoxicated expression, Li Guowei felt as if he had been struck 10,000 times. He stared at Qin Ziyi in disbelief. How could this be? How could he play so well? His piano skills were definitely at the master level. His interpretation of this song could be said to be perfect, impeccable perfection. But how did he manage to do this? This song had not been out for a long time, and many people had not even heard of it. Although the videos on the internet were outstanding, most of them were vague. Because the training time was too short, even if he practiced day and night repeatedly, it would only be slightly more than a week. As for other famous piano songs, which pianist did not practice hundreds and thousands of times? As for Li Guowei himself, he had practiced piano since he was young for more than 10 years. Those world-renowned songs, he had practiced countless times. Qin Ziyi's playing level, just like those famous songs he played, was the crystallization of hundreds and thousands of times of practice. But, how could this be? When the song ended, the melon-eating crowd was still immersed in the music. Their emotions had not been pulled back yet. A few seconds later, the applause came. It was incomparably warm. The father and daughter, the daughter's small hands clapped vigorously, and immediately said coquettishly, "Dad, I want him to be my piano teacher." Her father said awkwardly, "This young man doesn't seem to be from the piano club." I don't care, you go and help me." The daughter shook her father's arm vigorously, her eyes always falling on Qin Ziyi, rippling with extraordinary splendor. He could play the piano, and he was so handsome. The little girl was moved. In addition to his piano skills, he was also handsome. It's so nice. This is to Qin Bao Bao. It's great. I'm going to practice this song. It's so nice. The original video is not as good as his. The video circulating on the internet is also not as good as his. It's definitely the best I've ever heard. This kind of piano music is a kind of enjoyment. No wonder piano recitals are so popular. It's not like pop music or variety shows can compare. The master is among the people. If the original composer heard this song, he would be ashamed. Haha, I've recorded a video. I'll immediately upload it to the internet. How did you play it? Li Guowei forced himself to ask. He was like a hero in a wuxia novel who was hit by a palm, spitting out blood and asking what kind of martial arts it was. Qin Ziyi ignored him and turned to ask Nan Man Pei, "Is it nice?" Facing this otherworldly Jade Guanyin, he was not confident. Nan Man Pei applauded, unable to hide the amazement in his eyes. "It's nice." Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward is 120 points. The moment the system notification sounded, Qin Ziyi was relieved. Fortunately, this woman's confidence was limited to her cooking. "Why do you have the score?" Li Guowei stared at Qin Ziyi. He wanted to know his opponent's tricks even if he had to die. This person was so annoying. Qin Ziyi looked at him unhappily. The mission was completed and he was in a good mood. He blurted out, "Nonsense, this song was composed by me. Do you think I don't have the score?" After Qin Ziyi said this, he suddenly found the atmosphere in the hall strangely quiet. Li Guowei's eyes widened. Pei Ziqi's rosy little mouth was slightly open. Manager Zhong was dumbfounded. The onlookers were dumbfounded. What did they just hear? This song was composed by me. After digesting the shock and other emotions, the hall boiled over. More than a dozen people took out their cell phones and started taking pictures of Qin Ziyi. "Can you take a picture with me?" The girl let go of her father's hand and ran in front of Qin Ziyi. Her eyes were eager, excited, and bashful. Her father took a picture of the two of them. In the picture, his daughter was hugging the young man's hand. Then, the father revealed that he wanted to hire Qin Ziyi as his daughter's piano teacher. Qin Ziyi declined. The middle-aged man in his early 40s smiled and didn't insist. He gave Qin Ziyi a business card and left with his daughter who was pouting unwillingly. After a long time, the hall finally calmed down. Manager Zhong said nervously, "Madam Pei, look, this contract." Nan Man Pei didn't say anything. She just looked at Li Guowei. Li Guowei felt the blood rush to his face. He said awkwardly, "Madam Pei, I have to prepare for the piano competition at the end of August. I don't think I have time." Manager Zhong was stunned. Nan Man Pei smiled, "It's a pity, then forget it." Li Guowei's heart was about to collapse. He even wanted to curse. "You have such a powerful expert by your side, why are you looking for a piano teacher? Are you trying to disgust me? Do you have nothing better to do?" In the elevator, Qin Ziyi said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Sister Pei. I made you come for nothing." Nan Man Pei chuckled, "It's okay, it's quite interesting. Hiring a teacher is like shopping. You can shop around and choose slowly. I didn't plan on hiring a teacher today." She added, "Even if you have money, you can't let others take advantage of you." Qin Ziyi was stunned. He suddenly understood. This shrewd woman had long seen that the manager was raising the price to cheat people, so she proposed to play on the spot to slap people in the face. She was quite black-bellied. Pei Ziqi looked at Qin Ziyi and said coldly, "Qin Ziyi, teach me piano." Qin Ziyi was stunned. "Forget it, I don't have time." Pei Ziqi said stubbornly, "I don't care, you have to take responsibility. I didn't do anything to you, so why should I take responsibility?" Qin Ziyi said helplessly, "I don't have time. Auntie, look at him. It's all his fault for ruining things, but he's shameless and doesn't care." Pei Ziqi pouted and shook Nan Man Pei's arm. "Qin Ziyi, think about it." Nan Man Pei said, "Forget it. Qin Zi waved his hand. He didn't want to be a tutor endlessly. What kind of joke is this? Tutoring is my part-time job. Do you really think I have a lot of time? If I have the time, I might as well do a few more short-term deals. Isn't it more than this bit of tutoring salary? Anyway, I'm familiar with you guys. Nan Man Pei was an indifferent person. He smiled and didn't insist. Compared to his little aunt, Pei Ziqi was far from being able to maintain her composure. He was furious, and when his little aunt wasn't paying attention, he raised his leg to kick Qin Zi. Who would have known that this fellow's reaction would be so quick? He lifted his leg and Pei Ziqi's calf coincidentally hit the tip of his foot, causing him to almost cry out in pain. Nan Man Pei shook his head slightly. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Qin Zi hitched a ride home with Nan Man Pei. He opened the door and got off the car. He waved goodbye to Queen Bae, who had lowered the car window. Pei Ziqi made a face at him and stuck out her tongue. Then, she quickly raised the car window. When he got home, both of his sisters were not around. Qin Zi lay on the sofa with a laptop on his lap. He had a cigarette in his mouth and was looking at the stock market today. Other than a few days ago, the index had been trending upwards. Many stocks had hit their daily limit. Qin Zi's infrastructure stocks were still not hot. Although there was a small rise, compared to the other stocks that were rising happily, it was simply a weak chicken. Although Qin Zi was sure it would rise sharply, he wasn't sure when it would start. This was the long term. He had to be able to endure loneliness. Among the other 6 stocks, the growth enterprise market had fallen by 8% for 2 days. The remaining 5 stocks had risen sharply. Within a month, their stocks had risen by 60%. The total value of his stocks had reached 1 million renminbi. If his sister knew about this number, she would go crazy with excitement. At 3:00 p.m., the stock market closed. Qin Zi turned off his software and browsed Weibo and forums. He was surprised to find that his Weibo had exploded. Countless comments and mentions. He was curious and searched online. It was a video of him playing to Alice at the piano club. It was uploaded online. The title was shocking: The True Face of Qin Bao Bao's Younger Brother. The person who uploaded the video did not censor Qin Zi's face. Now, his face was exposed online. No wonder the comments on Weibo were so popular. Many netizens replied that they wanted to bear his children. Chapter 98. Qin Zi's video became popular. At the same time, To Qin Bao Bao also became popular. Once again, it set off a craze for piano playing. The previous video, after all, was played on a mobile app. It was amazing, but it was pure nonsense to say that it was an auditory feast. Because of this, after the video of someone playing the piano version spread online, many people felt that it was better than the original. But when Qin Zi personally played To Qin Bao Bao on the piano, the netizens realized that the cover songs they had heard before were all not up to par. As expected of an original master, there was no comparison at all. Listening to Qin Zi's piano version was a real auditory feast. It was so good that it couldn't be any better. The key was that Qin Zi's looks were surprisingly good. His Weibo was about to explode. The latest Weibo post, which originally had a few hundred comments, now had more than 100,000. Qin Bao Bao's brother, really, so handsome. I finally met the legendary brother. Well, he didn't let me down. Let's take it all. Catch a wild brother alive and bring him home to warm the bed. No one can snatch him from me. So elegant, so handsome. Especially when he played the piano, it simply pierced my heart. So talented. Is this the real To Qin Bao Bao? The sound of nature. There are also people on the internet who say that his piano playing is just SOSO. Why don't you do it if you can? Is this just SOSO? Qin Bao Bao is so beautiful, how can her brother be bad? Damn, looks are really hereditary. This is my husband, this is my husband, this is my husband. Important things must be said 3 times. Qin Bao Bao said in the program that he was an otaku. I thought he was the kind of fat otaku who wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses and had no spirit in his eyes. But I didn't expect him to be so handsome. My God. Lick the screen. He is also at the school hunk level in our school. And the way he plays the piano is really attractive. Oh, my young girl's heart. He can write songs and play the piano. F*ck, he's so handsome too. How can us single dogs endure this? Brother-in-law, you're not being nice. You're so handsome that I'm embarrassed to pursue your sister. Brother-in-law plus one brother-in-law plus two brother-in-law plus 10086. Chin Zi scrolled through the comments, unable to control the smile on his face. The feeling of being flattered was pretty good. He was considered an internet celebrity. At this moment, his phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was Liu Ziqiang. Chin Zi picked up the phone and heard Liu Ziqiang shouting excitedly, Chin Zi, Chin Zi, Chin Zi, are you crazy? I'm not deaf. If you have something to say, say it. Chin Zi moved the phone away from his ear. Is it you in the video? Is it you? Liu Ziqiang sounded agitated. What video? I don't know what you're talking about. Chin Zi asked even though he already knew the answer. Don't talk nonsense with me. Brother-in-law. I'll recognize you even if you turn into ashes. Speaking of which, how did you become so handsome? Did you have plastic surgery during the summer vacation? Liu Ziqiang said. Chin Zi sighed. Liu Ziqiang was not a parent. He was a young man who never left his phone. He also paid so much attention to Qin Baobao. It was impossible for him not to know that he was exposed. It's me. Chin Zi promised. F*ck, it's really you. Even though he was certain that it was him, Liu Ziqiang still could not hide the shock and excitement in his heart. Your sister is Qin Baobao? How can your sister be Qin Baobao? Oh, my goddess, she's actually my brother's sister. What have I done all these years? I missed the opportunity to be in a favorable position. I even have thoughts of dying. This kid went crazy. MDZZ. Chin Zi said helplessly, I told you my sister is very beautiful. You didn't believe me. It's mainly because you look too ordinary. You don't even have the same parents. Liu Ziqiang ridiculed. These words touched Chin Zi's bottom line. He scolded, F*ck off. I'm busy. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I'm hanging up. Why are you hanging up? Come out for dinner tonight. Call your sister. I'll treat. My treat. Liu Ziqiang said excitedly. Forget it. She's busy. She doesn't have time. Chin Zi rejected. His sister was in a cold war with him. He could not invite her. Besides, he could not let this happen. He was determined not to let others make a breakthrough through him and get close to Qin Baobao. He ruthlessly hung up Liu Ziqiang's call. A few seconds later, it rang again. This time, it was Zhao Baliang. Comrade Zhao Baliang's loud voice was deafening. Chin Zi, let me be your brother-in-law. Sorry, I don't have a sister. F*ck off. It's obviously you in the video. I asked Liu Ziqiang. He also said it was you. Zhao Baliang's voice was rough. He did not give Chin Zi a chance to answer at all. He chattered incessantly. Oh my god, Qin Baobao is actually your sister. Why didn't you say so earlier? You hurt my heart, bro. F*ck off. Both of you have ideas about my sister. Let me tell you, there's no way. Chin Zi was sweating profusely. Chin Zi, you are too disloyal. We have so many years of revolutionary friendship. Can't it be compared to a mere goddess? Sob sob sob. Chin Zi really couldn't stand a 1.8-meter tall rough man acting like a girl. He angrily said, F*ck off. Don't even think about it. He simply ended the call. Before he could take a few breaths, the call came again. Li Liang. These guys must have teamed up to bombard him one after another. After answering the phone, Chin Zi straightforwardly said, Sorry, Qin Baobao is not my sister, and the one playing the piano is not me. You have the wrong person. Li Liang said in a daze, What are you talking about? Chin Zi was stunned. Nothing. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Li Liang said, Chin Zi, how about I take you to Rome in the east tonight? My treat. Chin Zi's eyes lit up. Good brother. Li Liang laughed and said, "Since we are good brothers, can I borrow your chrysanthemum?" Qin Zi laughed and scolded, "I think Ba Liang is more interested in your chrysanthemum." Li Liang finally revealed his true intention. "Brother-in-law, your brother-in-law can't wait to dote on you. How can I destroy a flower? By the way, is your sister free tonight? Brother-in-law wants to invite her to have a candlelight dinner." Qin Zi sighed faintly. "I finally understand what a femme fatale is." He said in his heart, "Please don't mention the word brother-in-law. I don't know if I have a car full of brothers-in-law today." Li Liang said, "What are you talking about? Such a beautiful femme fatale. You can harm me as much as you want. You'd better find your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lovers. Don't think about my sister. Don't even think about it." Qin Zi mercilessly dispelled his roommate's crooked thoughts. Brothers were brothers. If one day his brother really became his brother-in-law, it would be unacceptable. Li Liang's smile was as wretched as it could be. "Are you embezzling? If it were me, with such a beautiful sister around, I would inevitably get hard. Get the F***K out of here." Qin Zi hung up the phone. At the same time, at Xingyi Entertainment, Xu Yunhan was a second-tier singer under Xingyi Entertainment. She was 28 years old and very beautiful. When she was 20 years old, she participated in a music talent show and became famous. Then, she was signed by Xingyi Entertainment. After 8 years of struggling in the entertainment industry, it was not easy to become a second-tier singer. She was different from Xu Lu, who also started out as a singer. The latter sang for a few years and then became a movie star. Xu Yunhan never accepted movies or TV shows. Other than the necessary commercial performances and endorsements, she only released albums and held concerts. She had a strong love for music. Many people felt that with the change of times, the path for singers was getting narrower and narrower. It had long passed the era of records, cassettes, and CDs. Actually, records and cassettes were very rare, but things like CDs would not be completely eliminated from the market. There were always some places that could not be separated from CDs, such as cars. It was just that the marketing model had changed. Did singing earn money? Did selling song copyrights earn money? Every time a song was ordered in a KTV, copyright fees would be collected. Variety shows would collect copyright fees when they sang cover songs. Music websites would collect copyright fees when they recorded songs. Singers could still earn a lot of money, just not as much as movie stars. In a small meeting room, Xu Yunhan smoked and listened to the people around her chattering. Smoking was not exclusive to men, especially women in the entertainment industry. Many of them smoked. Why? Because of the pressure. Smoking was still considered good. Some celebrities, because of the pressure, took drugs to reduce pressure. There were many of them. There were a few people in the meeting room. 2 assistants, 1 manager, and 2 leaders of the marketing department. Everyone gathered to discuss Xu Yunhan's new album. Originally, the 2 songwriters were just about to sign the contract, but in the end, it was intercepted by a management company. There was no choice. The other party offered a higher price. It was not that Xingyi Entertainment did not have their own songwriters, but previously, good songwriters were given priority to Xu Lu. She was the big sister of the company. Of course, the resources were given to her. Next week was the release date. It was too late to find a new partner now. The leader of the marketing department glanced at Xu Yunhan and suggested, "Why don't we postpone the release date?" Before Xu Yunhan could say anything, her manager nagged, "How do we postpone it? It's already been announced on Weibo. How do you want our Yunhan to explain to her fans? It's not good." The other leader said helplessly, "The songwriters have also signed a contract with someone else. Unless we're willing to pay compensation." Xu Yunhan sneered, "The company is willing to pay compensation? Wouldn't that be a big loss?" The manager said, "You're in charge of this area. You should know a lot of songwriters. Have you contacted any of them?" "We have. It's not that the price is too high. It's just that there haven't been any good songs recently. The main thing is that the title song has been intercepted. Average songs don't meet the requirements. If the price is high, then it's high. We can't be in a deadlock like this. The main thing is that the company has limited funds. The company has spent a lot of investment on Shu Lu's new album. Unfortunately, the album's subscriptions were dismal. We didn't recover our investment at all. This time, the company has limited the funds and paid attention to the cost. Oh, Shu Lu's losses are on us. Don't say things out of anger at this time. It's meaningless. We should have brought the contract with us. Sigh. Speaking of which, there are fewer outstanding songwriters now. The singing industry is not as profitable as before. Many veteran songwriters have reduced their compositions year by year. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. The manager looked around the meeting room and found a certain assistant girl playing with her phone excitedly. She was furious and slammed the table. Playing with your phone all day long. We're in a meeting. Can't you be more attentive? Young lady, you're so heartless. The young lady was the cousin of Shu Yunhan's university classmate. She used her connections to work by her side. Shu Yunhan usually took good care of her. She smiled and said, "Playing mobile games again?" The young lady ignored the manager and smiled cheerfully. "No, Sister Yun. It's Qin Bao Bao's younger brother. I've always been curious about him. He showed his true colors. Live piano performance. That song to Qin Bao Bao is so amazing. It's so good. Also, he's so handsome. Qin Bao Bao is so beautiful. Her younger brother can't be bad." Shu Yunhan smiled and said, "Let me see." She took the phone and played the video. The beautiful piano music echoed. Until the piano music ended, the people in the meeting room were still immersed in the music and couldn't extricate themselves. Shu Yunhan was full of admiration and sighed. "It's really amazing. Qin Bao Bao is so lucky to have such a brother. If I also had such a brother, I wouldn't have to worry about new songs." Shu Yunhan's eyes suddenly lit up. She said excitedly, "Find Qin Bao Bao. Find Qin Bao for help." Chapter 99. Shu Yunhan's words stunned everyone present, and immediately their eyes lit up. The manager clapped his hands and seemed to have been enlightened. He looked excited and said, "That's right. Ask baby Qin for help. Her brother is a genius in the music industry. He's a pervert who can't be judged by common sense. Farewell song, Blue and White Porcelain, exaggerated, each song is more classic than the other. If you ask him to help, any problem will be solved. Why didn't they think of it? Why bother looking for a composer? Why bother thinking? With Qin Bao Bao, who would lack good songs in Star Art Entertainment?" The little girl looked proud and felt that she had done a great job. The marketing leader suddenly said, "No chance. Last time the company asked Qin Bao Bao for the copyright of those songs, but her brother refused. He's not easy to get along with. He didn't even give face to the company, let alone you." Another small leader also said, "Besides, why would they give you a good song? Qin Bao Bao is now joining singer." Everyone seemed to have been poured a basin of cold water, extinguishing the fire of hope. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. If someone had a good song, of course they would think of their sister first. Why would they give it back to them? Moreover, Shu Yunhan and Qin Bao Bao didn't have much friendship. If it weren't for the fact that they often came to the company to prepare for the new album and met a few times, they might not even have the chance to meet. Shu Yunhan sighed. The little girl pursed her lips and her eyes dimmed. The manager said, "I have a good relationship with Li Yanhong. I'll ask." Shu Yunhan said, "Can it work?" The manager said helplessly, "Whether it works or not, we have to try." Thinking about it, she took out her phone. "I'll send a message first." She typed a message. "Yanhong, I have something to ask of you." "What's the matter?" "Yunhan is going to release a new album soon. You know that, right?" "Well, the company's schedule for this quarter, Shu Yunhan's album in July, Shu Yunhan's album in August." Li Yanhong replied instantly, "Congratulations, congratulations. What are you congratulating me for? Let me tell you, the composer was snatched away by another management company. How could this be? No one expected this to happen. It's also our fault. We only made a verbal agreement and didn't sign the contract immediately. So, Li Yanhong began to understand. That's why I wanted to ask you for help. How can I help? Ayo, my dear sister, aren't you Qin Baobao's manager? Now, among the singers under the company, who didn't think of Qin Baobao when they wanted to request a song? I'm begging you. Li Yanhong enjoyed the flattery of her friends. She had been sitting on the cold bench for so many years, and now she could finally hold her head high. He immediately replied, I'll help you ask, but I can't guarantee anything. Thanks. The manager put down the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone looked at her. Xu Yunhan said anxiously, How is it? She promised to help us ask, but she can't guarantee anything, the manager said. The junior leader said negatively, Li Yanhong can't control Qin Baobao. She's not a strong manager. It's useless to beg her. Everyone's heart was heavy. About 5 minutes later, the door of the conference room was knocked twice, and then Li Yanhong pushed the door open and came in. Behind her was a charming young woman. It was Qin Baobao, who was privately named by the company's male employees as the #1 beauty of Star X Arts. Yanhong. Xu Yunhan's manager greeted her warmly and looked at Qin Baobao. Ayo, superstar Qin is here too. She asked the two to sit down and ordered the female assistant, What are you doing? Hurry up and pour some water. The female assistant pursed her lips and got up to pour some water. Didn't you ask me to help? Li Yanhong smiled. I told Bao Bao about it, and she said it wouldn't be a problem, so I came up. The few of them looked at the junior leader of the marketing department. What did he say just now? Li Yanhong couldn't control Qin Baobao? Not easy to get along with? Who would believe that? Xu Yunhan smiled. Bao Bao, are you really willing to help me? Qin Baobao smiled and said, Sister Xu, we're in the same company. Shouldn't we help each other? Xu Yunhan smiled. Qin Baobao's words had unknowingly brought the two of them closer. Her impression of Qin Baobao became even deeper. She was a girl with a high EQ who was neither haughty nor arrogant. Thinking of the rumors she heard about Qin Baobao in the company a few days ago. It was just a rumor. Thank you, Xu Yunhan said gratefully. Sister Xu owes you a favor. If you need anything in the future, feel free to look for me. She was 3 years older than Qin Baobao, and she was also a senior. It was reasonable for her to call herself Sister Xu. Qin Baobao waved her hand. It's just a phone call. Sister Xu, just treat me to dinner tonight. Qin Baobao was neither haughty nor arrogant, but it was definitely fake to say that she was warm-hearted. Whether Xu Yunhan lacked songs or not, it was none of her business. Otherwise, why would Qin Ziyi say that her sister was heartless? However, Li Yanhong said that if she wanted to establish a foothold in the company, it was necessary to cultivate her own interpersonal relationships. A person who wasn't close to anyone would save a lot of trouble, but if she really encountered a problem, no one would stand on her side. Qin Baobao had also been in the workplace for 2 years. She agreed with her and agreed. Xu Lu was like a fish in water in star art. Wasn't it because she had a lot of experience and connections? One day, she would also cultivate her own connections and team to strengthen her power. If Xu Lu dares to snatch my resources again, I'll give her a tight slap on the face. Qin Baobao said, I'll call my brother. Everyone in the meeting room couldn't help but straighten up and put on a listening posture. Especially the little girl. Her eyes were bright as she stared at Qin Baobao's phone. After a while, the call went through. Sister, what's the matter? A young man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Qin Baobao had the dignified attitude of an older sister. My friend wants to release a new album and needs songs. Help me settle it. I still have things to do. I don't have time to write songs. Qin Ziyi evaded. She didn't have many points left. She had to be thrifty. The manager's face darkened. Xu Yunhan couldn't hide her disappointment. The little assistant pursed her lips as if she had been wronged. With so many people watching, Qin Baobao couldn't hold it in anymore. Her pretty face sank. You don't want to, right? Qin Ziyi heard his sister's tone and laughed. Yes, of course I'm willing. If you want songs, I'll write them. Even if you want the stars in the sky, I'll pluck them for you. Qin Ziyi was familiar with Qin Bao Bao as if she was his little brother. This analogy was a bit inappropriate. In recent days, Qin Bao Bao felt her face burning whenever she thought about how her brother had coaxed her into kissing him. She felt that her role as an older sister was getting out of hand. She had to find a way to turn the tables. Sometimes, she would scare her brother and ask him to move back home. Qin Ziyi coaxed her, and she thought that she had something on her brother. She felt that she had become a proper older sister again. Ah! Everyone in the meeting room listened with strange expressions. In their impression, pianists should be elegant and noble like gentlemen with strong personalities. Why was it that when it came to Qin Bao Bao's brother, the style was not quite right? His smile was so flattering. What song do you want? Qin Ziyi asked. Anything nice will do. Qin Bao Bao wasn't too sure either. Let's borrow another 500 years from the heavens. Qin Ziyi had an idea. No. Qin Bao Bao heard this song and immediately passed. This song was not suitable for a woman to sing. You know Xu Yunhan, right? The famous singer Xu Yunhan. You should write in the style of her songs, Qin Bao Bao said loudly. There was silence on the other end of the phone. You're playing dead, right? Qin Bao Bao was a bit angry. Her brother was not obedient at all today. I'll listen again. I'll Baidu who Xu Yunhan is. Qin Ziyi quickly replied. This was King awkward. The meeting room was silent for a moment. Xu Yunhan's mouth twitched. The others pretended not to hear. Qin Bao Bao covered her phone and forced a smile. My brother doesn't usually pay attention to the entertainment industry. Xu Yunhan also forced a smile. He's a great pianist, an artist. On the other end of the phone, Qin Ziyi muttered, this woman is quite pretty, but her singing style is not very proper. Not very proper? Xu Yunhan almost vomited blood. Her famous song was a love song. Later on, she used rap as her main style. Later on, she played rock and roll. What the *CK, she really knows how to play. Changing her style here and there, which one is her style? Qin Ziyi complained. The meeting room was silent. This is a classic example of knowing a little of everything but being proficient in nothing. Her style is not obvious, sister. Qin Bao Bao, whose face was burning, interrupted Qin Ziyi. Don't say anything first. She forced a smile again. Sorry, my brother is like this. He has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Xu Yunhan forced a smile again. I understand. The others really didn't know how to react. It was awkward. The assistant girl tried hard to hold back her laughter. Ayo, the grand pianist was too funny. Xu Yunhan said weakly, it's best if it's a love song, the style is more like a fairy tale. They couldn't let this pair of siblings continue. It was like a crawstalk. It was too insulting. Qin Bao Bao relayed the request to her brother and said, it's best if there's a new song in 2 days. Time is tight. Qin Ziyi said, no, I'll give it to you now. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. Xu Yunhan was stunned. The two agents were stunned. What did he mean? Did he mean to write a song now? Was that what he meant? Chapter 100. Qin Bao Bao said angrily, don't joke around. I'm talking business with you. Qin Ziyi said, I'm not joking around. Xu Yunhan was surprised and doubtful. Do you have any songs? Qin Bao Bao relayed the message. No songs. I'll sing a cappella for you. If you think it's okay, I'll write a score for you when we get home. As Qin Ziyi spoke, he opened the point store and redeemed a love song that he listened to last night. Although points were precious, he was willing to do it if he could erase the sister Pa incident from that night. Qin Bao Bao put the phone on speaker and put it on the table. You sing. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Then the song came, and it was so good that it caught everyone off guard. My heart is tired, my tears are dry. This deep love is hard to give up. Once had until the end of time. I don't see you, Miu Miu and Jiao Jiao. This love is hard to give up. I hope we can hug again in the next life. If you love someone, how can you stay together until the end of time? I don't know how to face everything. I can't forget the painful lovesickness of the past. Why do you still touch my heartbeat? How can love you forget? Tonight, you should understand. Fate is hard to give up, love is hard to give up. The song ended. Everyone's eyes changed. They were stunned, shocked, confused, and in disbelief. How could there be such a person? Excellent songs came one after another as if they didn't cost money. Many composers only had a few excellent songs in their lifetime. Xu Yunhan rushed to the phone and asked excitedly, "What's the name of this song?" Xu Yunhan knew what was good. Qin Zedi's song was so good that it would definitely be a hit. It was not worse than a fairy tale. "You are." Qin Zi was stunned. "Hello, I'm Xu Yunhan. Nice to meet you, Mr. Qin." Xu Yunhan introduced herself. You've been listening?" "Yes." "Damn, this is so awkward." On the other end of the phone, someone mumbled, "Can't fall in love. This song is okay, right?" The guy on the phone laughed and said, "Superstar Xu, I love listening to your songs the most." Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. The corners of Xu Yunhan's mouth curled up as she said softly, "Is that so? But my singing is very ordinary. I don't even have my own style." "Mr. Qin, thank you. If it's convenient, tell me your bank account number. I'll buy this song." Xu Yunhan said. "You can ask my sister about the money." Qin Zi said. Qin Bao Bao said, 5,000 will do. She did not directly say that she would give her a gift. That would be too obvious. Xu Yunhan would not agree. Why should she owe a favor when she could solve the problem with money? Besides, he owed Qin Bao Bao a favor by asking her for help. 5,000? Xu Yunhan said helplessly, 5,000 can't even buy the lyrics. "Sister Xu, if you feel bad, you can treat me to a meal." Qin Bao Bao narrowed her eyes and smiled like a sly little fox. Xu Yunhan pursed her lips. "Okay, then I'll agree." She could not help but look at Qin Bao Bao. This girl was really good at making things difficult. Qin Bao Bao was also smiling, but it was more or less a forced smile. "Mother**, this song is so good, my heart hurts. Can I regret it?" At 7 o'clock in the evening, Qin Zi finished cooking dinner and looked forward to his two sisters coming home for dinner. The first to come home was Wang Zijin. Her company was close. Wang Zijin was wearing an office lady's suit with a light brown bag in her arm. With one hand on the wall, she kicked off her high heels and bent over to change into a pair of sandals. Qin Zi saw the graceful curve of her back and the shape of her buttocks. "I'm really tired after working in the office for the whole day." Wang Zijin threw herself on the sofa and stretched her waist lazily. Qin Zi went up to her and tried to please her. "Do you want me to massage your waist?" Wang Zijin looked at him with a half smile and tilted her head. "Okay," Bao Bao said, "you're good at it." She hugged a pillow and lay on the sofa. "Don't touch me." Qin Zi licked his lips and put his palms on her waist. His thumbs gently massaged the sides of her spine. So soft, so comfortable. Qin Zi's heart skipped a beat and he was happy. In all honesty, other than Qin Bao Bao, he had never had intimate physical contact with any other woman. Even Zhong Ya, who he once coveted, only hugged her arm. Did this mean that there was a breakthrough in their relationship? Did this mean that Wang Zijin had feelings for him? Qin Zi's imagination ran wild, but Wang Zijin didn't think so much. She pressed her face against the pillow and narrowed her beautiful eyes comfortably. So comfortable. "What should I do? I feel like I'm addicted." The sound of a key turning came from the doorway. Qin Bao Bao opened the door and saw the scene in the living room. Her eyebrows twitched violently. Qin Zi retracted his hand almost instinctively. His posture was like a man who had been caught red-handed by his wife for stealing a woman's beauty. Wang Zijin was comfortable. She raised her head and smiled. "You're back. A's made dinner. He's just waiting for you." Qin Bao Bao pursed her lips when she heard A's. She looked at her deeply and said calmly, "Oh, let's eat then." She didn't have dinner with Xu Yunhan. They had arranged to meet at noon the next day. At the dinner table, Qin Bao Bao chewed slowly, which was unusual. She didn't talk while eating. Wang Zijin occasionally talked about company matters, but didn't get a response from her best friend. After a few times, She lost interest in talking to her and started chatting enthusiastically with Qin Ziyi. Halfway through dinner, Qin Ziyi's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Li Donglai calling. The call went through. Li Donglai said, "Qin Ziyi, do you want to go karaoke tonight?" Qin Ziyi refused without thinking. "I'm not free. I have something to do tonight." Li Donglai chuckled and said, "I understand as your disciple. But master, you'll get tired of eating the flowers at home. It's not bad to try some wild flowers." Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin looked over at almost the same time and pricked up their ears. He didn't know why their ears were so sharp. Wild flowers are not hygienic. Who knows if there are parasites in them? Qin Ziyi refused again. "No, no, no. Wild flowers are just relative. They are all good people with clean backgrounds. But with Qin Ziyi's ability, it's easy for you to hook up with good girls." Li Donglai egged him again. "What a bunch of bad friends." Sister sneered. "It's late. Don't go out. Staying up late is not good for your health." Wang Zijin made the decision for Qin Ziyi with the attitude of a good wife and mother. It was only 7 o'clock. Sister Ziwei was too careless. Qin Ziyi didn't plan to go. If Qin Baobao didn't like karaoke, he probably wouldn't go to places like KTV in his life. He was born without love. "I'm hanging up." "No, no, no. Qin Ziyi, I already boasted that I would ask you to come. If you don't come, I'll lose face in front of my friends. I won't be able to raise my head in the future." Li Donglai pleaded. "What nonsense are you talking about? What friend?" Qin Ziyi was stunned. "They're just some friends in my circle. There are both men and women. Let's not talk about the men. I don't think you're interested. All the women are like fresh cabbages. You can do whatever you want tonight. You can do whatever you want tonight." Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable murderous intent in the living room. Qin Ziyi said angrily, "Get lost." He hung up. The phone rang again. Li Donglai said, "Qin Ziyi, it's just karaoke. We're all good kids. There's no nonsense. I was just joking. My sister is going too." "Your sister is going too?" Qin Ziyi was surprised that this pair of siblings had a common circle of friends. "Yes, they're friends in our circle. Their families have some background. I want to take this opportunity to introduce you to everyone. My aunt also knows about it." She didn't object. Li Donglai said seriously. Qin Ziyi smelled something unusual. Li Donglai wanted to pull him into his circle of friends. This society was made up of countless small circles. Their corresponding identities, status, wealth. Beggars had their circle of beggars, farmers had their circle of farmers, and rich people had their circle of rich people. This circle was called the circle of friends. It was extremely difficult for a rich person to join a beggar's circle, or for a beggar to mix into a rich person's circle. What was Li Donglai's circle of friends like? If it was just his circle of friends, it might be made up of a group of immature teenagers. If it was Pei Ziqi's circle of friends, it would probably be made up of a group of heartless delinquents or immature teenagers. Then what about their mutual circle of friends? It might be made up of a group of immature teenagers and immature delinquents. However, they definitely had an extraordinary family background. There were many colorful little hens in society who wanted to mix into the circle of rich people with rich people. That meant that they would become phoenixes. Nan Man Pei did not object. This was a good sign. It meant that she tacitly allowed Qin Ziyi to have a closer relationship with her nephew and niece. Qin Ziyi pondered for a moment and agreed. "Give me the address. I'll take a taxi." Some people said that life was a game of chess. This was the saying of hipsters. Some people said that life was like a play. This was the saying of black-bellied people. Qin Ziyi felt that life was like trading stocks. There were investments everywhere. Some of his friends were short-term, and some were long-term. Nan Man Pei was short-term. He was the kind that could benefit in the near future. Pei Ziqi and Li Donglai were long-term. There was no need to mix too many interests with them. That was a matter for the future. Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi's circle of friends was more long-term. It was just a small investment. Whether it was needed or not would be discussed. How can I let you take a taxi? I'm at the entrance of your neighborhood. Li Donglai sounded excited. Qin Ziyi hung up the phone and explained to the two sisters, the child I teach has an extraordinary background. His family is in the system and his position is not low. I think his surname is Li. Sister Ziwei. Do you remember him? Wang Zijin shook her head. I've never cared. Qin Ziyi said oh and poked his sister's waist. Qin Bao Bao stared. What? I'm going out for a while. I'll be back later. Qin Ziyi said softly, make more friends and you'll have more opportunities. It's really difficult for you to be in the entertainment circle. Who knows, you might need to use them one day. Qin Bao Bao's eyes flashed. She restrained her coldness and anger and said in a proud tone, go if you want. You're a grown-up now. How can I control you? Qin Ziyi put on his shoes at the entrance. Before opening the door, he turned around and said, I'm not asking for your permission. I'm just reminding you. Wash the dishes. Ha ha. Qin Bao Bao was furious. She stomped her feet. Qin Ziyi, don't go out. Qin Ziyi opened the door and flashed out. Chapter 101. There was a Maserati parked at the entrance of the neighborhood. It was Nan Man Pei's car. However, the driver was not her, but Li Donglai. When Qin Ziyi saw Pei Ziki in the backseat, he finally understood how he could find his way to his house. On the day that Nan Man Pei sent Qin Ziyi back, Pei Ziki was also in the car. Li Donglai lowered the window and waved at him. Pei Ziki was wearing a t-shirt and hot pants. She crossed her legs and looked up at him before continuing to play with her phone. Qin Ziyi opened the door and sat in the back seat. Pei Ziki, who was playing with her phone, suddenly looked up and gave him a look of disdain. Sit in the front passenger seat. Don't sit beside me. I'm a teacher, so I should sit in the back seat. You're his sister, so you should sit in the front passenger seat. Qin Ziyi closed the door. The air conditioner was on, so it was very cool. A teacher who pays 4,000 yuan a month. Pei Ziki said disdainfully. Ever since that day when Qin Ziyi had righteously refused to teach her the piano, and had even mocked her, Pei Ziqi hated Qin Ziyi. No matter if it was a woman or a girl, they were all narrow-minded. What, 4,000 yuan isn't money? Qin Ziyi rolled his eyes and stabbed her in the heart. I won't teach you piano even if it's 400,000 yuan. Pei Ziki's small chest rose and fell violently. She said indifferently, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. You have balls. Qin Ziyi made a shocked expression. Li Donglai chuckled. Pei Ziqi didn't get angry. Instead, he glared at his brother and laughed coldly. I won't be like those retarded female protagonists in those novels. I won't be so easily angered to the point of going crazy and then secretly fall in love with the protagonist. Qin Ziyi said, you're thinking too much. You're at most a maid. Pei Ziki clenched her small fists. She put her phone in her pocket and closed her eyes to rest. Out of sight, out of mind. This mouth of hers. It wasn't unreasonable for Qin Bao Bao to always PK with her younger brother in real life. Li Donglai grinned, delighted to hear this. Only Qin Ji could deal with this sharp-tongued wretched girl. The KTV was located in the PT area, near the West Station. White Corinthian marble columns supported the pyramid-shaped roof, and the wide white stone steps were covered with a scarlet carpet. It was built like the Pantheon in Rome. The square in front of the gate was filled with all kinds of luxury cars. From time to time, there would be middle-aged men with big bellies driving straight in under the sweet welcome of girls whose miniskirts were so short that they almost reached their waists and low breasts. Queen Bae's Maserati could be swaggering on the streets, but there was no shortage of well-matched rivals here. Is this what you meant by singing? Qin Ziyi glared at his disciple. Li Donglai looked at him in surprise and explained, that's right, we're here to sing. Although this isn't a proper place, the prostitution business can't be done openly. Usually, the guests and the princesses will negotiate the price and take them out to get a room. This has nothing to do with us. We're just singing, there's no need to call us princesses. After hesitating for a moment, Li Donglai couldn't hold back his curiosity and said in a strange tone, Qin Ji, you haven't even been to a nightclub before, have you? Qin Ziyi felt that he was being looked down upon. He snorted. People who practice martial arts pay attention to the fundamentals and preserve the essence. Only then can one's qi and blood be vigorous. Why would I come to such a place? You'd better not come here in the future. Do you understand? Damn it, I'm a keyboard warrior, a theoretical grandmaster. My past as a rookie must never be exposed. Li Donglai bowed his head and admitted defeat. He said yes, he would never come again. Listening to the master and disciples' banter, Pei Ziki, who had a straight face, couldn't help but smile. Qin Ziyi's gaze swept across the parking lot. According to Li Donglai, his friends had already booked a luxurious private room. He deliberately took a detour to pick up Qin Ziyi and didn't meet him at the door. Otherwise, Qin Ziyi would have been able to estimate the background of these rich second-generation or officials based on the cars of these young boys and girls. The three of them walked to the door. The hostesses bowed and said sweetly, "Welcome." This nightclub was very high-end. The customers were either rich or noble. Oh, it was fine if they were expensive. Officials wouldn't dare to come to such a place. Those who came here were all rich and powerful. Officials liked to play with other people's wives and raise concubines. If there was a crime of adultery in the country, TSK, the exterior was already very luxurious. The interior decoration was even more profound. It was decorated in a splendid style. The scarlet carpet and the wallpaper were painted with gorgeous patterns. The huge crystal sculpture was huge. The hall was brightly lit. A few uniformed staff stood guard and led the three of them to the front desk. A nightclub was a type of nightclub. A nightclub generally referred to nightlife entertainment. It included entertainment KTV, bars, disco bars, performance halls, cabarets, disco, nightclubs, etc. This nightclub was an entertainment KTV. It was different from ordinary KTV. It didn't just sing. There were characters called princesses. You know. A few years ago, this kind of KTV was rampant. The sex business was in full swing. If you were interested in singing, you could have sex at any time. Later, the government cracked down and they didn't dare to be so arrogant. Of course, if you negotiated a price with the princesses, you could have sex with them in the toilet. Or you could take them out and get a room. Fortunately, it wasn't a nightclub with a dance floor, a band, or a DJ. Otherwise, Qin Ziyi would have left. He hated that kind of noisy and crazy scene the most. There was no reason. He just felt that it was too noisy. The private room was on the 3rd floor. Walking along the corridor with dim lights, the air was filled with the smell of smoke, perfume, and disinfectant. On both sides of the corridor were closed rooms. The lights on the door showed that there were people in the room. However, only faint singing could be heard. The sound insulation was very good. They pushed the door open and entered the private room. Under the changing lights, a guy was holding a microphone and singing at the top of his voice. His singing was not complimentary. It was a tone deaf that destroyed the three views of the world. However, he was intoxicated with himself. Seeing the Li siblings enter, everyone in the private room waved their hands. Especially the guy who had been wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf. He gave Li Donglai a bear hug before greeting Pei Ziqi. When this guy looked at the little beauty, his eyes were burning with passion. Finally, it was Qin Ziyi. He smiled and said, "Oh, this is the master you were talking about. Hello, Qin Ziyi." He shook hands with Qin Ziyi as if they were close friends. In the private room, there were 3 girls and 4 boys. They were all around 17 or 18 years old and looked a little young. Except for the tone-deaf guy who was a little handsome, the other 2 teenagers were average. The 3 girls each had their own characteristics. One was wearing a bohemia dress. Her facial features were ordinary, her skin was white, and her eyes were big. The other one was wearing a t-shirt and jeans. Her temperament and eyes were cold. The last one was wearing an off-shoulder shirt and hot pants. She was wearing the smoky makeup that Qin Ziyi hated the most. Despite her young age, she had a bit of a romantic charm. The only thing missing was the words "I'm not a good person" carved on her forehead. There were only 7 people. There was no princess or young master. Li Donglai said loudly, "He is my master. You can call him Qin Ji." The teenagers were very polite. They were not arrogant and domineering. After all, they were almost adults and knew how to be superficial. However, the three girls, perhaps because of their good looks and tall figures, looked at him with interest. The charming girl with smoky makeup even dared to throw him a coquettish glance. A guy with an ordinary appearance and a sturdy body muttered, "Brother Qin, Dong Lai, you're quite skilled and know a few fighting techniques. I have practiced taekwondo for a few years. Do you have time to spar with me?" The cabbages' eyes suddenly lit up. They looked at Qin Ziyi expectantly. They were all troublemakers. Qin Ziyi smiled and said, "Okay, you just need to make an appointment." The guy was very happy. He raised his glass and drank with Qin Ziyi. The three cabbages were very interested in Qin Ziyi. They all came over to drink and joked with him. The girl in smoky makeup poured a full cup for Qin Ziyi. She also poured a full cup for herself and drank it all in one gulp. Then, she looked at Qin Ziyi and said, "Brother Qin, why do I feel like you look a little familiar?" Immediately, one of the cabbages said, "You are familiar with handsome guys." Qin Ziyi was stunned. The video of him playing at the piano club was posted online not long ago. However, the video was not widely spread. He did not buy the news, so the popularity faded the next day. The cabbages talked a few words. They had the liveliness and playfulness unique to girls of their age. It is said that 3 years old is a generation gap. Qin Ziyi could not adapt to their noise. He always felt that they were a little chunibya. Their thinking jumped too much, and then they would laugh inexplicably. The topics they talked about were relatively childish, but there was a sense of "I am an adult pretending to be mature." He had seen the symptoms of chunibya on the internet before. "I am different from others. It is not me who is wrong, it is the world." This is true wisdom. This group of young boys and girls was considered mild. Qin Ziyi had a 16-year-old cousin. That was King Chunibya. Every time he saw him, he wanted to beat him. The cabbages also had some complaints about Qin Ziyi. They felt that this Qin Ziyi was too boring. They deliberately said a few funny jokes, but he did not understand them at all. Pei Ziki shouted to the guy with the broken voice, "Li Zhongwei, help me order the song Blue and White Porcelain." Qin Bao Bao's Blue and White Porcelain. The online copyright had been sold by Qin Ziyi, but the copyright of a song was not only the online copyright. The other rights to use it were handed over to his sister. The money earned went into Qin Bao's pocket. Qin Bao said righteously that she wanted to save money for her brother's wife. Qin Ziyi said, "Saving money for a wife is our parents' business. It is none of your business." Qin Bao Bao said, "I don't care, I don't care. Your wife needs to be taken care of by me." Chapter 102. This luxurious private room, which could accommodate more than 20 people, only had 10 people. It was a bit of a waste. Because the room was big, everyone sat more scattered. The tone-deaf guy was a microphone hog. He sang one song after another. If he didn't get tired of singing, others wouldn't have a chance to sing. They were used to it. The three boys played dice and drank. Pei Ziki chatted and drank with a few girls. The master and disciple sat alone in the corner. The master was banished to the cold palace. As the disciple, he couldn't play by himself. Li Donglai accompanied Qin Ziyi and said, "Qin Ziyi, don't mind them. These bastards are like this. They deserve a beating." They were polite to him, but it was nonsense to say that they were warm. After all, it's the first time we've met. Qin Ziyi took a sip of beer. Except for the microphone hog who was very friendly, the others were not too warm with him. They occasionally raised their glasses to show that they didn't forget Qin Ziyi. The kind of people who treated you like old friends the moment they met and couldn't wait to pour their hearts out was the shrewdness and ability of adults. In the world of adults, shrewdness was the most basic quality. Even if they hated someone, they wouldn't show it on their face. High school students didn't come into contact with society. They showed off their abilities, and their edges and corners weren't polished by the bitterness of life. Didn't they often play in nightclubs and play with swords a few times? You'll have seen society, and you'll have experienced life. The standard for coming into contact with society, working in the workplace. They started to worry about their livelihood, started to understand the ways of the world, started to interact with all kinds of people, started to smile even if they hated someone, and started to look forward to the future and think about life. They were the ones who came into contact with society. They didn't spend their parents' money to eat, drink, and play, admire princesses' coquettish postures, and have sex with women in society. They felt that they had grown up and understood society. Compared to them, university life was more like a miniature society. The instructors wouldn't tell you to study hard and make progress every day. They would only tell you that if you wanted to go further and better in the workplace in the future, you should seize the opportunity to enrich yourself. The instructors would also discuss life, housing prices, and the macroeconomy with the students. Occasionally, they would complain about the increasing inflation. They would criticize the flaws of the national social security and medical insurance. Slowly, the university students' values and outlook on life changed. Middle school students had no access to these things at all. Their parents and teachers would only tell them to study hard and write a good answer sheet. In the eyes of high school students, the most evil thing in the world was exam papers. Other than that, life was beautiful and carefree. Chin Ji, that singer is called Lee Zongwei. I'm from the municipal party committee. My father is even more influential, but he retired many years ago. Among our group, he was the most arrogant. He looked down on everyone and acted like a snob. When we first met, I chased after him for half a day. Originally, it was an irreconcilable grudge, but this guy liked my sister, so he came to me and pretended to be a grandson. I wanted to shake hands and make peace. Later on, I felt that he was a loyal person, so I became friends with him. The guy who wants to fight you is a northerner. His grandfather is a big shot in the public security system. He doesn't use his brain when doing things and has an unruly temper. He has done a lot of things with his martial arts and often makes his family clean up after him. His father was transferred to work in the Shanghai public security system. He is my father's subordinate, but his family background is not much worse than mine. Yes, he is a martial arts fanatic. In ancient times, he would be a troublemaker who broke the law with martial arts and was destined to be wanted by the government. That's why reincarnation is a technical job. If he is not beaten to death or disabled, his family will take care of him. Oh right, his name is Bai Guowei. And that gigolo, Huang Tingzi. You should pay attention to him. He is a treacherous villain. He is full of evil ideas. His ideas to harm people are basically all from him. Last year, he liked a girl. She was in love with her boyfriend and didn't like money. He waved his hoe until he was drenched in sweat, but he still couldn't win her over. Do you know what this guy did in the end? He went to call her boyfriend brother and was willing to be a sucker for that guy to go to nightclubs and play with women. He led a good boy astray, and in the end, he took the initiative to break up with his girlfriend. Li Donglai sneered and said, but even so, the girl still ignored him. That's why, when it comes to love, if you don't like it, you don't like it. What's the use of trying so hard to lead her boyfriend astray? That gloomy guy is called Zhong Wangyun. He lives off a woman. His mother is very awesome. She is a famous female entrepreneur in Shanghai. She is worth billions. She is a woman in her 40s, but she is still very seductive. You know, he has countless lovers outside. Because of the division of property, his parents did not divorce, but they live their own lives. His private life is very messy. The messy family environment made this kid a little psychopathic. The girls he slept with. TSK. Why are your friends full of people with foul reputations? Qin Zi complained in his heart. He suddenly remembered that Nan Man Pei had told him about the siblings' family. Well, the siblings' family environment was probably a mess. Birds of a feather flock together. Li Donglai talked tirelessly, emphasizing on the background of the 3 cabbages to Qin Zi. The girl in the long bohemia dress came from a family of bureaucrats. Her father and 2 uncles were in the government and were doing well. The girl with the strong air of a prostitute came from a family that was half government and half business. She was rich and powerful. For some reason, She was rebellious and deliberately dressed herself as a street girl. The girl in the white t-shirt and jeans looked delicate and pretty, but she was actually the richest. In one sentence, she explained, "I am one of the biggest real estate developers in Shanghai." In terms of life, the three girls were quite good. They had boyfriends before, but they were not promiscuous. After all, their family background was not bad. They had the upbringing that they should have. On the other side, Peiziki was drinking and chatting with her friends. The girls talked about nothing more than a few things: clothes, bags, cosmetics, and young stars. For example, the recently popular mixed-blood young star, Wales. In the hearts of the girls, Wales was like Qin Bao Bao to the otaku. It had been 3 episodes since he joined I Am a Singer. He had gained a lot of fangirls. The mixed blood seemed to have a natural advantage. He was far more handsome than the purebred natives. His singing was good, and his high-pitched voice was shocking. The girls liked him very much. "I like Wales the most. How can he be so handsome and sing so well?" The one who spoke was the flirtatiously dressed Chen Qingyuan. She was the rebellious one. "I like him too. Even Li Rongxing is not as handsome as him," the girl in the long bohemia dress said excitedly. Her name was Ji Qing. "I went to the scene of the last episode. I felt that Wales was more charming than on TV. Unfortunately, I didn't get his autograph. His team doesn't accept autograph requests," the well-dressed girl, Yi Ru, said with a smile. Her eyes were sparkling as she spoke. She seemed to have forgotten that with their family background, they could make Wales listen to them with just a phone call. Not to mention autographs, they could even eat and drink with them. "Actually, I think Qin Bao Bao's songs are the best." Peiziki also expressed her opinion. Chen Qingyuan curled her lips. "I don't like her. Didn't she have a scandal a while ago? She's a rich second-generation's canary." The two girls nodded as if they had the same feeling. Peiziki was stunned and asked, "She's not? Her songs were written by her brother. Didn't the internet clarify?" The 3 girls were dumbfounded. "Really? You didn't pay attention?" Peiziki was stunned again and pointed in the direction of Qin Ziyi. "You don't know him?" "Ji Qing, I know him. He's your brother's tutor." "Chen Qingyuan, he's very handsome, but he's boring." "Yi Ru, I think he's not bad." Chen Qingyuan smiled and said, "Xiao Ru, are you interested in him?" "Okay, I'll help you talk to him and let him serve you tonight." Yi Ru blushed. "Go away." Ji Qing in the long bohemia dress laughed. "Oh, you're shy. It's just for fun. There's nothing wrong with it. As for being one of Vast Mang's boyfriends or taking a step further, you have to think about it. I heard from Ziki that his family background is ordinary. The 2 families are too different, have different values, and have no common language. Forget about getting married." Yi Ru blushed even more. She rolled her eyes and said, "Weren't you quite interested in him before? Qingyuan, didn't you say you wanted his phone number? Ji Qing, you're also looking forward to it." The 2 girls waved their hands. "He's handsome, but he's a little boring." Peiziki thought to herself, "Okay, forget it if you don't know him." After all, Qin Ziyi wasn't a celebrity. It was impossible for a few people to know him. Chapter 103. The tone-deaf Li Zongwei muttered, "Ziki, I want to sing a song for you." His voice was deafening in the microphone. Peiziki scolded, "Get lost, with your lousy voice." Li Zongwei didn't care and ordered a song. It was Qin Bao Bao's fairy tale. Qin Bao Bao's songs were must-have for KTV. Qin Ziyi didn't know if he would get a share or a buyout, but he made a lot of money. It could be seen from Qin Bao Bao's 2 new LV bags, a new lady's watch, and Wang Zijin's office lady's suit and a pair of sneakers that cost more than 2,000 yuan. A fairy tale was turned into a folk song by this guy. It was so out of tune that he walked on Grandma's bridge. It was unbearable to watch. But the singer didn't realize that he was out of tune. The bohemia dress said, "Qin Bao Bao's songs are really good. I like all of them." The flirtatious girl said, "I like Farewell Song the most. It's Qin Bao Bao's most popular song. The others are good, but not to my taste." The richest girl in jeans retorted, "Shouldn't the most popular song be exaggerated?" It's #1 on the weekly and monthly charts. No one can shake it. The flirtatious girl said, anyway, I can't get the G point of this song. I really don't know why it's so popular. Pei Ziqi sneered, she's a big missy who doesn't know how to differentiate between grains and grains. Of course she won't be able to get it. You're talking as if you're not a lady. Pei Ziqi gulped down the remaining alcohol in one gulp and walked over to Li Zhongwei. He snatched the microphone from him and said, stop singing, let me do it. Help me order a song, Blue and White Porcelain. She liked Blue and White Porcelain the most. When she heard this song live that day, she was inexplicably moved and shed tears. Li Zhongwei's face was full of hidden bitterness, as if his wife had been snatched away, but he dared not say anything. He dejectedly went to choose a song. A girl in a long bohemia dress ran over to sing a duet. The two girls held hands. Pei Ziqi's voice was ethereal, while Ji Qing's voice was soft. They each had their own flavor. At this time, the flirtatious girl Chen Qingyuan stood up and left the room. She wanted to go to the buffet restaurant to get some snacks, and she asked Li Donglai to help her. This time, Qin Ziyi was completely thrown into the cold palace, sitting there alone. Feeling that it was meaningless, he went out to the toilet and smoked. He planned to wait for Li Donglai to come back and let him know before leaving. Not long after, the door of the private room was pushed open. Chen Qingyuan, who was carrying food, came back empty-handed. Her beautiful face was full of panic and anxiety. She shouted, Li Donglai has been beaten up. Go and save him. The noisy music was turned off, and the private room was silent. Everyone stood up together. Where? Pei Ziqi did not say anything. She picked up the beer bottle on the table and rushed out. She cursed angrily, Li Donglai, this idiot, always causing trouble. Although the brother and sister were not compatible with each other, it did not mean that Pei Ziqi could tolerate others beating her brother. Ziqi, wait. Li Zhongwei's face changed. He threw the microphone and followed closely behind. Chen Qingyuan led the way, and the group rushed out of the private room. In the restaurant, there was a mess of cups and plates. Li Donglai hugged his head and curled up on the ground. 3 men surrounded him, punching and kicking. One of them, a burly middle-aged man in a casual suit, picked up a plate and smashed it. Not far away, a few guests were pointing and watching the scene. It was normal to meet a fight in a KTV. Li Donglai had all kinds of oil and food stains on his body. He was also a tough guy. He did not say a word and kicked a few times to resist. However, this pitiful resistance led to more vicious beatings. Liu Zong, stop hitting him, stop hitting him. Something bad will happen if you continue. A manager in uniform tried to mediate the fight, but it was useless. He pulled the middle-aged man's clothes a few times and was slapped in the face. The middle-aged man surnamed Liu knew the boss of the KTV and was a regular here. In the past, the KTV was like his own home. He was a person who could do whatever he wanted. The manager could only try to mediate. He did not even dare to call the police. He could only mourn for this unlucky stranger in his heart. Young people have bad tempers and do not know how to endure. It was fine if he wanted to play at home, but he did not know where he was. They were all people he could not afford to offend. What's wrong with his girlfriend being touched on the butt? It was not like it was a real OOXX. He kicked Liu Zong on the spot. Now, if he did not suffer, he probably would not be able to walk out of the KTV. Pei Ziqi rushed to the scene and saw Li Donglai's miserable appearance. She screamed shrilly, waved a beer bottle, and rushed forward. The little girl did not know how to fight. The noise she made was a bit big. If it were a gangster who was familiar with the routine, he would definitely sneak over without saying a word and hit her with a stick. He would knock one down first. One of the middle-aged men turned around and kicked Pei Ziqi right in the stomach. The 16-year-old girl was instantly kicked to the ground. She covered her stomach and her face was full of pain. Several people who came behind saw this scene and their eyes were about to pop out. Li Zhongwei cursed and pulled a chair to join the fight. Then came by Guo Wei, the martial arts fanatic, Zhong Wangyun, the gloomy character, and the sinister gigolo, Huang Tingzi. The situation became a mess in an instant. 3 girls helped Pei Ziki up and waved flags and shouted at the side. During this time, Chen Qingyuan and Pei Ziki smashed plates and beer bottles. However, their aim was a bit poor and they accidentally hit their allies several times. The 3 men were outnumbered and were attacked by the cheerleaders from time to time. They fought and retreated. They could not take the elevator. When they escaped to the safe corridor, everyone was injured. The most miserable one had the corner of his eye cracked. Looking at the injury, he had to go to the hospital to get stitches. Li Zhongwei spat out a mouthful of blood. With a bit of the high-spirited momentum of a great victory, he cursed, a group of F***curs. I can kill you in minutes. Brothers, do you want to call for help? He wanted to use his family's connections to beat the dog in the water and settle accounts after the autumn. No matter how powerful these guys' families were, they would only use them when they were in trouble. Who would shout loudly in a nightclub, "My father is so-and-so"? That would be stupid. Pei Ziki cursed, "Call for help. Call for an ambulance. Li Donglai is going to die." The others only had minor injuries, but Li Donglai was in a miserable state. Not only was his face bruised and swollen, his head was also broken. Blood flowed down his forehead. At first glance, it was exceptionally frightening. But in fact, it was only a superficial injury that did not even need stitches. The real fatal injury was the invisible injury. The 3 bastards were insidious. His ribs hurt as if they were about to break. His back muscles were contused and his knee joints were kicked many times. He could barely stand. First help me to rest. Li Donglai grimaced in pain. He looked bleak, but he was full of energy. A group of people helped Li Donglai back to the luxury private room. During this time, for some reason, the KTV did not say anything. It seemed that they were going to turn a blind eye. After this incident, they were not in the mood to sing. The girls' bags were in the luxury private room. They were ready to take their things and leave. As for settling accounts, they could do it another day. The most important thing was to send Li Donglai to the hospital first. Li Donglai leaned on the sofa half dead. Chen Qingyuan took out a wet towel and carefully wiped the blood. There were tears in the corner of her eyes. On the contrary, Pei Ziki, the sister, put her hands on her waist and complained endlessly. The flirtatious girl Chen Qingyuan was angry. She could not stand her nagging and shouted, "Shut up. This is not Li Donglai's fault. It's mine." After she told, everyone knew the whole story. The cause of the incident could be summed up in 4 words, femme fatale. Chen Qingyuan was young and hot. When she bent down to pick food, her small butt was particularly perky. Her 2 slender white legs and slim waist were very attractive. It was also her own fault. She dressed flirtatiously and wore smoky makeup. She did not dress like a good girl. A middle-aged uncle who drank a little too much and was too excited sneakily attacked her from behind. He pinched her perky but fiercely and asked her how much it was for a night. Was she a sugar baby? Chen Qingyuan, who came from a well-off family, had never been wronged like this before. He exploded on the spot, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws like a cat. He slapped him and said, "Keep your ass, you bastard." The middle-aged man was furious. He was about to slap the little girl, but he was kicked away by Li Donglai who was next to him. Then the friends of the strange uncle rolled up their sleeves to help. Li Donglai was outnumbered and soon fell to the ground. Chen Qingyuan saw that the situation was not good. She ran back to ask for help. Pei Ziki said shyly, "Humph, at least I did something." "Well, you're quite loyal." Bai Guowei patted Li Donglai's shoulder. Her friends praised her. Li Donglai immediately beamed with joy and said proudly, "That's nothing. My master said that as a martial artist, we can't back down when we encounter trouble. We must have the courage to stand up for injustice. Only then can we bravely advance on the martial path." "Oh right, where's my master?" Pei Ziki looked around and suddenly found that Qin Ziyi was gone. Everyone looked at each other. Yes, where was he? When did he disappear? Li Zhongwei curled his lips. "He was here just now. When I wasn't looking, he disappeared." Huang Tingzi, who was sinister, sneered. "Did he run away when he heard that something was wrong?" The girls looked like they were saying, "So he is such a person. Alas, this guy is so unloyal. Humph, he's so handsome. His Donglai's master. He ran away without saying anything. So annoying." Pei Ziki frowned. Li Donglai was Qin Zi's diehard fan. He said angrily, "T, Qin Ji must have something to do. If he was there, he could take down 8 or 10 people in a minute." Chen Qingyuan rolled her eyes and said, "Don't talk. I'm helping you wipe your face. Your so-called master is just like that. He can be friends, but he's too stupid to be so loyal." "I don't want you to wipe my face," Li Donglai said angrily. Chen Qingyuan rolled her eyes. "Ziki, you do it. I'm too lazy to serve him." As soon as she said that, the door of the private room was kicked open. A group of about 7 or 8 people rushed in. The leader was the middle-aged man, Liu Zong. This guy was covered in oil stains, his hair was messy, and there were some bloodstains on his face. Obviously, he had rushed back to take revenge and did not have time to clean up. The boys' and girls' faces changed as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Liu Zong looked ferocious. He pointed at the crowd and said, "Beat them up." Chapter 104. The spacious private room fell into chaos. Fruit plates were scattered, wine bottles were flying, and the situation was almost one-sided. Bai Guowei did indeed have some skills. He used a high kick the moment they met face to face. He kicked one of them in the chin and instantly okayed the other person. However, Taekwondo was too flashy. Although the movements were very dazzling and had lethality, it was only suitable for the arena. If he really met an experienced gangster, even if he took a hard kick from you, he would not be okay in one move. He would be able to get close to him and then use his fists to beat him up. Not to mention that she was dealing with adults in their teens. Bai Guowei kicked one of them and was pushed to the ground. Then, a few of them swarmed up and punched and kicked her. The others were even worse. They put up a token resistance and were knocked to the ground. Fortunately, this group of people had a bottom line and did not fight with the girls. The 4 girls shrank in the corner and trembled. Ji Qing, who was wearing a bohemia dress, secretly took out her phone and was about to make a call. Liu Zong, who had sharp eyes, dodged and smashed the phone on the ground. He slapped the little girl in the face and made her cry. Liu Zong stopped his minions and said with a grim smile, "Find the phones and smash them." Slap, slap, slap. 7 or 8 phones were smashed to the ground and turned into scrap. Liu Zong sat on the sofa and looked at the teenagers with bruises on their faces. He put on a fake smile and said, "Boys, it's time for us to have a good chat." There were people guarding the door, so there was no need to worry about people watching or calling the police. The bottom line of the KTV boss was to not make a big fuss and just teach them a lesson. F***ck your talk. Bai Guowei cursed. The man next to her slapped her in the face. "You're not even fully grown yet you're here to have fun." Liu Zong sneered. Liu Zong was in the construction industry and could be considered half a real estate developer. He had thousands of workers under him. Although they were just following behind the real estate tycoon, it was a profitable business to have a relationship with real estate these days. Liu Zong slapped everyone on the sofa, starting from Li Donglai. He was so strong that the teenagers bled from the corners of their mouths. Finally, he arrived in front of the 4 cabbages. Although the fresh cabbages came from good families, they were still high school girls who had not seen much. With the protection of their elders, they had never suffered any setbacks. At this moment, they were all panicking. Liu Zong grabbed Chen Qingyuan's hair, ignoring the little girl's cries of pain. With a hideous smile on his face, he looked exactly like a tyrant. "Smelly bitch, slap me. You F***king need a man to F***ck. It was true that he was a nouveau riche, but he was too uncouth. Once he drank, he would show his true colors. Today, he saw that this girl was not dressed like a decent person. Her small butt was perky and tempting, so he touched it casually. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a fierce little horse. He waved his hand and slapped Chen Qingyuan a few times. Li Donglai and the other youngsters' chi and blood surged as they engaged in another fierce battle. Once again, they were suppressed and wounded. It was needless to say how miserable they were. If these high school students were given a few more years to gain more experience in society, they would know how to use their family's power to intimidate others. But now that they were in trouble, they were all panicking. Even Huang Tingzi, who was known for his trickery, had a look of horror on his face. His expression was like that of a good person encountering a hoodlum. Liu Zong licked his lips and slapped Chen Qingyuan twice. Her cheeks were red and swollen, and she was crying. The faces of the three girls, including Pei Ziqi, were drained of blood. This was perhaps the most desperate moment of their lives. Usually, they would make threatening gestures in school, laughing and cursing, as if they were the only ones in the world. That was the dark side of society that they had not come into contact with. Especially in a place like this nightclub, there were all kinds of people. There were not many good birds, but many bad birds. In a few years, they would experience being picked up, drugged, and other adult things. At this time, a shout came from outside the door. "You can't enter here." After a few muffled sounds, the back door was pushed open. Qin Ziyi, who was wearing a black t-shirt and jeans, stood at the door. He glanced at the miserable situation in the private room and frowned. 4 security guards were lying at his feet. He heard crying. Everyone looked at the door and their eyes fell on the uninvited guest. Li Donglai's dark eyes suddenly lit up. Pei Ziqi was like a weeping beauty. The moment she saw Qin Ziyi, it was as if she saw a glimmer of light. "It's just a toilet break. Why are there so many problems?" the guy muttered. "Who are you?" Liu Zong looked unfriendly. Qin Ziyi pointed at Li Donglai, who had beaten up his aunt so badly that she almost couldn't recognize him, and said, "This person is my student." Liu Zong sneered. "So there's a fish that escaped the net. You want to stand up for him?" He was angry. He wasn't sure if this guy who came out of nowhere had secretly called the police. Liu Zong waved his hand. "Beat him up." 3 big men rushed at Qin Ziyi. Qin Ziyi didn't retreat at all. Instead, he was ready to fight. "Call the police." "What are you waiting for? Run." Seeing that this guy didn't dodge, Li Zongwei and the others panicked. The best choice was to call the police and shout to attract onlookers. Playing the hero was undoubtedly the stupidest thing to do. Anxiety, disappointment, anger. Many emotions rose in everyone's heart. The next moment, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Ziyi, who was playing the hero, faced the 3 men who were rushing at him. Each of them was holding an empty beer bottle. He didn't dodge and kicked the man who bore the brunt of the attack in the stomach. That guy only had time to groan before he flew backward and hit the marble table hard. He curled up like a shrimp and trembled in pain. Both the enemies and the allies were shocked. The weakest one weighed 150 or 160 pounds. An adult man, with the inertia of running, was still kicked 5 or 6 meters away. It was too freaking powerful. The remaining 2 men caught a glimpse of their companion flying away from the corner of their eyes. Their hearts went cold, but there was no turning back. They were only 3 steps away from Qin Ziyi. They hesitated. Should they fight or not? Before they could make a decision, Qin Ziyi took a step to the left and punched the man on the left in the ribs. He didn't even look at the man who knelt on the ground. He turned around and swept his right elbow. With another muffled sound, the man on the right spat out 2 front teeth and covered his mouth in pain. Qin Ziyi kicked each of them and knocked them out. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. Qin Ziyi took off his t-shirt and wrapped it around his right fist. Looking at his posture, it was clear that he wanted to fight a group of people alone. Liu Zong's face was ferocious. He said fiercely, "Beat him." "I don't believe he can beat a group of people." Although they were shocked by this uninvited guest, they still didn't believe they would lose because they had more people. At most, they would lose a few people. Number 11, including Liu Zong, picked up the empty beer bottles and rushed at him aggressively. Qin Ziyi was faster than them. He kicked them in the groin at lightning speed. He finished one, twisted his waist and swung his arm, and finished the other one. It was not the flashy and gorgeous way to counter every move that was shown on TV. In a real fight, it was a contest of strength and speed. Usually, he finished his opponent in 1 or 2 moves. The private room was not small, but it was obviously not enough to be a battlefield for more than 10 people. Qin Ziyi twisted and turned, trying his best to dodge, but he still took a lot of hits. Fortunately, his physical fitness was not what it used to be, and he had exchanged for advanced fighting skills. He could completely hold on. Next, it was time for a one-on-one show. The room was full of young boys and girls. Looking at the fierce people who were in and out of the encirclement, they waved their iron fists vigorously. In 2 or 3 moves, he killed an enemy. None of those who were knocked down could get up again. In the end, Qin Ziyi spat out a mouthful of blood. He glanced at the scattered corpses and said with a grin, F***ck, it hurts so much. What's the use of having more people? Tell me, what happened? He put his t-shirt on his shoulder, showing his well-proportioned and fit body in front of the girls. The girls, who had yet to recover from the shock, began to chatter. Their eyes were filled with tears, and they looked like children who had just found their parents. Qin Ziyi waved his hand, and the girls immediately quieted down. He kicked the half-dead Li Donglai. Squeak if you're not dead. Li Donglai said weakly, squeak. Qin Ziyi waved his hand and wanted to skin his head. Seeing his head full of blood, he sighed and retracted his hand. Li Donglai pointed at Liu Zong and said with hatred, that idiot flirting